Emerald's POV. Hi, honey. Sorry I'm late. I hugged my boyfriend, who had just finished his lacrosse game, and there was no doubt that our pack team had won. He shrugged. Happy you're here now. I know you hate lacrosse. Suddenly, the crowd erupted in cheers as they clapped for Blade, the MVP of the game. I didn't know him very well. All I was aware of was his constantly changing reputation. He's the bad boy in this school, the massive player, and also the enemy of our pack. His father was part of our pack, but rebelled against them and decided to start his own before he died, leaving Blade in charge. I think you should be the MVP, not him, I said, glancing at Blade and looking back at Jared. I hate him. He laughed with me and cockily agreed. By the time Jared got dressed, we were in the car together and ready to go to the party. Jared, are you sure we should be going to Blade's house? He's our enemy. Don't worry, he said it's just a party, nothing else. Our parents don't know it's his party. He chuckled and kissed my forehead. I loved how much treated me like a princess and cared for me. Every time he touched me, I'd tingle and burn pleasurably. Werewolves can shift when they turn 18 and also can find out their mate. Jared is about to turn 18, and I'm sure he had to be my mate. He must be. The next morning, I came downstairs with a happy mood and saw my father and mother were having breakfast. Good morning, Mom and Dad, I greeted. Good morning, they answered, and then Dad asked, why did you get home so late last night? Jared and I went to the party, and the game won, I said. Honey, you're too attached to him. He may not be your mate, said Mom. I sigh, Mom, he is. He has to be. I just know it. Isn't he turning 18 tonight? Yeah, we'll find out if he's really my mate tonight when he begins to shift. What does he think? He says we have to be mates. Guess we'll find out tonight, she muttered. I got to school the same time Jared did. He ran to my car and opened the door, letting me out. We'll have dinner tonight, Jared said with a smile. And then, I asked, somewhat expectantly, then I will know you are my mate for the first time. I was pleased with his response, but I remembered my mother's words and asked, what if I'm not your mate? What if it's someone else? Then I will reject her. I only want you. Jared promised me by raising his hand to his chest. Jared walked me to class and bid me a kiss goodbye. In the hallway, I saw Blade making out with a girl. I couldn't help rolling my eyes. How could anyone like such a player? Ring! The bell rang, signaling classes to begin. Blade walked forward and took a seat right beside John. The humans in the classroom all muttered about how unfair it is that he didn't get detention. They didn't know that it was because Mr. Kara Black is a werewolf from our pack. Giving Blade, the alpha of the enemy pack, a detention would cause unnecessary problems. Suddenly, the door opened again and a brown-haired girl walked in. Hi, she muttered to the teacher. I'm Jasmine, the new student. Sorry I'm late. I got lost. Mr. Blake nodded. It's all right. Take a seat. Jasmine took a seat beside me, placing her books on her desk. Class, welcome our new student, Jasmine. Emerald, can you be her buddy for the day and show her around? I nodded. Sure. I turned towards Jasmine and shook her hand. I'm Emerald. She smiled. Pretty name. Thanks. The rest of the morning drifted away quick, and before I knew it, lunch began. I walked with Jasmine towards the lunchroom, making sure to show her classes on the way. When we reached the cafeteria, I saw Jared in line, ordering food. Do you see that guy over there? I said to Jasmine, pointing at him. She nodded. Yeah. That's my boyfriend. Is he your mate? Oh, you're a werewolf? I asked. She nodded. Cool. We're gonna find out if we're mates tonight when he shifts. Who's to say you're his mate? Jasmine said to me, but she didn't take her eyes off Jared. What do you mean? I asked her angrily. He's charming. Maybe he deserves better, Jasmine said, waving her hand at me. I'm going to the library first. See you later. I wanted to grab her to argue with her, but Jared was already walking towards me. In the evening, I changed into my beautiful dress and makeup, getting ready to head to the restaurant with Jared. My friends Lisa and John both texted me and wished me good luck. We ate in a very luxurious restaurant, where only Jared could book because he was Alpha's son. We had wonderful food and spent most of the night dancing. As the clock approached 12, I began to get nervous. I looked at the time, 11:55. Jared? I asked, suddenly panicking. Yeah? He answered, his eyes twinkling. We have to leave. It's almost 12 and we need to get ready. He looked up at the clock, his eyes widening. Shit, I shift at 12, right? No, my dad said you find your mate at 12. A couple of minutes later, you'd shift. Still, we should leave. I don't want to take a risk. I nodded and watched as he called somebody for the check. I looked at the clock again. 11:57. I reached for Jared's present under the table. Maybe I'll have time to show it to him. I felt someone approaching our table and looked up to see Jasmine from our school. Jasmine, I greeted. What a pleasant surprise. Hi, she said, but she wasn't looking at me. Instead, she was watching Jared. I felt my body immediately tense up. As I picked up an empty plate from the table to give to her, I watched with the corner of my eye as Jared handed her the check, and their hands made contact the same time the clock struck 12. I watched as both their eyes widened as they discovered what would truly break what's left of me. The plates in my hand slipped and fell into the ground, shattering into a million pieces, and as did my heart. We're, Jasmine gasped out, mates. They're mates. Hot tears streamed down my face, and I didn't wait before I ran out of the restaurant, forgetting all about his gift. Hardly thinking, I kept running away until I was in the middle of the forest. I felt every bubble burst and my clouds turning into a thunderstorm. I felt as if my whole world was flipped upside down in the worst possible way. I let out a scream, releasing my body from the shock it's in and crying until I had no more tears. In the distance, I caught sight of a house. A big wooden house, surrounded by tears, blurred by my tearful vision. I picked myself up and walked deeper into the forest, desperate to get lost or to get away from this agonizing reality, but it followed me wherever I went. Blade POV. I live alone in a wooden house on the edge of the forest. I was provided with entertainment by head cheerleader Jessica Bolt, who was slowly taking off her thin, poor excuse for a shirt and unzipping her jeans when I felt my breathing stop. A sudden uneasy feeling draped over me, a sort of depressed feeling. It only grew stronger the more I tried to ignore it. Mate, said my wolf. Our mate is nearby. Are you okay? Jessica paused and looked at me with confused eyes. Get out, I spoke through gritted teeth to a now half-naked Jessica. What? She asked in her whiny voice. Get out, I repeated, taking a seat on my bed. But we aren't even. Get out, I yelled, using my alpha tone. Now. She scrambled to her feet and hurried to pick up her things before leaving. I stood to my feet and reached for the window. After practically tearing the hinges off, I jumped out the window and shifted into my black wolf. I ran into the forest, letting my paws do the thinking. I snuck from behind a large boulder and watched as a girl, probably my age, sat near the cliff's edge and traced circles on the pavement with her finger. I wondered why she was here, and why was she so sad. I had the urge to hold her in my arms and rock her until she's happy again. I wanted to see her face. The darkness masked both sides of her, making it impossible to catch a glimpse. My wolf was angered, furious actually. He wanted the head of whoever caused her this pain. He wanted to rip apart their skin with his teeth and throw them in the deepest pits of hell where they belong. I tried to force my paws to move, but my wolf wouldn't let me. He stayed put to the ground, watching with interest as the girl wiped away her tears. I felt my human side giving in to my wolf and forced myself to snap out of it. No, I thought. This isn't possible. I don't have a mate. A flashback of my birthday emerged in my head. On my 18th birthday, I looked into the eyes of every girl but could not find my mate. I made the transition on my own without help, and I almost died. A few months later, my mate shows up. I should be happy, ecstatic actually. But I wasn't. Instead, I was angered. I want nothing to do with this girl, not after everything reality has put me through. I deserve to be alone. But whether it was my wolf or myself, I at least wanted to know who this girl was. Emerald's POV. I woke up Saturday morning with dried tears and bags beneath my eyes. Everything felt sore in my body. I sigh and wash my face, unable to stand this sight of me any longer. I hopped into the shower, making sure to wash all of the dirt off my body. I caught sight of my destroyed golden dress that was thrown into the wastebasket. After drying up, I headed back to my room and checked my phone. 3 missed calls from Lisa, 4 missed calls from John, 5 missed texts from Hannah, 3 missed texts from Jack, 4 missed calls from Jason, 2 missed calls from Mom and Dad, nothing from Jared. I felt the tears as they escaped the edges of my eyes and fell in streams down my face. Emerald, Emerald, are you awake, honey? I heard my mom yell. A couple of minutes later, Dad began to yell, "Come on, Emerald, we know it hard, but you gotta come out. Emmy, you're stronger than this. Come on, you gotta get out." I heard the pained voice of my brother. Finally, Jason had managed to crawl through my window and bring me some food. "Hey, Emmy," he greeted, his voice soft and gentle, as if afraid to break me some more. I rolled my eyes and pushed him away, blinking back the tears that were begging to let loose. "Come on, Emmy, you've got to eat." "Go away, Jason," I managed to choke out. You're so much better than this. You're gonna let some guy do all of this to you?" I sprang up and looked him dead in the eye. "He's not some guy, Jason. He was supposed to be my mate. How would you feel if Amanda was suddenly taken from you by someone else?" That seemed to shut him up because he placed the tray on the table and left my room. But Monday came faster than I expected. I began panicking, of course. Will Jared be there with his new mate? How will he react when he sees me? Just thinking about him brought on fresh tears to my eyes that blurred the road from my vision. I tried to blink them away and only succeeded in increasing them. I parked my car away from everybody's as another attempt to avoid them, but the unfortunate happened. Jasmine was parking her car just a couple of parking spaces away. Jared stepped out of her car, smiling lovingly at her. Then Jasmine hugged Jared, who hugged her back tightly. I squeezed my eyes shut and looked away, desperate to hold in the tears. I parked my car, intending to get in the classroom before them so I wouldn't have to watch any longer. But Jared found me. I spun on my heel and ran away, determination pumping in my veins. Not looking where I was going, I bumped into something hard, dropping my books. "Oh, sorry," said a voice. I looked up to see Blade, alpha of the enemy pack. Nervous, I muttered, "It's fine." We bent down to pick up my books at the same time, bumping heads. "Sorry," we muttered. I blushed and picked up my pen. He handed me my things, his fingers brushing my hand, and without another word, I walked away, ignorant of the way he looked at me. Blade's POV. I handed her the pen, my fingers brushing her hand and shooting sparks inside of me. It's her. She's the girl from the cliff. She must be. They had the same outline of the body, same looking hair, and the same sadness. I headed into the cafeteria and sat down at our usual table. All the guys were werewolves, but all the girls were human. I took a seat beside Brittany. "What's everybody whispering about?" I asked, thinking of the girl's green eyes that sparkled with imprisoned tears. She laughed, trailing her finger down my chest. I had the sudden urge to flick it away. "Haven't you heard?" "Heard what?" "You know the Silver Reflections pack?" asked Tom, referring to the enemy pack. "Yeah?" "The Alpha's son's girlfriend, Emerald. Something just found out that Jared isn't her mate. And guess what? His mate is Jasmine, the new girl. They found out the night he turned 18. He took her out on a date and Jasmine was the waitress." "How do you know?" I growled. "Calm down," he muttered. "I heard it from some freshmen. I'm glad she's available now, though. She's pretty hot. I wouldn't mind tapping that." "She's the enemy pack, dude," laughed Eric. Then I heard a chair being knocked over and watched as the Emerald marched out of the cafeteria. A couple of minutes later, Jared stood up and followed. "I'll be right back," I muttered. I forgot something. I stood up and ran after Jared. He was standing by the girls' washroom, one leg propped up against the wall, waiting for somebody. I hid behind the lockers and watched Emerald's POV. I exited the washroom, only to come face to face with the one and only. "Emerald, hi." "Hey, Jared," I answered, fighting the sudden compulsion to throw myself into his arms and cry. A couple that was so in love seemed to drift so far away, as if strangers to each other. "Look, I'm sorry about what Friday. I didn't know that was going to happen," he rushed out, placing his hands on my shoulders. "I know," I said instead, "and I forgive you." "No, you don't. Emerald, come on. Why are we talking like we don't know each other?" I remained silent, letting him speak. "I've known you for 13 years. We know each other like we know ourselves. Probably more. Don't let this tear us apart." I looked at him for a moment. "How do you expect me to act?" I asked. "Emmer," he began, but I cut him off. "You told me if your mate wasn't me, you would reject her. But what did you do?" "Do you?" he muttered, swallowing. "Do you hate me?" I felt my eyes watering again, and let out a humorless chuckle. I hate how much I still love you. Does that count? We heard a sudden bang and turned around. The locker a few meters away was smashed in badly, and Blade Russell was there, looking angry enough to kill somebody. He stared at us for a moment before spinning around and walking out of the school. Jared and I turned back to each other. What does this mean for us, Emmy? Don't call me that not anymore. I pushed him aside and turned to leave. My chest was a practical drum set as I walked into third period after the talk Jared and I had. The bell hasn't rung yet, but a few people sat at their desks, reading their projects due for today. I remembered with sudden panic that Jared was my partner and sigh. My heart began to beat even faster. "Good afternoon, class," said a slightly accented female voice. Today, it was a dress from the 18th century and a long green pendant that glowed between her breasts. Her curly orange hair was tied at the top of her head in a tight knot that looked like it hurt. "Good afternoon, Mrs. Spencer," we all replied, less enthusiastically. I let my eyes casually drift to the front, where Jasmine and Jared sat side by side, holding hands beneath the table. "All right, class, today you will be acting out the scenes that you wrote with your partners," she said. Some booed, others cheered. Me? I felt as if I was ready to shoot myself. "But," continued the teacher, "you'll be acting out someone else's project and not your own. That way I will be able to mark you on acting in a scene you aren't familiar." I looked around the classroom in fear. Who would Jared and I get? Stacy? She seemed like the type to write about things like romance. Or maybe Evan, he loved drama class. And with a sudden horror-filled thought, my eyes fell on Romania. All she did was gush about love. She dreamed about finding her soul, mate, and becoming an author. She was clearly the best student in this class. I shut my eyes tight and prayed that her assignment wouldn't be assigned to us. After the first group finished the performance, I became more nervous. Mrs. Spencer shuffled around with some papers. "Jared, Emerald, you're next." I felt my heart dropping to my knees and I wasn't sure I was quite capable of standing up. "Emerald, everything all right?" asked the teacher after a couple of minutes. I nodded. "Yeah, everything is fine." I forced my legs to work and walked to the stage. Everybody's eyes were glued to us, waiting for me to suddenly blow up or something. "All right, since you guys are just so in love, I'm giving you Romania's scene," exclaimed the teacher in all happiness, clearly unaware of what's happened. I looked up at Jared as he gave me a reassuring smile. My eyes drifted to Jasmine, who was now watching Jared with a smile on her face. Then she turned her eyes to me and smirked. She said words to me with silent lips. "I told you he deserves better." Mrs. Spencer clearly hadn't noticed the sudden change of atmosphere and handed us a paper. "All right, you guys can begin." I fought back my anger. Jared and I got on the stage and started the show. Jared gazed into my eyes, reminding me of just how much I'd missed him. "It's an obligation," he began, his voice hardening. "It's expected of me." I glanced down at the paper and then back into his eyes and replied, "An obligation shouldn't include heartbreak and separation between two lovers. I am a prince, Hannah. I was doomed to marry Princess Leila since the day I was born." "Do you put your duty above your heart?" I asked, wanting so badly to look away. I wanted to lean in and kiss those soft lips I've grown so familiar with. "No, I do not, but I put my country above my heart." "What about me?" I stuttered, my eyes tearing. Although it wasn't in the script, it made the scene better, and I just couldn't seem to hold back my feelings. This story was way too familiar, too much like our reality. I made a mental note to ask Romania where she had gotten the idea. I caught sight of the teacher practically gushing with happiness at our acting. "I apologize for giving you hope for our future together," said Jared. "I truly hoped you're the one I'd be destined to be with, but I guess deep inside I've always known." I looked down, just as the script had said. Jared grasped my chin and lifted my face to his. I caught sight of the final sentence. A kiss. I closed my eyes and welcomed his lips. My arms circled around his neck and I felt fresh tears slide down my face and into his. He pulled back, his eyes soft and sad. The lights were back on and Mrs. Spencer was wiping her tears. "So much emotion," she managed to choke out. "It was like you two were really Hannah and Leonardo. Perfect job." "Excuse me?" said a voice. I looked to the center of the classroom where Jasmine sat, her hands raised. Yes, Jasmine? Can I give a little advice? Mrs. Spencer, stunned, muttered, Sure, why not? I could barely hear Emerald, and the kiss was not real enough to make them feel like a real couple in love. That counts as a reason to hate her, right? I was allowed now to want to run her over. It's not too wrong now that she's given me a reason. Mrs. Spencer nodded. Well, nothing is perfect, dear. But all Jasmine did was shrug as if she was truly doing nothing but giving advice. My cheeks were flushed with anger when I got back to my seat. I felt as if I should have snapped something at her, but it would have probably been something stupid and rushed, like, well, you're a lousy waitress. Romania, sitting in front of me, turned around and smiled. I think you did great. I can't think of any other pair I would have preferred to act out my scene. Don't let her bring you down. Your guys were amazing. I flashed her a fake smile. Thanks. Blades Pav. There was no doubt that I was beyond furious. My alpha blood boiled with the anger I held for Jared. I wanted to see him dead, at my knees for the pain he had caused Emerald. How dare he touch her so intimately? His grasp on her shoulders had been too tight, as if she were still his. Her words remained fresh in mind, echoing 1,000 times. I hate that I love you, she had said. Does that count? She still loved him. After all he's done, she remains blind to the betrayal and still melts at his feet. I saw the way she gazed at him, as if wanting, or rather needing, to grab his face and plant her lips upon his. Just the thought sends an electrifying pain through my chest. It should be me she'd gaze at like that, expect with no pain, just love and desires. My clothes were shredded to pieces as I released, letting the animal within take over my body. I ran around the forests trying to lose my thoughts of her, but they followed me wherever. It was like they were hot glued to my used-to-be well-being. What had happened to Mighty Alpha Blade, who let no feelings in? What happened to Player Blade, who got every girl he wanted without a problem? And now, there's only one girl who I wanted, and I couldn't have her. Not only is she in the enemy pack, but I literally couldn't have her. I cannot allow myself to open up that easily and allow her in. I was scarred up emotionally. I never had the best childhood. I soon learned that love was pointless at my 18th birthday, when I was forced to shift alone to my possible death, while Emerald was no doubt making kissy faces with Jared. She hadn't once even considered the consequences of her actions. She refused to believe that maybe he wasn't her mate because she was too stubborn and blinded by her feelings. She couldn't even consider that somewhere out there was her real mate, risking his life by shifting without her. I felt a growl ripple throughout my body. I should hate her. I shouldn't feel so protective of her. But I did, and my wolf wanted nothing more but to take Emerald into his arms and kiss her. It surprised me when I noticed I wouldn't even want anything too physical. I'd wait. This is stupid, I thought, pulling myself out of my thinking. She's an enemy. My father taught me too much for me to waste it upon my feelings for some girl. What feelings? I convinced myself to think it was merely a little protectiveness from my wolf. That's all. I can control him. I growled again and headed home. I put on some pants and a tet shirt before taking a seat on my couch. I thought about when she's 18. It can't be too far from now. She will find out eventually if she comes too close. She can't feel the connection now, but she will later on. What about when she shifts? Will I be there to help her? I should let her do it all on her own, like she did to me. But the thought of her being in danger stopped my heart and triggered my anger. I have to avoid her. I have to continue on with life like she doesn't exist, just as I was doing before. Hopefully the feelings will go away and she'll find another mate. That is, if she survives the shift, growled my wolf. I sigh and pick up the phone, dialing Tracy's cell. Hello? She answered. Hey, are you at school? I asked. No, we ditched. Where are you? Can you come to my house? I asked, ignoring the distaste of my wolf. She giggled, causing me to distance my ear from the phone. Be there in 20. I awaited her arrival, entertaining myself with some TV. When she arrived, I couldn't help the distaste that surfaced my body. Regularly, I would have appreciated the amount of skin showing. She was wearing a short pink skirt that showed a slight curve of her butt and a crop top. Her blonde hair was hanging loosely at her shoulders, carrying no life. reminding me of Emerald's soft-looking brown locks that I so badly wanted to run my fingers through. Tracy's blue eyes were lit up and excited, the way Emerald's green eyes should be. I thought about Jared again and forced my anger down from the surface. "Hey," she smirked, trailing her manicured finger down my chest as an attempt at seduction. I smiled and forced myself to enjoy it. "Hey." I grabbed her arms and set her on my lap, straddling me, kissing her hard on the lips. It was rough and desperate, nothing more but to prove to myself that I can get over whatever feelings I had for Emerald. I've never kissed anyone like that. It felt as if I was trying too hard to enjoy it, deepening it until she pulled back to breathe. "Wow," she laughed, breathless. I brought my lips to hers again, feeling even more disgusted with myself. My thoughts were wrapped around Emerald again. I couldn't seem to get her out of my head. Her hair, her voice, her eyes, and her lips. It was all too different from any other girl. I tried to imagine myself kissing her instead, but that ruined the whole purpose of this. I finally pushed Tracy away, developing the sudden urge to shower. "You need to leave." "What? Why? We were just getting started," she whined. "I'm sorry, I forgot that I have to be somewhere," I lied, pushing her out the door. "Can it wait?" she asked as I shoved her out. "No, it's really important. Jessica said you did the same thing with her on Friday and kicked her out," she screamed. I sighed and closed the door. "Blade!" I heard her scream out in frustration. I watched out the window as she got into her car and drove away. Well, that was a start to moving on from Emerald's POV. It was frustrating. Really, it was stepping into your own home and having the people you call your family treating you like a complete stranger with broken body parts. They'd hand you the salt slowly and carefully, as if frightened one of your fingers would come off or something. So careful with their words, making sure to form every sentence mentally first, as if expecting you to break down in tears. Dinner has never been so awkward. "So, Jason, how was school?" Mom decided to start us off. He shrugged. "Good. I really like this college and I'm planning on moving out soon." My eyes immediately darted to him. "What?" I asked, weakly. "Well, I'm 19. I think it's time to move out. Plus, I've saved up a lot of money so I can afford an apartment." "Why can't you stay a little longer? I thought you went to this college so you can stay close to us, so why move away so quickly?" I snapped. "I don't think I can take another person being snatched out of my life. It's embarrassing. I'm an adult now. I should live on my own." 19 is barely an adult," I retorted. "Emmy, are you okay?" he asked. "Yes, I just don't see why you have to leave us so soon," I said, holding in the tears that pooled inside my eyes. "It's not soon. I've been in Collage for a year now and still live here. Is it that bad living with us that you just have to move away?" "I'll be like 20 minutes away, Em." "Then what's the point in leaving anyway? It's better here and free." "Yeah, but me and Amanda have been planning it for a couple of months now, so—" "Amanda!" I yelled, dropping my fork and standing up, of course. I ran up to my room, ignoring the puzzled expressions on my parents' faces and the continued calling of Jason. I flopped down on my bed and punched it repeatedly, sobbing silently. I didn't know what got over me. I felt as if I'd die if another person I loved was separated from me. I felt protective. The next day at school, I felt like complete and utter crap. Lisa and John had dragged me to our school cafe in the morning, and I was cursed to suffer the agony of the provided entertainment of Jasmine's and Jared's Oogle show just 2 tables down. I walked down the hallways of our school until I reached my locker, wishing to hide my face away from everybody. Tap! I jumped up when I heard someone loudly tap the locker besides mine. It was Alex from English class, leaning against the metal and smirking in a way I can only describe as cocky. "Can I help you?" I asked, slightly creeped. Him and I have been in the same class for months, and he's never bothered to once talk to me. He wasn't bad looking, with blonde hair and gray eyes that held a spark of something dangerous. "So, you and Jared are over now, huh?" he asked. I rolled my eyes. "Yes, now is there anything specific you wanted?" He took a hold of my hand and planted his lips on it. "Just a date." "You asking me out?" I asked, furrowing my eyebrows. "If you want to put it that way, sure." "Sorry, no," I took my hands out of his grasp and walked away. "Come on," he pressed. "One date, why not?" Because you only want me because I was the alpha's son's girlfriend. No, that's not true. Alex, no. I walked away from him, ignoring the looks of other people. Something about today was different. I can feel it. At math class, I noticed that many guys were fighting for my attention. Celeb threw me a letter halfway through the period, asking me out. I shook my head no. At lunch, 2 guys offered to buy me food while I put my books away. It's fine, I had told them, closing my locket with a loud thud. I got it. I headed to the cafeteria, annoyed with the behavior of all the guys. Normally, I'd feel kind of flattered, but instead, I felt used. Those guys only wanted me for the reputation. Dating the alpha's son's girlfriend would surely boost up their importance. I was too focused on my thoughts that I didn't see the hand that darted out of the janitor's closet until it grabbed me and pulled me inside. I screamed out, barely having any time to grab onto something. The person shut the door and pressed me against the wall. It was too dark to see their face, but from the outline of his body, it was clearly a guy. "What are you doing?" I screamed out, struggling against his strong grasp. "Be quiet," he hissed, planting his palm on my mouth. I bit it and pushed him away, causing him to trip over a broom on the floor. He fell forward and crashed into me, nearly bringing me down to the floor with him. He stood up quickly and grabbed me, forcing his lips upon mine. "No," I managed to choke out, squeezing my lips together and moving my head from side to side. He planted both wrists above my head in one hand, and his other was still holding my face tightly. He forced his knee between my legs so I wouldn't be able to kick him and leaned in. "Get off!" I screamed, hoping somebody in the hall would hear me. "Stop! Help! Shut up!" he snapped, his lips running down my jawline. The room was suddenly engulfed with light. I could see the guy's face clearly now, and I realized I didn't recognize him. Maybe he was new. Someone planted their fist to his face, causing him to stumble backwards, hitting the supplies on the shelf. He stood up and tried fighting my rescuer, but was completely hopeless. My rescuer threw punches at the man until he fell unconscious, but he didn't stop. Blood pooled the floor, forming around my attacker's back. My rescuer twisted the guy's arm until I heard a loud crack and threw it down. "Stop," I said, grabbing his arm. "You'll kill him." The man turned around, revealing his face as my savior. "But he's not worth going to jail for." He roared out loud, causing me to flinch back. His eyes softened and he froze his movements. Balde stepped away from the guy and faced me. He grabbed my face and checked it for injuries. When he was satisfied, he let me go. "You seem fine," he muttered, clearing his throat. I nodded. "Thank you." Suddenly, I felt overwhelmed. I wanted to cry for everything that's happened. I wanted to let the pain out and stop trying to hold it in. It was like all the hurt had piled up and I just couldn't take it. Not with Jason moving away and some guy trying to physically abuse me. And especially not when the love of my life had been snatched out of my life. I wanted to be held and caressed, to feel love again. And there was something about Blade that made me want to spill all the beans to him. Whether it was his strong, muscled arms, they would surely keep me safe from the world, or the urge to rebel with the enemy pack, I did what I urged to do. I gave in to the roaring passion that trailed with lust, desire, and desperation deep within the core of my body. Without a second thought, I flung myself at the enemy and cried into his strong shoulders. I couldn't control myself anymore, and I waited for him to push me away and call me a freak. But instead, he put his arms around me tight and held me close, much like Jared used to. But all thoughts of him seemed to be thrown out the window as I was comforted by the enemy, and enjoying every second of it. His chest was hard with muscles, but still surprisingly comfy. My body fits perfectly, as if designed that way. I let all my worries fade away and leaned further into Blade, surrounded with his intoxicating scent of aftershave and something else I couldn't quite place my finger on. I felt one of his hands begin to rub soothing circles on my back, and the second one went up to rub my hair. When I felt slightly better, I pulled back and wiped my eyes with my sleeve. "Sorry," I muttered. "I don't know why I did that. I'm normally not like this." He nodded, understanding, filling his golden eyes. "It's all right." "Thanks, again, and I'd really appreciate it if you didn't tell anyone what happened." "No problem," he answered. I nodded. "Thanks." I stepped out of the supply closet and headed to the washroom to clean up my face, feeling as if Blade's arms were still wrapped around me. Blade's pav. I watched as she walked away. She probably felt the connection. That's why she threw herself into my arms without control, which meant I should work harder on staying away from her. But when I heard the screams, I immediately knew it was her in there, and just as if something had possessed me, I attacked without a second thought. She's right. I would have killed the pathetic Rouge if she hadn't stopped me. I can't say I regret wanting to kill him. Hopefully she didn't figure out that he's a Rouge after my pack and not hers. I sigh. Not only am I putting her in danger, but the Rouges somehow found out she's my mate. I shut my eyes tightly, wondering when my life had gotten so complicated. When she was in my arms, I felt as if that's the reason it's meant to be. It's the way I wanted it to be. I looked down to the bastard laying on the floor, still unconscious. I kicked him a few times, just to let out a bit of my anger, and walked away. He'd probably wake up in a couple of hours and wonder about his newly bruised face and broken arm. Weeks passed, and everything stayed the same. My parents still treated me as if I was a piece of expensive broken glass, handling me gently and lightly. I bit back my frustrations and the urge to scream out. I got an A in drama for my emotion-filled acting that felt as if it were really from the heart and not just an act. Mrs. Spencer's words, not mine. Jared stayed away, giving me the space he thought I needed. Little did he know I wouldn't want to even be a hair length away from him. I'd rather be tangled in his arms and caught up in his kisses. Did he not know that I still saw him and Jasmine kissing in the halls? Did he think staying away from me would blur out the images completely? My organs may have stopped working, but my eyes still saw. Sometimes I'd wake up from a nightmare at night, and relief would always be the emotion afterwards, because maybe the whole thing has just been just a dream. The illusion would tease me lightly before reality decided to crash my party. I also noticed the guys still eager to ask me out. I didn't understand it at first. I thought it was just a boost to their population. Turns out there's more. The boys were from the enemy pack and wanted nothing more than to pick a fight with Jared, the alpha's son. I felt useless just thinking about it and turned my attention to my last period class, science. Mr. Jeff's accented voice was too loud and deep. He could easily be mistaken as someone who'd fling their desk at you, and that type of person he was. I watched in amusement as his wooden meter ruler snapped into a desk, startling a pitiful sleeper who's just been doomed by Mr. Jeff's presence. He was a big man, Mr. Jeff. Not fat, but muscly and tall, with jet black hair and combat boots that he stepped on hopes and dreams with. It was rather a mystery why he chose teaching and not wrestling instead. The bell rang loudly, and I took my time packing up my books. Emerald? I turned around and smiled at Ben, the son of a woman in our pack. "Hey, Ben," I replied, taking in his appearance. "How's your mom?" Ben was one of those people considered as a nerd. He was skinny and tall with slight acne, glasses and braces. "She's good. Awesome, actually." "What's up?" I asked, ignoring the feeling of someone's gaze on my back. "I was wondering, since you're single now, if you wanted to, I was ready to reject him, the words rising on the tip of my tongue before I bit them back. "I'll be 18 tomorrow, and I still haven't found a mate." "Yeah, sure," I said to him. "When?" He smiled. Tonight? It's Friday, so I thought." "Sounds good." I stopped his rambling, forcing myself to think it's cute. 7-ish? "Yeah," he said. I'll pick you up at 7. Tonight." He picked up his books and exited the classroom, turning his head back at me continuously. I smiled despite the tugging of my chest and the voice screaming that it's wrong, and exited the classroom, aware of Blade Russell, who stood by his desk, still packing his stuff. At home, I dragged my feet upstairs, acting ignorant to the way my parents looked at me. I wondered if I should let them know about the bully that attacked me in the janitor's closet, and decided I didn't want to add more to their plate. I decided to finish my homework and shower until 7, before Ben picks me up. I was just about done my math when I heard my mother's voice greeting Amanda, Jason's mate. "Emerald, Amanda's here," yelled Mom. I sigh. Why should I care? I jumped out of my bed and went downstairs to face the girl that'd steal my brother away from me. "Hey, Em," she greeted, pinching my cheeks. I stared at her, a scowl forming on my face. You're only a year older than me. Don't pinch my cheeks. Emerald, my mom muttered in a warning tone. I rolled my eyes. Hey, Jason walked in and planted a kiss on Amanda's lips, unaware of me or Mom's presence. Watching them look so in love made me want to puke. It was disgusting and stupid and it made me want to cry. It reminded me of Jared and the way he looked at me. I ripped my eyes away from the happy couple. So why is she here? I asked. She's here to help Jason pack his stuff, Mom replied, talking slowly and carefully. I chuckled. I'm not going to start crying. You can quit with the voice. I spun on my heel and went upstairs, leaving them staring at me. Picking my outfit wasn't hard at all. Unlike with Jared, it only took me about 5 minutes to choose it. Maybe because with Jared, I cared what he thinks. Ben is he's not Jared. Is that how I'm going to feel with every guy? I sigh and push away unnecessary feelings. Mom's voice called out, there's a guy for you at the door. Despite my knowledge of it being just Ben, my heart still thudded and hoped for Jared. It was stupid, and I wanted to smack myself for it. I was doing this to myself. The pain, the stress, the hurt, it was all me. No one else had the capability of tearing me down to my last breath. No one but Jared. I sigh, bracing myself for the night and taking my purse. Downstairs, Mom looked at Ben with hopeful eyes. Can I speak to you in the kitchen, Emerald? Asked my dad. I sighed and prepared myself for the speech. Yes, Dad. In the kitchen, he sat down at the table and fisted his hands. You're 18 in a couple of hours. You'll shift a couple of minutes after 12. I nodded. I know. You taught me. Do you remember all the stances I taught you? It's the only way you can stop the pain. I nodded once again. I remember. Maybe your mate will sense it if he's near and appear to help you. Be ready either way. Okay, Dad. I'll make sure of it. It's almost impossible to shift without your mate, his eyes teared. Death will be a hair, string away, but you stay strong. For us and everyone else that loves you. He stood up and captured me in an embrace, burying his head in my shoulders. I patted his back. Don't worry, Dad. You taught me how to beat, and I will. He pulled back and smiled. See you tonight. Tomorrow, actually, 'cause I'll be back after 12. He rolled his eyes. Smart ass. My mom stood leaning on the edge of the kitchen door watching us, her eyes teary and sad. Mom? I muttered. She shook her head and exited the kitchen, going upstairs. She's just worried. She might lose you, Em. I smiled. Go comfort her for me. Got it. I headed to our living room and smiled at Ben, taking a hold of the roses in his hands, touching only the plastic wrap. Little did he know I was allergic. Thanks, I smiled, laying them on the couch. They're really nice. Ben smiled, revealing 2 deep dimples. Thanks. You look really nice. You too. I couldn't help but think of the tulips Jared always used to get me. The pretty white ones because he knew they were my favorite, but they were hardly ever in the market here. So he'd drive all the way to the next town over for about an hour and a half to buy them. I let my eyes trail to the ones he'd bought me a couple of weeks ago that lay in a vase of water. Ready to go? I asked him, ripping my eyes away. Yeah, let's go. He led me to a nice gray car that I knew belonged to his mom. Where are we going? A really nice restaurant my parents used to go to, he answered, getting inside. Again, I couldn't help but compare him and Jared. Jared would have eased whatever tension was in the car and found a way to make me laugh. He also would have kept where we're going a secret, just to keep me interested. It was annoying sometimes, but I loved him for it. We reached the restaurant after about 30 minutes of an awkward silence, the only sound being the healthy roar of the engine and the classical music coming from the radio. Ben parked his car in the tiny lot and exited, running over to my door, but I had already opened it. I gave him a sheepish smile and stood up, pretending not to have seen his flushed cheeks of embarrassment. We went inside and I discovered that the restaurant was actually an old diner. It wasn't bad, though. It looks homey and comfortable. I was glad I dressed up so casually. We walked across the red and white checkered floor, making our way towards one of the corner seats. Ben pulled out my chair, refusing to meet my eyes. Confused, I took a seat and watched as he did the same. I looked out the window. It wasn't a very nice view, just an empty street, a couple of trees, and a light post. So, Ben muttered, picking up his menu, what will you be having? I picked up my menu and gazed at all the foods. They served breakfast, lunch, and dinner whenever you wanted. I muttered, the pasta looks really good. He smiled. It is, and try the apple pie after. It's amazing. I smiled. Do you come here a lot? He shrugged, like twice every week. My mom used to bring me here as a kid. It was my favorite place and also the only place I knew that had banana ice cream. I laughed. Are you ordering that? Because I want to try it. All right. Order the pie and I'll order the ice cream. We'll share, I nodded, letting my yes drop back to the menu. Sure. I was suddenly ambushed with the memory of me and Jared's last date. He had said the same thing. Order the lobster and I'll order the steak. We'll share. Well, that was before and I have to move on. But was it wrong that I still had hope? I snapped my menu shut and watched as a middle-aged waitress approached our table. Hey, Ben, who's your friend? She asked. Ben blushed. That's Emerald. Emerald, meet Jane, the best waitress in town. Hi, I smiled, shaking her hand. You're a pretty one, aren't you? Are you ready to order? She asked. Yes, replied Ben. The usual for me and pasta number 3 for M. For dessert, we'd like some banana ice cream and a slice of apple-like pie. She wrote it all down before he even finished talking, which I didn't think was possible. Got it, she smiled and walked away. Ben, noticing my shocked face, smiled and said, Told you she's the best waitress in town. The food arrived a couple of minutes later, still hot and fresh from the stove. Smells good, I muttered, inhaling. Tastes even better. I began to eat the heaven before me, moaning in satisfaction. This is amazing, I said through a full mouth. Ben chuckled, taking a bite of his own. We talked until our plates were empty, and then dug into the desert. I've probably gained like 10 pounds, I muttered. Ben laughed. It's work. Don't worry, though. Everything is made without all the greasy stuff, so it's not fattening at all. Whoa, this has got to be the best diner ever. They really care about their customers. We left the diner a couple of minutes later, walking towards a park. I call a swing, I yelled and began to run. Ben laughed and called out, There are 2 swings. Yeah, but one is broken, I replied. He approached me a couple of seconds later and saw that I hadn't lied, so he ended up taking a seat inside the baby swing. Does it hurt? I asked after a while. What does? Your butt. He shrugged, kind of. I think the metal is giving me a bruise. I burst out laughing, finally realizing that maybe I can move on from Jared. I looked at Ben and saw that he was okay looking. With his glasses and braces, you really couldn't tell at all how cool he really was. But sadly, I couldn't see him as anything more than a friend. I couldn't possibly ask him to help me shift without offering him some sort of relationship. I sigh and decide to enjoy my time while I still have it. A sudden movement within the trees woke me up from my daydreaming. What was that? I asked Ben. He shrugged again. Probably a squirrel. We decided to leave the park about an hour later, the time being 11:10. When we neared my house, I asked Ben to take a turn. But your house is the other way, he said. Yeah, but I gotta pick something up from a friend's house. Can you drop me off here? I lied, attempting to erase all worry off my face. Sure, do you want me to drive you back? No, it's fine. I'm staying for a while, so she'll drive me back. He shrugged and parked the car. I had a really nice time, I said. He blushed and smiled. Me too. See you Monday. See you. I shut the door, waiting until his car was out of sight before I began to walk. Blades Pav. It was hard enough trying to blend in with the night and remain invisible to your mate who was just across the street on a date with some other guy. Then they had to go to some children's park too. It was agonizing, witnessing the laughter of my mate being caused by someone who's not me. I wanted to rip his throat out. He looked at her as if she was the prettiest woman he's ever laid eyes on, and she so easily laughed back, unaware that nobody's that good, and everybody has secrets. Little does she know how big his secret is. I followed them as they drove back to her house, making sure to remain out of sight and blend in the dark shade of my wolf with the night. They made a sudden turn, and I wondered if it was an accident. But I caught sight of Emerald exiting the car and decided to follow her some more. She walked towards the forest, nowhere near her house despite the late hour, careless to the doors that lay unopened. I followed until she stopped at a clearing, looking around, trying to catch sight of anything familiar. Confusion dug into my gut, wondering why she's come here of all the places. I watched as Emerald brought her phone up to her face, not missing her panicked expression. I wondered when was her birthday. Emerald's POV, 11:58. I ripped my eyes away from the flashing numbers on the screen and focused on stifling the panic that has risen beneath visibility. 2 more minutes, and I would have already had my mate. 2 more minutes, and Jared would be here with me, kissing me comfortingly and whispering calming words into my ears. I shut my eyes and fell to my knees, hugging myself and awaiting the shift that threatened my life. Would I survive tonight? I thought of the stances I'd get in. On my knees, Dad had said, "It will ease the pain." I thought of if I didn't survive. How would Mom and Dad feel? What about Jason, Lisa, and John? What about Jared? Will he feel as if he's responsible? Will he feel guilty? I felt a wave of shameful satisfaction. Why would I want him to hurt? Maybe as revenge for hurting me? I pushed away suffocating thoughts and pictured myself alive after this, a fully shifted werewolf, independent and forever non-mated. I didn't know why I couldn't picture myself finding out my mate. I guess it was because I couldn't picture myself without Jared, let alone anyone else. I sigh and await the pain that would surely arrive, and then I felt a sudden movement inside my body. It didn't hurt. The opposite, actually. It felt as if a sore muscle had just popped. I sighed in relief. Maybe the pain wouldn't be as bad as I thought. I felt the blood rushing to my face as a blood-curdling scream made its way out of my mouth. I gripped my waist, dropping my phone in the process where it sat on the muddy ground, flashing the numbers 12:04. The bones inside my body began to circle and shift directions, and I struggled to get on my knees. My arms seemed to have stopped working, and my right leg was set in a twisted angle. Tears burned my eyes and blurred my vision as I tried to keep my screaming under control. I couldn't move. Everything inside my body had stopped obeying me and was now doing its own thing. My shoulders rolled back, letting out a sicking popping sound that made me flinch. I felt a shadow approach and begged that it wasn't human, but I couldn't turn around to see who. I felt my nails and teeth extend as I sat frozen. I felt a hand, or rather paws, that gripped my paralyzed waist and turned my over. They brought my legs up and fixed them both so that I low on my hands and knees. The pain slightly eased, and I felt the shift speeding up. My elbow cracked and bent, but I didn't see it. I couldn't. My hearing and sensing was improving, and I was suddenly aware of everything around me, especially the unidentified stranger that had gratefully helped me. Despite my shut eyes, my vision showed fire. I saw cracking and burning, much like the pain. I let out another scream as my back cracked and twisted. I had the sudden urge to be set free. I wanted to run around the whole forest and feel freedom as it rushed to soothe my tension and ease my worry. I wanted to be loved. I wanted something that wasn't quite there, yet I yearned for it. I craved for it like an addictive drug that I haven't yet taken. I felt my whole body release into the wolf I've been waiting for since I was born, feeling a lot like a ripped bandage. I let out a growl and blinked to regain my improved vision, to catch sight of my beautiful hazel color. My eyes shifted to the person that had helped me, and I saw that it was actually a wolf. A gorgeous black wolf that made my fresh knees weak. Confused, I nudged him with my nose and almost fell as the contact sank in. My eyes searched his own as I begged reality that it wouldn't be true. Mate? The word was sparkled, highlighted, and capitalized in my mind, making it impossible to ignore. While my wolf wanted nothing more than to cherish the word, my human side wanted to cry out loud for the betrayal I felt. I felt as if I was cheating Jared. Anger flooded my veins for my thoughts of him. I shouldn't feel like that, not when I have finally found my mate. I found myself wanting to touch him more, to discover just what he can make me feel. I let my nose trail the slope of his neck as a sign of affection. I wondered who this person was and just how handsome he must be. Blade's POV. The gut-tearing feeling had dropped on me as soon as she released into her wolf. My breath suddenly was held captive at my throat as I watched the most beautiful thing in my life unleash. She was a mouth-watering hazel color with the structure of a proud, independent female. Much like an alpha, she stood high on all her fours with her chin up in the air, taking in her surroundings. Her eyes shifted to where my black wolf stood, jaw opened and no doubt looking like a complete fool. She nudged me with her nose, making me weak with the fire that flashed through my body. I could tell she was confused, and I wanted nothing more than to capture her in my arms and spill everything. A moment later, she must have discovered we were mates because she ran her nose down the slope of my neck, affectionately. My wolf purred and growled at the tease, wanting nothing more than to lay my lips upon hers and make magic. I responded back immediately, as a person would to breathing. My tongue stuck out and licked her beautiful face as a sign of lust. She rubbed her nose against me, her eyes saying one thing: shift, blades pav. I stared at her for a long time, watching as she purred and rubbed her nose against me. My wolf shook with lust and compassion, begging me to let him release all his love physically. I wanted to shift. It's not as if I didn't want to. In fact, it took all my self-control to remain from knocking her beautiful wolf into the ground and having my way with her. But I couldn't. Revealing myself to her would just create complications and unwanted drama. How would she feel being mated to an enemy? How would my father feel if he was alive? Everything he's worked so hard to build up would all come tumbling down. My life was too busy for a mate anyway. The pack has been getting ready for a rogue attack, and the guy that had attacked Emerald was a sign that they're close. Having her near me would only provide her with danger. Besides, I'm positive she would reject me as soon as she found out my true identity, and I wasn't sure if I could take any more rejection. I gave her one last kiss, staring into her enchanting green eyes while tying my shirt to her knee, and took off running, knowing she would follow me. It was wrong and strongly forbidden to leave your mate the night they shift, but this situation required it. As much as I hated the distance I was putting between us, it needed to be done. She was merely a fledgling, so it didn't take that long to lose her, and when I did, I hung my head low and went home. Emerald's pav. Sunlight poured down on my face, making me squint my eyes and wake up. My vision was blurred for a moment, but eventually became clear, providing me with sight. I looked around, taking in my surroundings with my improved senses. I was in the forest, lying beside a tree, alone. I looked down at my body and noticed I was naked and covered in mud. Yet, confused, I noticed a blue t-shirt tied to my knee. Everything from last night came rushing into my mind. The date with Ben, walking into the forest, shifting, finding my mate only to have him run off. I struggled through my tears and put on the shirt. How thoughtful of him, I thought, sarcastically. I was never expecting to find my mate, nor was I expecting myself to be so attracted to his nightshade black wolf. Just thinking about it, I wanted to run my fingers through his thick fur, savoring the feel of every single one. I sighed, swallowing back the lump in my throat. My nose came down to smell the shirt I've worn. It smelled like dirt and trees and something else. Something that's meant only for me, and I loved it. I ripped the top of the shirt away from my face, already feeling dizzy and lightheaded with the intoxicating smell. I suddenly wanted to know who he is. How handsome must he be? As handsome as Jared? Or maybe more handsome? Could it be possible that someone out there is more beautiful than him? I sighed again and decided to clear my thoughts of both Jared and my stranger mate. I grew curious towards why he rejected me. Maybe he didn't want a mate, or maybe he just didn't want me for a mate. This is stupid, I thought. I'm only bringing more pain to myself. But as I walked the long way home, I couldn't help but think, was there something wrong with me? 30 minutes later, I approached my house, rolling my eyes when I saw Mom and Dad seated on the porch. Mom sprang up and ambushed me in her embrace, shouting out words I couldn't understand while Dad stood beside us, smiling proudly. "You made it," screamed my mom. "You're a wolf." I laughed. "Mom, lower your voice. There are neighbors." "Oh, oops," she giggled, holding me tighter. "You're gonna kill me," I choked out. She finally let go and turned to my dad. "Make sure to thank Ben for helping my little baby." "Definitely," said Dad. "Ben didn't help me," I said. They turned their shocked gazes at me. "What?" "I didn't ask him to. I just told him to drop me off by the forest. Why would he agree? I lied and said I'm going to my friend's house. It isn't his fault." "Then who helped you?" Dad asked. Images of my mate flickered in my vision, but could I tell them? Was I ready? No one. I just managed. I left them staring at me as I walked upstairs, hoping I didn't smell of my mate. I decided to take a nap, seeing as I spent most of the night searching for my mate who decided he wanted to play hide and seek. But just 2 hours later, I awoke from loud banging on the door. I groaned and thrashed around my bed. "Someone get the door!" No answer. I decided to shout louder. "Mom! Dad! Get the door!" I sighed and mumbled some muffled words before getting out of bed, wishing for the pounding on the door to stop. Downstairs, I caught sight of a note hanging on the fridge. "Pack meeting, Mom and Dad." I threw the note in the garbage and opened the door, only to be met face to face with the one and only. "Jared?" But he didn't answer. Instead, he shoved me in his arms and embraced me as hard as he could. I began to choke, pounding on his back. "Move," I choked out. He let me go instantly, keeping his hands on my shoulders. "You're alive." "No, I'm a ghost," I muttered sarcastically. "How did you do it?" He breathed out, letting himself in. "Shifting?" "Yeah, your mom and dad were at the pack meeting and said that you shifted alone." "Yeah, well," I mumbled, in war with myself as to telling him the truth. I didn't want him to know that I was rejected by my own mate. He'll pity me and provide me with an overwhelming amount of sympathy that I just didn't need at the moment. "I just managed," I finally answered. He didn't try to hide the shock forming on his face. "Emmy, that's amazing." I felt a tight smile forming on my face. "Thanks." His gaze softened and he stared at me. His eyes dug holes in my face, intoxicating me with their intense color. All of a sudden, I felt dissipated. The feelings from drama class returned, and I just wanted to feel at home again. I wanted to be captured by his lips and locked in his embrace both physically and mentally. I urged with the compassion to explore his body as he does the same to mine, letting out lust and love come together as one. Despite everything that's happened, I still wished me and Jared could be together. If I could, I'd change it so that he's my mate. Jared's hands fell from my shoulder as he whispered, "I'm so sorry." I let my eyes fall, suddenly cold and soaking in misery. That's all I'll ever be to him from now on. A person he takes pity on. A once-upon-a-time lover that he hopes to be friends with, despite knowing it will never be normal. I wondered if he's as heartbroken as me. Images of him laughing and kissing Jasmine flashed like headlines in my head. I doubted it. When a heart breaks, it doesn't break even, I thought. I've just realized how badly I've wounded you. To say that I've broken your heart is the biggest understatement. Jared whispered, his breath touching my face. Somehow, I couldn't find my voice. But I knew, even if I could speak, I wouldn't. What could I possibly say? How was I to respond? So I just avoided looking into his eyes and took a seat on the couch. Jared mirrored my actions, letting his eyes drift in the silence. "Have you made your decision yet?" he asked, setting his puddles of chocolate at me. "About us being friends?" I almost choked on the lump in my throat. The sob that threatened to come out only made it harder to speak, as I muttered desperately, "I need more time." Jared let out a sigh but nodded. He was never the one to rush me, always patient and understanding. It made me realize how much I wanted to hate it. If I could just hate the little things I loved about him, like his personality and his honesty, then eventually I'll grow to hate him. That has to be better than being head over heels in love with him. "Do you think you'll ever forgive me? I've never been mad at you. You've done nothing wrong." Jared sighed, as if that wasn't the answer he wanted to hear. "Will we ever speak like normal friends to each other?" My vision became blurred with tears. "I'm thinking of what's best for me at the moment, and I think I'm better off far away from you and hating you than being your friend." Jared looked at me like I've just shot him. I understand, I guess. I watched as he sank into the couch, a hair string coming loose and drifting over his left eye. I felt my fingers twitch and pressed my other hand against them. Suddenly, the room was engulfed with a cheesy pop song. Confused, I looked around for a phone. It couldn't possibly be Jared's. He hated pop. But much to shock, his hand reached inside his pocket and unlocked his phone. "Hello?" he muttered, his voice kind and soft, like he was talking to a baby or a puppy or the love of his life. "No, I didn't forget. I'll be there in 20. I love you too." He hung up the phone and glanced at me uncertainly. I rolled my eyes. Did he think that lowly of me? I'm not that pathetic. Oh, but I am. Otherwise, I wouldn't be sinking into the charcoal-forming ocean of my misery and despair. I have to go now, muttered Jared and stood up. I'm late for an appointment. I almost laughed out loud. An appointment, right? I walked him to the door and was surprised when he hugged me one last time. He rested his chin on my shoulder as he muttered, I'm so sorry. Jared, if you could somehow choose your mate, would you choose me or Jasmine? But I didn't say it out loud. I was too afraid of the answer. Jared let go of me and walked to the door, but he couldn't do this to me. He can't come into my house, make me fall in love with him all over, and then just leave. My body shook with the urge and sadness to be with him again, and I realized just how desperate I am. I watched as Jared left the house without sparing me a last glance, entering his car and driving away, my heart on a rope tied to his car, trailing behind him, ripping and bruising against the jagged pavement. I spend the rest of the weekend dreading Monday, knowing now that I'm a shifted werewolf. I can sense whenever my mate is nearby. But most likely, he probably doesn't even go to our school. Therefore, I should worry about accidentally bumping into him or anything. Monday rolled around pretty quick, much to my displeasure, and it complicated even faster. I parked my car in a new spot, far away from everybody, but Jasmine. She stepped out of her car, Jared following after like a lost puppy. He had his own car to use. Why not drive it? Without control, I imagined myself taking Jasmine's pretty car and spilling acid all over it. I let out a sigh and waited until they were safely out of sight before entering the school. Lunch rolled around, and I found myself effortlessly floating from one place to another. Somehow, I had ended up at a table with Lisa and John, smiling slightly as Ben approached. Hi, Emerald, he greeted, bowing his head. Ben, hi, I forced myself to let out. I just wanted to say that I had a really nice time, and maybe we can do it again. Despite my nosy gut that screamed, no, you've got a mate, I nodded my head and said, definitely. I watched as he walked away, hoping Lisa and John wouldn't pry, but of course they did the opposite of what I was hoping. You went out with Ben? When did this happen? Why didn't you tell me? Guys, I weakly shouted, let me explain. They both crossed their arms and stared at me. I let out a sigh. He asked me out. I said yes. End of story. No, you are not getting off the paw that easily, Lisa snapped. Isn't it off the hook? I asked, hoping for a change of topic. Emerald, why didn't you tell me? Because, I muttered, it was last minute. I don't even like him. I needed someone to help me shift. I thought you shifted alone. That's what your parents said at the pack meeting. I did. I asked him to drop me off near the forest. Does he know you're a shifted werewolf now? I shrugged. He should. Was he at the pack meeting? I don't know, but you have to be there if you're part of the pack, unless you've just shifted. I shrugged. Wonder why he didn't mention it. I left the lunch table early and decided to head to class. It wasn't until I reached the hall, where I've been attacked by a complete stranger, when I started to feel weary. I felt as if someone was watching me, following me silently in the shadows. I watched my sides, making sure nothing would poke out of the doors and grab at me. I heard footsteps and turned around to find no one. This is silly, I thought to myself. I'm paranoid. I wished to block out my imagination of hands buried deep within the walls and faces lurking in the corners. I felt the sudden atmosphere change that filled me with mysterious pleasure, comfort, and want. I looked around me and discovered nothing. Then why did I have a feeling that something wonderful was about to unleash? I turned around and traced my steps, walking towards the gap between two lockers where a person could easily have hid in. The feeling of lust returned. Not that it had ever left, but it grew stronger with every step. I felt as if I was on the verge of discovering something wonderful and exciting. I felt a smile uncontrollably lift the corner of my lips as I sank deeper into the comfort, wishing to be wrapped up and snuggled in it. Blade's Pav. It was hard enough, trying to avoid her all day and to make sure she's safe at the same time. She was a magnet for danger. Plus, with the rogue attacking her last week, it wasn't a wonder why I followed her as soon as she left the cafeteria early. I remained behind her, near enough to see her, but far enough so she couldn't sense my presence. Being two fully shifted mates, we could both feel when the other was near, So when she turned around to see if anyone was behind her, I jumped into the next hall, making sure to remain unseen. I followed her further down the hall, ducking and hiding when I thought she'd turn. I wondered why I was doing this again. Wasn't my plan to just forget about her completely? Then how did I end up being her invisible guard, whipped enough to follow her to class? I convinced myself that I was simply keeping an eye on her so I'd know if any rouges decide to attack. Then I'll inform the pack. A couple of seconds later, she stopped. I ran into a gap between two lockers, hoping she hadn't seen me. I felt her sudden presence and heard her footsteps as she came closer. I fought my eyelids, making sure not to give in to the feeling of pleasure her nearness brought. With sudden awareness, I wanted to reveal myself to her, physically and mentally, providing her with everything she wanted, needed, and loved. I imagined myself wrapping up the world in a pretty bow and handing it to her, nervous because I wasn't sure if it was enough. I felt her approaching still and dug myself deeper into the lockers. Her feet came in view first, and then her angered face as she placed her hands on her hips and stuttered with disbelief. Are you following me? I swallowed loudly and searched my brain for the right words. No, I finally decided. I was just checking to see if you're safe. What are you, my dad? She snapped. I'm sorry, I stammered, trying to seem as if unaffected by how beautiful she was when angered. Her green eyes lit up like lanterns and held a threatening spark that showed she was capable of damage despite her innocent appearance. Look, I don't know what happened the day that guy attacked me, but thank you for saving me. I mean it. Thank you, and for letting me hug you, I guess. But it's over. I don't need protection. I've shifted. With that, she spun on her heel and marched away, leaving me completely hooked on her line of lovers. Emerald's Pav. The school day finished pretty fast after the incident with Blade Russell. For some reason, I couldn't get him out of my mind. I reached my house and found Amanda coming down the stairs, holding a big box labeled books. Hey, Em, she greeted in her usual overly high-pitched voice. I felt my ears mentally bleeding and muttered, "Why are you here?" To help Jason move out, she replayed, completely unaffected by my tone of voice. I hated Amanda and the way she dodged every bullet I sent at her, but the reason I hated her the most was for stealing away my brother and having him live away from his family. I might be exaggerating, but she wants him to herself completely. She's even planning to move to the UK right after university, so he would only focus on their future marriage. Don't fall and poke your eye out with one of the books. I'm sure Jason wouldn't find you so attractive then. I smirked despite my disbelief when I saw an angry expression cross her face, but she quickly covered it up and smiled. You're so right. Thanks. Annoyed that she dodged yet another bullet, I headed upstairs, still thankful that she hated me too. At my room, all my attempts to get Blade Russell out of my mind were fruitless. I didn't want to admit the way I wanted to throw myself at him and just stay there forever. The feeling I had gotten when I was near him, I didn't want it to end. But I was overwhelmed, and I knew I had to get out of there before I broke down and hugged him like last time. I signed and laid on my bed, thinking of just how much I'd love for my mate to be the same. After the incident with Blade, I have been trying to avoid him as much as possible. He made it surprisingly easy, but something told me he was avoiding me as well. Although I still caught the occasional looks he sent my way during lunch or science, I managed to convince myself I felt nothing towards him. The feelings I had gotten when I needed him on Monday lay still unexplained. I don't know where those shots of pleasure and pure fire had been hurled from, nor why, but I decided to simply ignore it and move on. Probably a shifted wolf thing that I haven't heard about, I had thought to myself to ease my surfacing tension. Things were worse than they've ever been at home. Mom and Dad were constantly arguing, their angry words laced with desperation crossing each separating wall in the house until reaching my ears. Jason and Amanda still came by every day to collect the things from Jason's room. And what's worst about it all was not the fact that he was leaving me, but more the fact that he knew how bad things are in the house, and he chose to let me deal with it alone. It was pretty clear that our family was falling apart slowly, bit by bit. I didn't know just how rapidly that would be happening until Thursday at 4 a.m. I had been already awake, listening to my mom and dad's voices as they crossed each other, angrily hurling and practically venomous. It was when Mom decided to recite the time she thought Dad had gotten second thoughts about them being mates, is when things fell silent. But not for long. I heard things being thrown and hurled with force, heavy footsteps around the house, and then something loud, the sound of a slamming door. Dad had left the house. I didn't cry that night, but I did hear my mother do so, and as I tried to sleep, I cursed Jason silently for letting me witness this alone. I decided to get out of bed at 6 a.m. to take a run through the forest. After all, I haven't shifted since Friday night. I jumped out of my window, just for the hell of it, and stripped down to nothing. I focused on what Dad had told me. Leap up into the air and let your inner wolf take over physically. Imagine the soft fur as it engulfs your body and your senses improve. And so I did as I had been told and leaped up into the air, focusing on imagining. Before I knew it, I felt my body changing, shifting. I fell on all fours, gracefully and perfectly. I ran into the forest, passing green trees and muddy shrubs. The more I ran, the more energy was pumped into my system. It was the best feeling, being out in nature and feeling the pure air refreshing my body. I let my stressed figure settle down for once and tried to enjoy this while I could. My only focus were my thoughts as I ran, otherwise I would have caught the scent before. There was one of pure fury and rage, one that sends my wolf purring and growling with lust and compassion. A scent that I recognized from when I caught Blade behind me in the halls. I followed the intoxicating aroma that sent my thoughts into a frenzy. I was lightheaded when I finally reached the destination of where the scent had sent me. The cliff. The same cliff I had run to the night Jared found his mate. Confused, I walked deeper within the rocks, and thanks to my improved vision, I caught sight of a black wolf kneeling on the ground. The black wolf that helped me shift. My mate? I dared a step closer, breathing heavily, and watched as his massive size stood on all fours and watched me. His eyes were a pleading golden that confused me and stripped me bare. Do I forgive him for abandoning me that night? Shall I enjoy my time with him while I can? I can't be so easily deceived as I had been the last time we met. The wolf took 3 long steps towards me, yet still kept a distance between us. He seemed nervous, guilty. I rolled my eyes and kneeled down, giving in to the lust overtaking me. Taking it as a sign of forgiveness, the wolf. My mate trudged towards me until our noses touched and laid down. I stuck out my tongue and licked his face, letting him know that I'm glad he's here. He smiled and rubbed against me. For once in a long time, I felt amazing. I felt as if nothing could beat the feeling of this. Not even Jared. I stood on all my fours, feeling energy as it pumped in my system. I ran into the trees, laughing with glee, excitement running like blood veins inside my body, while my mate chased me. I knew he could have caught me if he wanted, but he let me beat him, just to see me run. We ran like that for an hour, until we both fell on top of each other, breathing heavily, like we haven't run in years. I let my happiness and depression collide and threw myself at him, laying in his embrace. The sun was fully in the sky, and it wasn't until then that I remembered about school. I looked my mate in the eye one last time, still wondering who he was, and went back running to my house. I was late for school, about half an hour late, and when I pulled up into the school's parking lot, it was easy to see Blade in the empty spaces parking his car, late also. I found myself wondering why he was late. From partying all night, I thought, and avoided him as I entered the school. But I still felt his eyes digging holes in my back. Blade's pav. I didn't want to admit it, but this morning was the best moment of my life. I had never felt like I did before. My loneliness and depression, that usually smudged like black dots in my vision, had dissipated, and suddenly I was the luckiest man alive. I felt as if my wolf were to grow 2 wings and leap into the air, sailing high with the birds in love. Struck dreamers. I wanted to shift and show her who I am. I wanted her to accept me, even if we were enemies, and love me unconditionally, because I knew that I would do the same. I hated it. I hated that Emerald made me so forgetful towards the reality that awaited us. I hated that every time she touched me, I felt as if a new type of blood grew inside my body, shooting me with electric vibes of pleasure and fury. I saw her entering the school, watching her like a hawk, wanting so badly to run over to her and kiss her passionately. What can I possibly do to get one kiss? No, I thought. I can't think like that. We're enemies, and I don't deserve her. Lunch rolled around as I moped everywhere, but Emerald's locker. I stepped into the noisy cafeteria, feeling disgusted with all the food because I knew I wouldn't enjoy it while my mate was in love with someone else. I caught sight of Jared, laughing as he stared lovingly down at his mate while she told him something. I was surprised at the anger that resurfaced my being. My mind was thinking of ways to kill him while my heart wondered why, and I realized it was not fair. It was not fair that he had his happily ever after while my mate was still head over heels for him. It was not fair that he screwed her heart over and got away with it. It was not fair that his mate was healthy and alive while mine had ripping bandages on her broken heart. I couldn't control myself anymore. I felt a growl ripple through my body as I marched towards his table, fighting my wolf and trying not to shift. But my legs weren't mine anymore as I growled loudly again and took him by the front of his shirt. "What are you?" he began, but I didn't give him time to talk. Unaware of everybody watching me, I felt my fists shooting forward and connecting with his jaw, satisfied with the crunching noise his broken jaw made. Being alpha came with advantages like strength even normal werewolves didn't have, but he wasn't a normal werewolf. He was the son of an alpha, so it was no surprise how rapidly he recovered. His first shot towards my face, knocking me back a couple of steps, but by then, I was beyond furious. I let my anger out and focused all my fury on giving Jared what he deserved. I attacked him like an insane person, shooting Moo Fist out to connect with anything that could cause him pain. He was on the ground in a second flat, me on top of him, blinded by my agony. I heard screaming. It rang in my head. Out of all the shouting, I heard the lowest voice, the calming voice of my mate. I let myself melt into her words, my fists pulling back from Jared's face and my vision coming back slowly. I still couldn't make out what Emerald was saying to me, but I knew I loved the sound of her voice. I watched her as she spoke, catching bits and pieces of what she was saying. "Calm down. Get up. Snap out of it." I stood up, finally aware of everything that I've done. I attacked Jared without explanation towards why I was doing it. I looked down at him, bruised and crumbed beneath me in a bloody mess. I looked for Emerald. I urged for her to calm me down again and take me out of this reality. But instead, she lay by Jared's side, yelling at students nearby to call for help. She caressed his cheek, tears running down her face like broken crystals. Even Jasmine, Jared's mate, didn't look as crushed as Emerald. And at that moment, I realized just how much she loves him. There were already so many reasons why I can't be with her, and it hurt me like never before. But this, knowing that I was and always will never be enough, even for my own mate, it crushed me. I glanced down at the mess that I've caused beneath me one more time before fleeing the scene, hoping that the pieces of my broken heart didn't scatter around me. Emerald's pav. I choked on my sobs every now and then, glancing towards the left side of the hospital for a doctor. What the hell was taking so long? Jared's a werewolf, son of an alpha. He should have already healed. Blade is stronger, I realized, because he's alpha, and having someone in a position like his beat you, it would have killed any normal human or werewolf. I sat, slipping on the plastic hospital chairs, watching the stuff in front of me that they dared called food. I thought of everything that's happened and wondered why Blade had attacked Jared. This would cause more drama and loathing between our two packs, maybe even a war. I sigh, my head falling to my hands. I honestly didn't know what I was doing when I went to calm Blade down. It was suddenly the only thing to do in my mind. In the room of chaos, I felt directly involved, and as if I was the only one able to control Blade. It was almost a natural reaction as I became influenced by his actions. It was like my voice had been controlled by someone else, perhaps my wolf. And as much as I wanted to hate Blade for what he did to Jared, I couldn't. I convinced myself it was because he saved my life. A middle-aged doctor came into my view, and I raced to him, beating everyone, including Jasmine and Jared's parents. How is he? I tried to speak clearly and sanely. The doctor took a step back, uncomfortable with how I've ambushed him. He fingered his binder. Don't worry, Jared will be fine. His wolf is upset, but he's beginning to heal. All he needs is someone who can help stir his inner wolf. I'll go, I snapped before anyone else could. Jasmine stepped forward, glaring daggers at me. I'm his mate. I should go. The doctor, noticing the tense atmosphere, muttered, Everybody come. We will see who will stir Jared's wolf. We reached Jared's room, my heart swelling at the sight of him bruised and broken. The doctor touched Jared's mother's shoulder. Go touch his arm. Why? I asked. He sighs. Whoever stirs Jared's wolf the most stays with him. She did as she had been told while the doctor watched the monitor. Everybody took a turn, and when it was my turn, I was sure I'd stir his wolf the most. I clutched to his arm, practically gasping with anxiety. Please be okay, I prayed. Next, said the doctor. Did I stir his wolf? I asked. You'll know at the end. Jasmine stepped forward and placed her lips gently upon Jared's. The monitor began to beep wildly. The doctor stood up and ushered everyone out of the room. Everyone but Jasmine. I watched as he shut the door in my face, peeking through the little window. As Jasmine touched Jared's arm, and almost immediately, his face brightened. Just then, my heart broke all over again. I headed home an hour later, after they told me I wouldn't be able to see Jared until the morning. I sat on my couch, in front of the blank TV, wondering where the hell my parents went. About half an hour of staring into nothingness, I heard the door knock. Come in, I called out, hoping it was my mom. But much to my distaste, Amanda walked in, holding a box labeled Jason's stuff. Hey, kiddo? She put the box down and went to pinch my cheek, but I moved my head away. Don't touch me. She let out a fake laugh. You're so cute. You're like a year older than me. Don't treat me like I'm a kid. Ah, she looked down at me. Sorry, kiddo. Why are you here? To pick up some of Jason's stuff. Oh yeah, I forgot you were kidnapping him. It was his idea. Liar. She smiled. You're adorable. By that point, I was practically shaking with anger. The urge to shout engulfed me, and I wasn't ashamed of how much I wanted to pound her face in. I stood up, glaring deathly at her, and snapped. Don't you ever get mad? Don't you ever just get so angry that you just want to take it out physically on anybody near you? She just smiled. Nope, never. I know you hate me. I know you feel just as much loathing for me as I feel for you. You're my mate's little sister. I can never hate you. I rolled my eyes. Oh, please, you're full of shit. I gotta go. I grabbed her arm. Not until you admit that I frustrate you. But you don't. Yes, I do. I screamed. You hate me. You pretend to like me so I'll look bad, but you're just as much of a brat. Her eyes turned cold. Listen here, Emmy. I've been trying to look past your hateful comments and accept you unconditionally, but you've made it really hard to do that, and quite frankly, you are becoming a massive pain in my ass. Let's forget what I did to you before I met your brother and move on. Can you do that? I glared at her. You made my life hell, all throughout elementary, middle school, and almost all my high school years. I could never do anything about it because you were always a year older. You're lucky I didn't tell Jason about you when he first found out that you two are mates. She laughed. Do you really think Jason will choose you over me? Did you see the way he yelled at you when you snapped at me? Family comes before anything. I'm his family now. He will. What about Jared guy? Oh, please, poor guys was lucky to get away from you. That's when I broke. All those years of hiding in the toilets and not being able to do anything about the bully that awaited me outside, I broke. I could never tell Jared, not because he would try to protect me, but because he'll tell my parents, and I was stupid and scared. I remembered how shocked I was when I found out that the bully who made my life hell is actually my brother's mate. It was in 10th grade, 2 years ago. Jason and Amanda were in 11th grade, and that's when she finally left me alone. I still hated her, though, and every time she'd come to our house, pretend like we're BFFs and pinch my cheeks. The anger pumping in my bloodstream was so strong it was almost unexplainable. I couldn't understand how upset and furious I was getting. So when I jumped up and attacked Amanda, I almost completely lost track of who I am. I landed my fist on her jawline, satisfied with the crunching noise it made. She leaped up into the air and attacked me, bringing me down on the ground, hitting my head on the wooden table in the process. I felt wetness in my hair and clutched it to find blood all over my fingers. Amanda didn't give me a second to react. She smashed her fists against my face, straddling me. "You, brat," she screamed. "I've tried so hard to forget what I've done to you. Can't you just let it go?" I flipped it over, straddling her, holding on to her shoulders and knocking her up and down. "You ruined my childhood. Ever since 4th grade when you moved here and thought you're all that. You can't ruin 6 years of someone's life and expect to be forgiven." She managed to grab a glass vase on the table that I hit my bleeding head on and smashed it into my face, knocking me back. Her leg came up and kicked me in the stomach. I grabbed her foot and tripped her. She fell into the ground with a loud thud, and I hurried to straddle her again. I lost all control of my sanity as I grabbed a piece of glass and raised it above my head. "Emerald," Amanda warned, "stop. Don't do this. You're not sane right now. Drop it." Tears streamed down my face in puddles, and I couldn't understand what was happening. Why was I so upset? It was like something had possessed my body. I heard a sudden noise. The front door opened, and I walked in on Jason. He froze in his spot when he took in the scene. "What the hell are you doing, Emerald?" he shouted. "I was!" "You're crazy." He grabbed me by the shoulders and pushed me into the couch, picking up his mate gently and leading her out the door. He came back after setting her in the car. "You listen to me, Emerald. If you ever hurt Amanda again, I'll hurt you. She's done nothing but be nice to you." "Jason, you don't understand. Mom and Dad think there's something wrong with you, and I think there is too. I thought they could try to help you because it must be hard, having your heart broken, shifting with no mate and all. But if this is how you act out just because some guy broke up with you, then do it on your own time. But stay the hell away from my mate." He exited without giving me a chance to speak, slamming the door hard with anger. I sighed. I really couldn't understand why I had gotten so angry. Sure, I hated Amanda for making my life hell, but I was over it. I knew I had to apologize and get myself under control quickly before I do something dumber. The first thing I did this morning was quickly get out of bed, wash my face, and put on some proper clothes. I was at the hospital by about 7 a.m., hoping this would be a quick visit. Jasmine saw me in the waiting room. "You coming to see Jared?" "Yeah," I answered, stepping around her. She grabbed my arm. "It's one person at a time." She stepped around me and headed to his room. Frustrated, I sat on the slippery hospital chairs, feeling every single second that passed by as if it were minutes. Finally, after about half an hour, a doctor approached me. "Are you here to visit?" He paused to glance at his clipboard. "Jared?" "Yes," I stood up. "Is everything okay?" "Everything's fine, but it's past 7. You can go see him." "Yes, but Jasmine is with him. It's one person at a time, so I'm waiting for her to come back." "It's not one person at a time. His whole family is there with him. He's better now." "So I'm allowed to go in?" Of course. Jasmine had lied to me. I definitely hated her. That's okay. I think I'll be leaving. "But are you sure he's fine?" "Better than ever," the doctor smiled. I nodded, well aware that I was running late for school. "Thank you." I walked away, but not before peeking into Jared's room. He was lying on his hospital bed, clutching Jasmine's hand while he talked to his family. His skin had returned to its normal color, and it sucked badly knowing it was because of his mate. I felt relaxed to know that he's all better and walked away towards the exit. In my car, I noticed the visible bruises and scratches on my face from the side view mirror. I sighed, silently cursing Amanda and her witch like nails. The rest of the school day went by agonizingly slow, and I couldn't help but notice that Blade wasn't there. I wondered just how much trouble he must be in with our pack. Jared's father, our alpha, will probably meet with him, maybe even kick him out of the territory. I was shocked at the displeasure that shot through my chest. I couldn't possibly care about Blade. We were enemies. I should feel disgusted with him, especially after what he did to Jared. Lisa and Jack had questioned my bruised face, and I hesitated before I lied. I assured them it was merely an accident. I had been driving and banged my head against the window. It wasn't a complete lie because the scratch from when that really did happen was still there. I was looking forward to being home and just laying on my comfy bed. After school, but when I peeked through the window and saw Jason and Amanda, I headed the other way. I reached the forest in a couple of seconds, stripping as I walked. I leaped into the air, savoring the great feeling of my flesh furring and my senses improving. I ran within the trees, letting my legs be my guide. I sped past trees and tiny forest animals. I caught sight of everything visible with my new eyes. I was introduced to many different odors, some as pleasing as the scent of the pretty roses that grew between the shrubs, and some as disgusting as the manure that the animals laid. I ended up at the cliff, sniffing loudly and calling for my mate, but after a while I realized he wasn't there. Dropping to the ground, I tried to dispose of my disappointment, but it was impossible. I can't expect him to be there for me whenever I need it. That's unrealistic. Then I thought of John and Lisa, who were always there for each other. I began to run again, my rapid paws scraping upon the edge of the surface. After about 15 meters, I lost the cliff and found myself deep within the wet trees again. I ran and ran until I saw a house that I remembered from a while ago. I had been broken with no one to turn to and collapsed onto the ground. Deep within my vision, I had seen a big, blurry wooden house. I ran towards it at full speed, somehow avoiding making contact with every single tree. When I reached the house, I wondered what brought me here. Why did I feel pulled in here? All of the sudden, a lucky figure stepped out from the balcony. I waited until they stepped out of the shadow and into the rain of sun. Blade. I almost laughed to myself. Who else could it be? I should have remembered this house from the party he threw, but I had entered from the front, with no idea of how the back looked like. He glanced down at me, immediately catching sight of where I stood, and just stared. His golden eyes shone even from a distance, and I feared he assumed I was a rouge or an intruder, but somehow I couldn't look away. I stared back, wondering where I've seen those eyes before. Blade broke eye contact first when he looked to his side quickly. Another figure stepped out, slim and curvy with long blonde hair. She was wearing nothing but a bathrobe. "Oh my goodness!" she screamed, her bright blue eyes wide and staring down at me. "Is that a wolf?" Blade's eyes fell upon mine once again, and they looked guilty. I didn't know why I was feeling so shattered inside, but I couldn't ignore it. My eyes dug into Blade's for a moment longer, and I realized just how familiar they are. They stared at me with guilt and regret, just as unexplained as my resurfacing hurt. I stood up from where I was crouching and ran towards my house, hoping to leave the pain behind. It remained with me, and it seemed like the harder I pumped my feet, trying to get away from it, the faster it chased me. It was unexplainable, really, why I felt like the remaining pieces of my heart, who were beginning to give me the slightest of hope, had been stepped on by no other than Blade Russell, an enemy, the son of a traitor, the attacker of Jared, and the reason he's in the hospital. I realized that I should bring my unidentified mate into this. Shouldn't I feel guilty for being in love with Jared when I had a mate already? Shouldn't I feel guilty for feeling things for Blade that I shouldn't be able to feel for an enemy? How desperate am I to catch feelings for someone just because they rescued me? Any decent human being would have done something to help. Imagine the look on my father's face as he learns his daughter is a betrayer. Imagine now I'd ruin their reputation. But I didn't feel guilty. In fact, the opposite, really. I grew angry as I thought of just how messed up my life is. I'm in love with a guy who has a mate. I'm receiving strange feelings for an enemy, and I have a stranger mate who won't show me his identity. Back home, I was grateful for Amanda's and Jason's departure. It gave me an hour or so of studying. Mom barged into my room, her face wrinkled with stress. "There's a pack meeting tonight with the enemy pack. All the adults have to go. Nobody below 21. Will you be all right by yourself?" "Yup. Do you know what the meeting is about?" "Blade Russell putting Jared in the hospital. It's obvious." I nodded, my stomach flipping when she said Blade's name. "Is Dad going?" She shrugged. "I don't know. I haven't heard from him." With that, she exited the room, leaving behind a trail of misery. Suddenly, I felt disgusted with myself. I had been so caught up in my own personal problems to notice that my parents might be on the verge of divorce. Jason hates me, and I probably caused Amanda some real damage. I sighed. I really didn't know what was wrong with me. My phone suddenly rang, snapping me out of my pity party. I picked it up, the screen flashing Lisa's name. Hello? Hey, she answered. Get ready and meet us downstairs in 5 minutes. What? For what? I asked, getting up. Just do it. Dress in something warm. With that, she hung up, bearing me no more explanation. I quickly got up and dressed in some jeans, a hoodie, and a sweater on top. Lisa and John were waiting outside in a car. About time, yelled John as I entered. Lisa laughed. We just got here. We drove for about 10 minutes, singing along to the radio. When we pulled up in front of the carnival, I began to jump up and down. Yes, I haven't been here in so long. Lisa and John laughed, watching while bouncing up and down. We exited the car and a shadowy figure caught my eye. Who is that? I asked, creeping closer. Lisa smirked. You'll see. The shadow figure neared us, and I recognized him by voice first. Hey guys, said Ben finally in proper eye view. Hey, I muttered. For some reason I was disappointed. I was hoping it would be someone else. Ben stood beside me as we entered the carnival, buying out tickets and cruising around to see what rides to play. Let's get on the veggie knockout, yelled Lisa, bobbing up and down on her heels. Are you kidding? It's for kids, complained John. No, it's fun, I said, dragging Lisa with me as we headed towards it. You and John get your own car. Me and Lisa are going together. It's too easy, yelled Ben. Fine. Losers buy the winners a caramel apple. You're on. Lisa and I entered a car, putting on our seatbelts and waiting for the guys to catch up. The ride began, and all of a sudden we were speeding towards massive plastic vegetables. Me and Lisa knocked out the cucumber, but the boys weren't so lucky. I laughed out loud when John almost fell off and wondered if I should be having so much fun while Jared is hurt. Then again, Jared and his pretty little girlfriend were probably making out right now, with me at the last of their thoughts. Yes, I deserve to have fun, even if it's for one night. Lisa served the car to the side, trying to knock out a tomato. We missed that one, causing the boys to laugh. We sped past them, knocking down some of their vegetables. John stood up and hollered, "That's not fair!" Lisa shrugged and blew kisses at him. By the end of the ride, we had managed to knock down 33 vegetables, beating the boys by 8. Me and Lisa high-fived each other. You get to buy caramel apples. The boys did buy us caramel apples, but they didn't seem to mind it. John and Lisa sat beside each other, kissing every few minutes, causing me to look down every time. Ben cleared his throat as they were at it. So, it's really nice out. I nodded. I love this carnival. I've only ever been here once. I laughed. I used to come every fall with my parents. Where are they? At the pack meeting. No kids allowed. Do you know what's going to happen? Ben suddenly looked uncomfortable. No, I don't. Confused by his strange behavior, I decided to let it go and enjoy a night out with my friends. Lisa and John finished up, and after riding almost every ride there was, and winning 3 big teddy bears, we decided to head home. Sleep has been beyond absurd. It was almost silly to have expected a night full of peace and rest. Listening to the endless, choked sobbing of my mother as she pleads my dad to return, only to have the voicemail limit cut short. It hurt me that she was in this much pain, and it hurt even more knowing I couldn't do anything about it. The everlasting times my mother has called my dad only to receive no progress tells me that he won't pick up even if I call. Jason is gone, careless to whatever is going on here, while being captured by Amanda's hypnotizing allure. Although the shattering pieces of my mother's heart imprisoned my every thought, my worry for Blade lay fresh at the side of my mind. I still wondered what happened at the meeting. Are they running Blade's pack to a different territory? Maybe his pack is our look, out now, acting as our protectors as punishment. Surely keeping the enemy safe would be torture enough for them. I listened to the last words that left my mother's lips before she fell into yet another tearful mess. A voicemail later, a possible bottle of wine, and 2 or more hiccups every couple of seconds. The stress was constant in my mind. The morning rolled around as slowly as possible, and for the first time I had witnessed everything that happened outside in process. The moon went up, then it went down. The sun went up and lit the whole sky. Simple as that, yet more slowly than anything. I got up, extra early, and put on anything that smelled clean. I washed my face and brushed my teeth, making sure everything was presentable before heading to school. My eyes roamed over the parking lot, scanning every face, passing even Jared's, and not hesitating once. I couldn't help but notice the absence of Blade. His pack was here, but where is he? The rest of the school day passed by fast, and I was met with disappointment every time I looked past a face that wasn't Blade's. I couldn't understand why I had to see him so much. It's silly, really, developing feelings for an enemy. I had no feelings, just stirrings. Possible pleasure when I'm near him that may or may not be because of him. Just silly little emotions that would have never developed if he never saved me from that guy in the closet. Besides, I have a mate. Lunch rolled around fast, and I found myself already in drama, listening to Mrs. Spencer's smooth, wise voice. Today, she was dressed in an odd suit, the colors of soft bamboo striped with creamy white, fingering an old umbrella polka-dotted light pink and brown. Her bright orange hair was set in a French braid, tight and painful, as usual, but with no doubt flawless. I watched as two people performed their dialogues, relieved that it wasn't one of love. I noticed that by the time they were done, I was dreading the next group. It was Jasmine and Jared, and no doubt it would be something disgustingly romantic and bright, although I knew that if I had been up there with Jared, I wouldn't have hated the theme as much, but I couldn't help the knotting of my stomach as the lights dimmed and focused on them. As Jared opened his mouth to utter the first words, I shot out of my seat. "May I please go to the washroom?" I shouted out. Miss Spencer stared at me. "Can it wait?" "No, it really can't. I feel sick." She sighs, "If you must." I practically darted out the door, avoiding the annoyed, knowing eyes of the students around me. When I reached the washroom, I made sure to remain frozen until the painful lunges of knots eased down in my stomach. I stared at my reflection. There were the fading bruises and cuts that Amanda had given me, and the long scratch on my forehead from the time I banged my head against the window. It seemed as if that scar was never going to leave. It will forever be a reminder of how dangerously reckless I became when freshly heartbroken. I exited the washroom 10 minutes later, only to find Jared standing there, awaiting my exit. "What are you doing here?" I practically snapped. "I just came to make sure you're okay." An image of Blade saying that popped up in my head. "I'm fine," I snapped, aware of how uncontrollably angry I was becoming. "You don't always have to be checking on me. I'm not yours to worry about anymore." "I didn't mean to." "I know you didn't, but I can look after myself. You have your mate and I have mine." "What?" He grabbed my shoulder, stopping me from taking another step. "You said you don't have one." I lied. I do have one. "You don't have to make it up, Emerald. It's okay to be alone." "I'm not alone. I have a mate." "Then who is it?" His eyes bore into mine, almost challenging me. "I don't know." I bit out every word. He shook his head. "It's okay, Emerald. You still have me. Except for I don't. I heard about you attacking Amanda. I know you're angry, but you shouldn't take it out on people. Who told you?" "Look, we are just trying to protect you. You shouldn't be so reckless." "I also heard about your almost car crash." He traced the outline of my scar. I grabbed his hand and shoved it away. "Who told you this?" "I don't think she'll like it if I told." "It's only fair that you tell me," I retorted, my voice breaking. He sighs. "Amanda, I know you hate her, but she was just worried." "How did she find out about the car crash?" "Lisa told Jason, and I'm guessing he told her." My blood was boiling by this point. Any inch of guilt that once slithered through my veins was wiped away, and I wanted nothing more but to scrape my nails across the clear, creamy white skin of her face. Revenge pumped in my system. Anger is an understatement. I was beyond furious, and it must have shown on my face because Jared grabbed my shoulders and muttered, "Calm down," into my ears. But I didn't register his words. My mind was too busy plotting out Amanda's death. There was a ringing in my ear, like an alarm or a warning bell. "Emerald, Emmy, what's wrong?" Jared was asking. I whipped my head to look at him. "Nothing. I've just been annoyed lately. Go back to class." "I don't believe you. Is everything okay?" "As okay as it can get." With that, I strut away from him, leaving him confused and staring at me. I turned a few corners before deciding it was safe. I leaned against the walls and shut my eyes. Years of hiding in the toilet stalls passed right before my eyes. I hated Amanda with all I had, and Jared was the one person I could go to make my day better. Now, I lost him, and bully Amanda might be back. A sudden noise sent my ears ringing again. I heard people, boys to be specific, talking. 2 or 3 boys. I walked towards the nearest corner and spotted Ben, talking with a member of Blade's pack. I couldn't hear what they were saying, but I caught bits and pieces that led to nowhere. Meet, Alpha, plan. I wondered what Ben was doing, talking with an enemy. They seemed intimate and serious, like they were discussing something troubling. I knew I shouldn't be so quick to judge, though, because out of all our pack, I'd probably be the most unfaithful. Not only have I thrown myself at the enemy Alpha and cried like a weakling, but I'm also developing strange stirrings for him. So I decided to ask Ben about it later and walked away, back to class. At home, I was both relieved and disappointed at the absence of Amanda. I wanted both to apologize to Jason and claw at her face some more. I sat at the dining table, unsure if the silent person that had possessed the woman in front of me was still my mother. I attempted to make a conversation, to take her mind off the pain that was surely taking over. Where are Amanda and Jason? She barely looked up at me. Settling in. They're done here. I nodded. How was the pack meeting? As good as it can get. What are they doing to Blade? The enemy pack? I stumbled on my words. Her eyes whipped past the ground to meet my own. I was taken off guard with how angry they looked. They are our new lookouts. They need to inform us of every single secret Rouge pack and be our protectors. If not, they will be driven out of the territory. I nodded, nervous all of the sudden. That seems fair. I don't think so. She stood up, leaving her untouched plate of pasta, and left. I sighed and began to clean the table. After a long shower and 2 homework sheets in science, I stood up and headed downstairs. I heard my mother's voice talking to somebody, but I didn't hear a reply. As I got closer, I saw that she was on the phone. I'm sorry, she swallowed. I didn't mean to be so angry. Come home, please. Bip! The voicemail limit cut short and she sighed, dropping the phone. I looked away and headed back upstairs. I climbed out the window again and took off, shifting into my furry, 4-legged other self. I searched the endless night, as always, calling out for my mate. It must have worked because when I reached the cliff, he sat, as if awaiting my arrival. I smiled and felt all my worries melting away. I skid the rest of my worries as I traveled the everlasting forests with my mate. We played near the lakes, ran around, and sometimes just laid down in a position where we would be touching, savoring the feeling of being near each other. I turned my head towards him. Shift, my eyes said. He stared at me for a moment. His eyes were begging, pleading, and desperate. Something told me he did want to shift, more than anything. Something was keeping him back. I knew as much. And so I bit back my aching disappointment and nodded my head, looking away. Next day was Saturday, and I awoke to the sound of my ringing phone. I picked it up, my eyes still groggy and blind. Hello, I croaked out. Emerald, said a voice. Dad, I muttered, not sure whether to be relieved or angry. Hi, where are you? Can you meet me somewhere? Yeah, sure, where? You know that little cafe on Earl Street I used to take you to? Yeah, I said. See you there in 20. I quickly stood up, and as a result, I came tumbling into the floor, unaware of my tangled right foot in the bedsheets. Great, I thought, like I need another face injury. I did the morning usual and drove to the cafe, avoiding the suspicious lingering questions of my mother. When I reached the small coffee place, I caught sight of my father's car, parked there. I entered the cafe, realizing it was smaller than what I remember. Over here, my father waved from his seat. I smiled hesitantly and headed over. How do you react with your father when he's been out of the house for a few days now with no phone calls or anything? I took a seat in front of him. Hey. He looked me over, confusion taking in his stressed features. What happened? Which part are you referring to? I asked, raising an eyebrow. That long scratch on your forehead was there when I left, but now there's bags and little cuts and bruises. What's going on? I gave out a long sigh. Long story. Can I ask you something? Yes? What happens to somebody if they can't be with their mate? He searched my face. I know, I snapped. When I saw the hurt look on his face, my tone softened. I know. But what happens if you know you have a mate, but for some reason you can't be together? What happens to the person? Well, both mates will be depressed. They won't be able to sleep without nightmares. They will experience unexplainable anger. Sometimes they even become physically furious. They become violent. I nodded. Do they ever become needy? His eyes showed that he was confused. Needy of what? I sighed. Needy of each other? Of course. They have this attraction that can't be broken. Even when they are by each other, they will feel the other near. And what does this feeling feel like? It's pleasurable, aching but wonderful. Blade crossed my mind, and needless to say, I had a hard time blocking him from my thoughts. Is that how you felt with Mom? He looked away. I can't explain how I feel with your mom. Then why are you here and not with her? I wake up every morning to her smiling, forgiving face and kiss her, hug her. She forgave me so easily. It hurt. When she brought it up, I knew she still hurts from it too. I knew I couldn't hurt her anymore. You're hurting her by staying away. You know she stays up all night, leaving you voicemails? You know she barely sleeps these days? Do you know that? I get it, okay? I messed up. I nodded. You did. Did you hear about the enemy pack? Yeah, I was at the meeting. So you saw Mom? He nodded, silently. I secretly wondered if that's why Mom had gotten so angry and barely responsive when I asked her about it. When I went home that morning, there was something bugging me. Actually, more than one thing. I wondered why Ben was talking with the enemy pack. I wondered if Dad was going to come home. I wondered why Blade attacked Jared. Sometimes they even become physically furious. They become violent, Dad had said. Could that be why I had been getting so angry lately? Could that be why Blade had been getting so angry? I erased the thought from my head as soon as it was there. The very next day, I drove to school, blasting the music as an attempt to mask my thoughts. Traffic was strong as usual as people headed to their lives, their jobs, and education, while I had no life at all. The only thing I had to look forward to was the lab in science, the teacher promised. How pathetic. The singer's voice roared through the car, vibrating it slightly, and it succeeded in blocking my mind for a minute. When the song ended, I didn't give myself the slightest second to think before quickly putting in a new CD. When I reached school, I remained in the car for a couple of minutes, examining the cuts on my face. The ones Amanda had given me were finally fading, but the scratch I'd gotten from the window was still there. I sighed as I watched Jared and Jasmine exiting her car. They walked towards the school hand in hand, glancing at nobody but each other. I opened my car seat feeling sick already and headed inside. I found myself disappointed whenever I saw a face that wasn't Blade's. It was foolish how hopeful I'd become whenever I saw the back of a head that looked slightly like his. I caught his face as soon as he entered the school, though, and just like magnets, our eyes met. His golden caves bore into my eyes like beautiful lasers, hypnotizing me with want. I stared at him for a long time, unable to pull away because of an invisible, attractive force. The bond was already created for us, like it was meant to be. Somehow he managed to break it because he sent me an easygoing smirk and looked down as if nothing had happened. I stood there confused and angry. Lunch approached too slow for my liking, and I found myself seated beside Lisa, too aware of Blade sitting just 4 tables down from us. I noticed Ben seated in front and decided to go talk to him. I'll be right back, I muttered to Lisa and stood up, going back only to grab my turkey sandwich. Hey, I sat beside Ben and began to wrap my food. He smiled, revealing dimples. Hi? I took a bite out of my sandwich and waited until I finished chewing to speak. I need to ask you about something. Ask away. So I saw you talking with some of the members of the other pack and I was wondering why? I mean, I didn't want to be too quick to judge or anything, but... they missed the meeting, so I filled them in. But you weren't there either. My mom told me. I nodded, not quite believing him. All right, thanks. He smiled again, no problem. I stood up and grabbed my sandwich, heading towards my previous table, well aware of Blade's eyes following my every movement. As soon as I sat next to Lisa, she grabbed my arm, hissing beside my ear. Ever since you got up, Blade Russell's eyes had been glued to you. What do you mean? I faked confusion. She gave me a pointed stare. Is there something going on that I don't know? I know your lying face, Emerald. I sighed. I have no lying face. I'm not lying. John popped up from behind her and handed her a Coke and me a lemonade. Yes, you are. I know that face. Stop teaming up against me. I grabbed the lemonade bottle that reminded me too much of Jared and put it to the side. Lisa elbowed John in the stomach when she noticed. Ow, he mumbled. What? Lemonade? Seriously? John rolled his eyes. Sorry, I didn't know. I smiled. Guys, it's fine. I don't get girls. I mean, I love burgers, and if Lisa dumped me, I'd still love them and eat them. Lisa smacked him with her Coke and stood by, snapping, You're a pig, before storming off. John sighed. The things I put up with. Go after her, you idiot, I muttered. He rolled his eyes again. I'm going. I had science next, and I sat silently while I tried not to flinch as Mr. Jeff's voice roared at everybody, partnering them up. Niall, you're with Sam. Amon, you're with Evan. I looked up when I noticed it was only me and Blade left. Emerald, you're with Blade? I nodded and silently cursed his name. Blade and I headed towards our lab station wordlessly. I'm going to go fill up the beaker with chemical A. I simply nodded. I watched as he took the bottle of the chemical and easily opened it, his large, muscular arms flexing. When he was done, he headed towards me. His movements were almost too slow as I enjoyed the view. He was perfect. Too perfect. He was gorgeous. He stood beside me and got to work. I suddenly remembered when I saw him on that balcony with that other girl. Disappointment flared within my insides, and I couldn't help but feel hopeless. I sneaked a look at him with the corner of my eye. Even though I knew he didn't know that Wolf was me, I still felt embarrassed like he did know. I flushed scarlet when I realized he was talking to me. Sorry, what? Can you hand me test tube B? Sure, I muttered, still in thought. I gave him one of the two yellowish liquids and watched as he poured it down. Suddenly, sparks began to explode out of it, and within seconds, the beaker was on fire. I heard Blade's angry voice as he screamed at me to get away. I blocked a flame from hitting me in the face and jumped to the other side, avoiding the damage to be done. I let out a loud scream when flames began to bounce even higher, burning my science paper that sat on the table. Mr. Jeff appeared with a fire extinguisher and shot a white substance all around, including me and Blade. The class stood in silence for a while, watching the settling beaker, and all of a sudden, the beaker exploded into tiny shreds. Mr. Jeff looked at us. Go, clean up, he bit out every word. We nodded and hurried off to the science sinks. There was only one mirror that Blade and I shared. We washed the chemicals off our clothes and hair, silent except for the sound of our breathing. Blade looked at me and decided to break the silence. You handed me the wrong chemical. I know. I remembered chemical B being yellow, and I saw it too, so I just gave you any. I'm really sorry. He stared at me for a moment, seeing the clear grief on my face before shrugging and cracking a smile. Don't be. I thought it was kind of funny. I looked at him, pausing from washing my hair. It wasn't it. He began to laugh. You screamed so loud. Did you see your face? I thought you peed. I began to laugh as well. Did you see your face? You were so angry. I thought you'd kill me. He bent over, clutching his stomach as he breathed heavily. Mr. Jeff was so red. He was so mad. And the students, they were so shocked. It's all over my hair. I can't get it out. I'll help. Blade's fingers began to massage my scalp while we both chuckled lightly. Our eyes met in the mirror, and slowly our laughing began to fade. We turned to look at each other, his golden caves digging deep holes in my gaze. My whole body shivered in delight as he grew closer, and my mind, brain, and common sense was suddenly thrown out the window. I grew impatient as his lips neared mine too slowly, and I wanted nothing more but to grab his head and rest my mouth on his. Acting a reminder of reality, a picture of him and that girl popped up in my head, and I pulled back quickly. I stared into his eyes again and finally realized why they seemed so familiar. I was taken back by the overwhelmed feeling that took over my body. We should be getting back to class, I said. He nodded, his features confused. Yeah, Blade's Pav. I felt stupid. More than stupid. I felt hopeless. Like the more I tried to stay away from her, the closer I got. I almost groaned out loud, thinking about what if her lips had touched mine. These what-ifs and imagine-whats have been feeding me too much false hope. What if we had kissed? Imagine what would have happened then. What if we couldn't stop? Imagine if I had told her we're mates. The desire to kiss her, even to just touch her, was so strong. I felt as if I were ready to completely lose myself and spill everything to her. How my parents left me at a young age. How I was forced to take after my father's footsteps, and just how much she made me feel. Was it strange that I was vibrating with desire? Just her nearness made me tingle in pleasure and hope with hopelessness. I wanted nothing more but to embrace her into my soul and be her forever protector. I imagined waking up to her beautiful face and skipping all my daily meals because her sight and beauty had fed me enough. I thought about that night in the forest when her wolf was calling out to me. I came out on the balcony after trying to bed a mortal who made me feel nothing but disgust and shame. She had seen me with her, and the guilt was too strong. I had gotten rid of the human out of anger and thought of ways to punish myself, as if forcing myself to stay away from Emerald wasn't punishment enough, but the almost kiss was a reminder of how much I couldn't have her. I let out a sigh as I watched her back disappearing into the hallway. Emerald's pav. I drove home, still thinking about the almost kiss. I wanted to kiss him. It wasn't as if I didn't want to. In fact, the urge had been so strong, it was almost impossible not to. But the tiny bit of common sense I had left showed up and brought me back to reality. I was about to kiss an enemy. The picture of him and that girl popped up in my head, and I just couldn't seem to kiss him anymore. Jared's face screamed no in my mind, and I felt guilt afterwards. But I had no right to think of his face while I was about to kiss Blade. I thought of how familiar his eyes had been, identical to my mate's. Goosebumps formed throughout my body just thinking about it. Almost. The word echoed in my mind. When I reached my house, I found my mom on the dining table, having her late lunch. "There's a pack meeting today," she said without looking up. "Even kids." I nodded, noticing just how much my head hurt. "What time?" 8. For the next 4.5 hours, I studied, showered, and ate. By the time it was 8 o'clock, I was all dressed and ready. I settled in the awkward silence as my mother drove to the pack house. "You don't look good," she said after a while. I shrugged. "I feel sick. It's fine, though." The pack house was a nude-colored mansion with beautiful sculptures of plants. Inside, the massive living rooms had black leather couches and maroon-colored walls. Expensive painting hung above the couches, glinting beautifully in the light. A glass table, so sensitive-looking, stood on all fours in the middle. People packed the place. I caught sight of Lisa, John, Jared, and Jasmine. I would have left to say hi to my dad, but he stood in the far left, speaking with the alpha's wife. I walked towards Lisa's direction and took a seat beside her. "Hey, do you know what the meeting is about?" I muttered. She smiled. "Hey, and no, I don't." The room slowly grew silent when 2 alphas walked in. Jared's father, followed by Blade. I had to keep from dropping my jaw in shock. What was he doing here? I glanced around the room and saw Marshall Evans from the enemy pack. So this is a meeting with the enemy pack. As if by force, I turned to watch Blade. He took slow, lustful strides that made me stir with desire. My eyes bore into him, taking him in my vision, glancing up and down. It was as if he was aware of just how slow he was walking and how much it was making me want him. I've never really been the lustful type, so why was this one guy changing me this much? I let my eyes trail over his wide shoulder blades and nicely sculpted chest, his muscled arms, and finally his gorgeous face. I've never seen someone so beautiful. His golden eyes, identical to my mate's, made me guilty with the hope I grew. It took me a moment to realize I've been staring for too long. His eyes bore into mine, and the smirk on his face proved that he was aware of me checking him out. I quickly looked down and blushed, and with the corner of my eye, I saw his smirk widen. The meeting began, and Jared's father's hoarse voice started us off. "Do you have anything to report?" he asked Blade. Blade's shoulders stiffened, and he grew a serious look. I flushed scarlet when I realized how handsome he became when business-like. "We guarded the perimeter for 3 hours yesterday, and we didn't see anything suspenseful. We've been watching since Friday, and there's nothing to report." Our alpha grew a hard look. "You know our deal. Every 3 days, you must have something to report. After all, you did put my son in the hospital." Blade sighed. "I understand, and I take full responsibility for my actions, but I can't help that there's nothing to report. A deal is a deal. You shook your hand on it. If you don't have anything to report by the end of this week, then by law, I could take you out of your territory. Where in the law does it say that? It's punishment for when an alpha breaks a deal. Blade's pack looked amongst themselves. What if we have nothing to report by the end of this week? Asked Marshall. Then you'd better search for a new territory. My heart dropped to my knees as it would if I was on a roller coaster. Expect this wasn't a roller coaster, it was scarier. The thought of losing Blade seemed unthinkable to me, like he was my heir. I couldn't possibly live without air. I looked up, hoping I didn't look too alarming. Lisa noticed and gave me a strange look. We know what the rogues are thinking. They're not just going to attack. That would be too dumb. They are sending each other in human form little by little. How do you know this? Snapped our alpha. It's secret information me and my pack picked up from spying on them. I want all the information. That's my pack's hard work, not yours. Do I need to remind you again of our deal? Blade stood up. I don't mean to be disrespectful. After all, this is your pack house, but you gotta watch who you're talking to. I may be younger than you, but I'm just as powerful. Jared's father stood up. I can't find it in myself to respect the son of a traitor. What happened with my dad and your pack isn't my business. I'm here to make up for my actions only. You want the information, I'll give it to you, but that's it. I'm not about to spill all our other secrets to an enemy. Don't think you're intimidating me just because of your age. Jared's dad shook his head. Like father, like son. That was exactly something your dad would say. Blade looked angry. This isn't about my dad. I can't give you a report by the end of the week because there will be nothing to report, and I can't give you all my pack's hard work. Then it's settled? You're moving? With pride, began Blade, but I quickly stood up. I didn't know what I was doing, but it seemed like the only rational thing to do to avoid reality. I struggled to make out words forming in my mouth. Yes? Asked our alpha. Blade, he has been protecting us even before the deal. What do you mean? He asked. A couple of weeks ago, a rouge, or at least I think it was a rouge, he pulled me inside a janitor closet at school. Blade, he heard me screaming and saved me. Several gasps erupted from the room. Our alpha glanced at the Blade. Is it true? Was he a rouge? Blade slowly nodded, his eyes still on me. Yes, he was. Why didn't you report it? I asked not to. I was embarrassed and didn't want anybody to know. Our alpha nodded. I guess that makes up for putting my son in the hospital. Thank you, Blade, for saving a life of our own. Blade nodded. Anytime. Is the deal off? He nodded. Yes. The Blade pack stood up and headed for the doors. Almost immediately, I was ambushed by Lisa and John. What the hell? Why didn't you tell us? Blade saved you? Was that why he was staring at you? We're such bad friends, we didn't even ask if you're okay. I laughed lightly, ignoring the dizziness of my head. It's fine, and yeah, that's probably why he was looking. Can you elaborate on what happened? Snapped Lisa. I rolled my eyes. Some guy pulled me into a closet. I screamed. Blade heard, knocked out the guy, and the end of the story. Wow, muttered Lisa. Saved by an enemy, so romantic. I rolled my eyes again, my vision becoming really blurry. Yeah. Emerald? I looked up and saw Blade standing a couple of feet away. We gotta go, muttered John, grabbing Lisa's hand and walking away. Hey, I said. I just wanted to thank you. What you did there must have been really hard for you. And I mean it when I say that. The whole pack appreciates what you did. I smiled, surprised at how hard it was to do. No problem. We're even now. Are you okay? A concerned look flashed across his face. It blurred slowly until I saw nothing anymore. Emerald. I heard Blade say, Emerald. The last thing I felt was falling, but never reaching the hard ground. Blade's pav. My fingers twitched as I watched Emerald's still body as she slept on the hospital bed. My wolf urged me to go ahead and clutch her hand like dear life, but I couldn't. Not with all her family around. When she fainted in my arms, it was the most terrifying feeling I've ever felt. Something inside of me triggered and froze in panic. I couldn't seem to move. Concern twisted within my gut and traveled up my system, transforming more deadly by the second. Needless to say, I was stunned, struck with horror and grief. My wolf had wanted to lung out and do something, but my system was temporarily frozen. The screaming of other people was the only thing that brought me back to reality. I forced myself to remain calm and barked orders for someone to call an ambulance. I forced the people in the ambulance to let me carry her in and ride with her. The rest of the ride was a blur, and I remember holding on to her fragile fingers because it was the only thing keeping me calm and made sure to be careful to not break them. "Your mate?" the guy asked. I had swallowed hard and answered, "Just a friend." I looked around the room I was currently in. Her parents sat at the two plastic chairs at the corner, with Jason and Amanda. Lisa and John stood huddled up to the side, and Jasmine, Jared and his dad, stood by the door. I felt out of place and awkward, but I didn't want to leave. I couldn't. The doctor finally came in, clutching a useless clipboard. "Emerald's parents?" he muttered. They immediately stood up. "Yes, doctor?" "She's fine. Nothing life-threatening. Just a lot of stress. Her wolf couldn't handle it. She's a new shifter and all. She's probably going to wake up any second now. Do you know anything specific that may have caused her stress?" "Well," her mother pursed her lips. "Me and my husband had a big fight and he moved out. That may be part of it. Is there more?" Everyone remained silent. I glanced at Jared. Will he say something? That he broke her heart. I stared at him while he looked at the ground. He remained quiet. I looked up at the doctor, and just as I was about to speak up, Lisa jumped out. Her and Jared were dating for a couple of years, and he found his mate. She was broken-hearted. Could that be part of it? How recent? A bit more than a month. The doctor nodded. Possibly. Where is her mate? "She doesn't have one," said her dad. I forced myself not to look down, feeling shame and anger burning in my veins. She does have a mate. I'm her mate. But it says here she's a shifted werewolf. Yeah, she did it alone. The doctor's eyes widened. That's almost impossible. We all glanced at Emerald as she began to shift around. Her eyes opened, and I felt myself moving closer without a conscience. Her confused gaze met mine, and I almost melted at how beautiful her green eyes were. "Where am I?" "You fainted," I said gently, worried that if I spoke a bit louder, it will hurt her. Her eyes widened. "What? Why?" The doctor stepped forward. "Your wolf was under a lot of stress." She sighed. "I'm so weak." "No, you're not," I said without thinking. Everybody glanced strangely at me, and I cleared my throat and stepped back. "Can everybody leave the room, please? I'd like to have a chat with Emerald." "What? Why?" I began, but quickly shut my mouth and exited with everybody else. I went around the room, searching for a spot where I can listen, but this was a werewolf hospital. They were smart enough to build each wall thickly so no other werewolf can eavesdrop. But I soon found the other door for that room and leaned between the cracks to listen. Emerald's pav. The doctor stared at me for a moment. "Your parents tell me you shifted with no mate." I swallowed loudly and wondered if there was a possible way to tell if I were lying. "Yes, that's true." I didn't ask if it was true or not. His gaze bore into mine suspiciously. I was taken off guard and realized he was right. I thought, you kind of implied. Implied what? That I don't believe you? I remained silent, wondering if this counted as harassment. "Emerald, your wolf is under pressure and stress. A lot of pressure and stress. The result of an overly stressed wolf is depression, and slowly your wolf starts to disconnect from you." "What does that mean?" "You won't be able to shift after that." My heart began to beat loudly. Do I just become human? Not really. You become too depressed and lifeless. You become sort of like a person who's on the verge of dying. But I don't die? Not for a long time. You will wish you would just die. What can I do to stop it? You have to tell me exactly what's going on. Your wolf is weak, and was weak when you shifted, considering you weren't exactly healthy, because I'm guessing you let yourself go after the breakup with Jared, the alpha's son? I nodded. That's correct. So I find it hard to believe you shifted alone. Who helped you? My mate? The doctor nodded like he wasn't surprised. And where is he now? I don't even know who he is. Lie. That's a lie. Something inside my body triggered, but I avoided it and tried to focus on the doctor, but all I saw were his moving lips. I couldn't hear anything but the drum rhythm of my heart. Clues. I saw little hints and clues that led to the mystery of who my mate was. The pleasuring tingles that overwhelmed my body, the anger and desire, the black wolf, the green eyes, and they almost kiss. I've always known. I shut my eyes tightly and forced myself not to think about it, to pretend as if I didn't know. It's easier that way. Do you have any suspects? None. This must be what's keeping your wolf so stressed. She knows she's got a mate, but the fact that she can't be with him is killing her. Will it affect my mate too? Yes, soon your mate will also begin to feel sick and faint. Is there a possibility that he will lose his ability to shift too? The doctor shrugged. It's not a possibility, Emerald. It's a fact. I felt a tear stain the corner of my eye. What do I do? The only thing you can do, find out who your mate is and be with him. Mom and Dad helped me into the car and I refused to even acknowledge a confused-looking Blade. My dad pulled back and walked towards him with the Alpha. I couldn't hear what they were saying, but from their grateful faces, I'd assume they were thanking him, probably for being there to catch me when I fainted. But who took me to the hospital? Probably Mom and Dad. I watched Blade nod and smile at them from the window and quickly looked away when his eyes drifted to where I was. Dad entered the car about 2 minutes later, and we drove home. I went to bed almost immediately. I ran up the stairs, ignoring the slight dizziness of my head, and laid on my bed. I heard the arrival of Jason and Amanda downstairs. The sound of someone going up the stairs annoyed me. Deciding I didn't want to talk to anybody, I buried my head under the pillows and pretended to sleep. The door opened slowly, and I heard 2 pairs of feet nearing the foot of my bed. "Amy?" said a girl's voice. I groaned internally when I realized it was Amanda and Jason. "Amy, we know you're awake." I heard Jason. Being the stubborn person I am, I ignored him and made some fake snoring sounds. "Emerald, you don't even snore. I know you're lying." I sighed and figured they wouldn't leave me alone otherwise, so I threw my pillow at him and sat up. "What?" "I'm trying to sleep." Jason rolled his eyes. "I don't want to be here any more than you do, but Amanda dragged me here to apologize." I rolled my eyes and resisted the urge to chuckle sarcastically. For what? For leaving us at the wrong moment? For knowing exactly what's been going on between Mom and Dad and not helping me through it? Or maybe I'm being selfish, but I don't want to lose any more people after I lost one of the most important persons in my life. Jason remained silent for a moment. Amanda's fake, sad eyes looked at me pleadingly. "I'm so sorry you've gone through all that alone, if I had known." "Oh, please, save it for someone who might actually believe you." "You see, Emerald, you just don't get it." Jason roared, "We're all trying, but you don't appreciate it at all. Even after what you did to Amanda, she still comes here and tries to talk to you. Why are you so selfish and jealous?" "I'm not jealous, Jason. She hates me. Ever since we were little. You guys never talked until I mated her. Don't start lying, Emerald. You're hopeless." He stood up and exited the room, angrily almost tearing the door's hinges off. Amanda stood up and faced me. "Let's pretend the fight never happened and go back to being friends." She left my room, and I shook with anger in my bed. We were never friends. I buried my face in the pillows and heard someone approaching about half an hour later. I felt hands pulling my face up from the pillows. "Stop," I groaned and pried their hands off of my face. They flipped me over, and I saw that it was Jason. "I thought you left." "Scratch that. I hoped you left." He rolled his eyes. "Emerald, what's going on?" "Nothing. Don't think I haven't been noticing how you've been lately. Crying so much, fighting with everybody, and now you end up in the hospital. I want the truth." I sat up further and stared at him. "Fine, the truth is, I've joined an underground women's fight club." He sighed. "Damn it, Emerald, I'm serious." "You have no right, Jason. No right to say all those horrible things to me and then barge in here and question me about my problems. I can deal with it. It's my business, not yours." "I'm sorry, Emerald. I really am. But what would have you said if you walked in and saw your mate being straddled by your sister, who's holding a glass vase ready to smash it into her face?" I signed and imagined the picture. I guess he was right. "But you left. You left when you knew Dad and Mom were fighting. He moved out, did you know that?" "I'm so sorry for letting you deal with it alone. I really am." "That's not what gets me so mad. It's the fact that you're so blinded by your love for Amanda that you won't even pause for a second to question who she was before she met you." "I know, Emerald," she told me. She said she wasn't liked very much as a kid, so she took it out on people most of the time. That's an understatement. She took it out on me. I should know. I used to hide every day in the washroom stalls and cross my fingers that she wouldn't check under the doors for my feet. I'd even get up on the toilet and bend down so my head wouldn't show. He stood up, clenching his jaw doubtfully. Get some rest, and he exited the room. Lisa and John visited 3 hours later. They sat bouncing everywhere and talking so much that my ears began to hurt. So what's going on between you and Blade? Lisa questioned. Nothing, I answered, sipping on my hot chocolate as an attempt to block out pictures of us almost kissing. Oh, please, we're not stupid. He didn't even let the paramedics carry you into the stretcher. He did it himself and growled at them. He didn't even wait for your parents. He just sat on the ambulance with you and left. Whoa, whoa, whoa. What? Blade took me to the hospital? Well, the ambulance, but yeah, he's the only one who rode with you. Where were you guys? I snapped, my legs feeling weak and wobbly. He wouldn't give us a chance to do anything. He went crazy. So what is going on with you two? Honestly, I have no idea. Lisa gushed. How romantic is it, though, being saved by the enemy? John laughed and kissed her cheek. You're in love with the idea. It wasn't romantic at all. I began to laugh when I realized how true that was. He beat the guy until he was knocked out. Oh, he's so protective. I'm protective, said John, staring at her. She rolled her eyes. But you're not an enemy. He scoffed. You say it like it's a bad thing. Do you think that maybe he likes you? Said Lisa. No way. Don't say that, Lisa, I snapped. She giggled. It's romantic. No, it's not. Besides, he's an enemy. I can't even begin to imagine what would happen. I trailed off. Saturday rolled around a couple of days later, and I managed to avoid Blade in school at all times. In science, the teacher made us do textbook work instead of labs as punishment, and I was fine with it because it meant I wouldn't have to talk with Blade. I still felt tired and dizzy all the time, like I could faint any moment, and I knew that tonight I had to find my mate. But it was only 1 p.m., and I had to do something. I drove to the mall and decided to look for a job. I need something to keep me busy now that Jason moved out and Jared and I are over. I searched a lot of places in the mall, a pet shop, some fast food restaurants, even a shoe shop. At the end, only a bra shop hired me. When do you want me to start? I asked the manager after I filled out my form. She glanced at the cashier. Would now be good? One of our employees just had an emergency and left. I nodded. Yeah, sounds good. Okay, you can take her spot then. She was on cash duty and changing rooms. I figured it would be easy because they were right next to each other. But later on, I found out that it's not. A 12-year-old girl came in asking for a Justin Bieber bra in size 36D. I couldn't help but stare at her flat chest as I answered, We don't have Justin Bieber bras. Okay, then I want that one. She pointed to a zebra print in 36D. Are you sure? Do you want smaller? She shook her head, I'm sure. The little girl ended up buying a lip gloss, and that's it. I managed to avoid strange situations for about an hour until a mom walked in with her little son. Hi, do you need help looking for something? I smiled kindly. She clicked her gum at me. I want a changing room. How many bras? She counted them slowly. 3. I nodded and unlocked a changing room for her. I watched her son that appeared to be about 5 or 6. He stared back and I smiled. Suddenly, he ran into a rack and brought everything down with him. Stop! What are you doing? I screamed and glanced at all the bras on the floor. I began to pick them all up, wondering where the other worker had gone. The little boy raced around the store and threw another rack on the floor. Stop! Stupid kid! I ran towards him and slipped on a bra, crashing down to the floor. He laughed and put on a neon pink bra, running around like crazy. I stood up, determined to catch the little rat. Come here, you little brat. I chased him around the store, falling multiple times before finally his mom came out. What happened? She screamed. My boss came out and eyed the mess. Emerald, can I have a word with you? I signed. Great. Only 3 hours into my first real job, and I'm getting fired. My boss did end up firing me, and I decided it was for the better because I didn't want to work at a bra store anyway. I headed home and realized it was only 5 o'clock. After a shower, some food, and a bit of studying, I looked at the clock again. 7:38. I guess it was late enough. I headed up to my room and opened the window. After jumping out, I walked towards the forest and waited until I was surrounded by trees before shifting. The familiar feeling of just letting go overwhelmed my body, and I felt all the pressure and stress evaporate from my system. I ran into the darkness and found strange comfort being cornered by so many trees. The cliff seemed too close, and I wanted to run even more, but knowing that I was seconds from seeing my mate lifted my wolf's spirit, and I suddenly felt better than I had in days. I met him by the cliff, wondering how he knew when to meet me every time. I assumed it was the connection, the same one that led me to him at the cliff the first time. He ran towards me and rubbed his snout against my neck affectionately, reminding me of how much he missed me. I smiled slightly and looked even more forward to spending the rest of the night with him. We ran around like usual, and I felt free. I loved to spend the rest of my life just being with him. It was easy, almost too easy, and I soon lost reality and began to live in this pleasurable world. We chased pink butterflies and jumped after light flies that glowed a bright yellow. About 2 hours later, we heard a howl and signaled that he had to leave. I nodded and ran the other way. After about 5 minutes, I ran the way he was going, making sure to stay close to the water so it would drift away my scent. His trail led me to the perimeter that the enemy pack was guarding, and I realized he must be from their pack. He must be an enemy. I followed his scent further and found myself back at the mansion that Blade was in. I looked up and saw the balcony he was on with that girl. I kept walking and realized I entered his backyard. I hid behind the bushes when I saw all the members of the enemy pack having a pack meeting. I saw a black wolf, my mate, heading towards their human figures and realized that he had to go shift. I followed him into the trees and hid. I had to find out who my mate was. My heart began to beat. Hints and clues shot at my brain, but I ignored them. I tried to pretend like they're not there. I didn't see Blade at the meeting. He's the alpha. Where was he? The black wolf is massive, and alpha wolves usually tend to be that big. Blade is an alpha. The almost kiss circled around my head, and I remembered the connection that led me to his house. I remembered the pleasure I feel when near him and how I urge for his touch. I imagined kissing him and being in his embrace. Stop! I screamed mentally and shut my eyes as I waited for my mate to shift. I didn't want to think about who it had to be. All those signs surely must have led to this. It can't be thought. It can't. And so I opened my eyes and saw my mate there, fully dressed and in human form. Blade, the words get screamed in my head multiple times, and before the figure exposes his face, I knew it was Blade. The body structure, the soft brown hair, the shape of the head, it was all identical. It made me realize just how closely I observed Blade without noticing. My heart stopped, and I came to the conclusion that I was in some kind of shock. Not a surprise, because I wasn't surprised. Not at all. I was shocked, frozen, and triggered with fear. An enemy was my mate. Does he know? He must have. He helped me shift. He saw my face. He knew all along. Everything made sense. How protective he is, and he doesn't even know me. His anger and violence towards Jared in particular, he said it was for no reason. Jared was just in his way at the wrong time, but in fact there was a reason. How could I not have seen it? Expect I had seen it, I had known. All along I had known it was Blade. I was just in denial. I didn't want to admit to myself that my mate was my enemy. All along I've been living in some kind of fantasy, hoping I'd wake up any minute and be welcomed Jared's concerned face that would kiss my moist forehead and assure me that everything was just a dream. All the tugs and pushes from my wolf when Blade was near, it all made sense now. My wolf accepted a long time ago that Blade was my mate. Ever since he saved me from the Rouge, ever since he followed me in the hallways. But my human form was scary. Scared to be the traitor in my pack, scared of my mate, who's also my enemy. I wasn't that heartbroken about Jared to let it affect everything in my life. Jared was an excuse to keep me living in my little fantasy. I've always known inside. I remembered the almost kiss. His eyes were so identical to my mate's. I knew it was him. Blade began to turn around, and I forced myself to snap out of it. I jumped from the bushes and ran. I didn't know where I was going, but I kept running. My eyes saw nothing but a blur, and I came in contact with about 10 trees every 5 minutes. My paws did all the thinking for me, and I wished I was still locked up in my fantasy. The fact that we could never be together hit me hard, and knowing in just a couple of years I won't even be able to shift depressed me. On the verge of dying, the doctor had said, like some half-dead, half-living thing. I reached the cliff after half an hour of running and just collapsed on the hard ground. My fear disgusted my wolf and caused her to pull back. Before I knew it, I was rocking on the heels of my feet, my knees tightly pulled up to touch my chin in human form. I moved behind a boulder to hide my nude body just as a tear slid from the corner of my eye and hit the ground. I watched it like it was in slow motion. I made circles with my finger in the sand as an attempt to block my thoughts. Just as I had done here at the same spot, the night I found out Jared wasn't my mate. I noticed a strip of white cloth under the boulder and pulled it out, a shirt and a pair of shorts. I put on the shirt after realizing they were blades from the way they smelled. He must have shifted here the nights we would meet. I inhaled his scent with practically no control over myself. My mouth watered as I headed home, dragging my lifeless body as I went. I caught sight of Jason's and Amanda's car still in our driveway and realized they must be staying the night. A slight smile spread across my face when I also saw my dad's car, but the second I entered the living room, it was wiped off my face. There was screaming in the house and from more than 2 people. I passed by Jason and Amanda's room that was booming with their noise. How could you not have told me? Do you realize I almost lost my sister because I was such a stupid fool, believing your lies? I'm sorry. I really am. I wanted to forget the person I was in the past and make a new person for myself with you. The past matters to me, Amanda. You messed up 6 years of my sister's life. Do you not get that? I basically told her I hate her because I thought that I could trust you. You can trust me. I was stupid not to have told you the truth. I was afraid you'd leave me. And what? You thought lying to me longer would help your case? I walked by Mom and Dad's room and held my eyes shut when I realized that their fight was about me also. You left us when you knew exactly what was going on with Emerald. There's something going on with her, and she won't tell us. She ended up in the hospital yesterday because of stress, and you're not helping at all. You can't really blame me when you've been a damn piece of ice the whole time I was gone. You have no idea what's been going on with her also. At least I'm trying. How? By taking her out to the stupid coffee shop. I'm not an idiot. I know that was just a stunt to make me angry and jealous. Listen to yourself. You don't even make sense. I entered my room and fell on my bed. These walls were suddenly string thin, and I could hear everything. I was everybody's problem. I wanted to disappear into thin air. Maybe that would make their lives a bit easier. Jared would be happy to not have to deal with me and to freely be with Jasmine. Mom and Dad would have nothing to fight about, as would Jason and Amanda. Blade would find a mate in his pack, one that wasn't an enemy. I knew that I couldn't disappear, though, but I knew I had to fix what I could. I picked up my cell phone and saw 0 new text messages. I realized just how much I had missed Jared's goodnight texts. Next morning, Jason drove me to school because he thought I wasn't fully trusted to drive yet. The car was filled with an awkward atmosphere that we never used to have when he lived with us. I glanced at his face. His jaw was set and his eyes were angry, like he was frustrated at something. "I'm sorry," I muttered. He didn't say anything, and I was beginning to think he wouldn't at all. "For what?" "For ruining your relationship. I should have just let it go instead of being so stuck in the past." He sighed. "You should have, but you also should have told me earlier." I nodded. "I know." We sat in a silence for a while. "What's going to happen with you and Amanda?" He shrugged. "We'll work it out, but for now I have to be there for my sister." He stroked my cheek. I smiled. "Thanks. I never apologized for treating you like I did. It was unacceptable, and I'm really sorry." "It's fine. You tell me what's going on when you're ready." I nodded again. "Okay." We reached school about 3 minutes later, and Jason pulled up at a spot in the front. And as if fate hadn't had enough, laughing about my unfortunate life, Blade pulled up right beside us. We opened our car doors and stood up at the same time. He froze when he noticed me, and I couldn't seem to look away as usual. My heart began to pound, and I knew why this was happening. The connection. Our wolves won't let us look away. His golden eyes seemed to change color when he stared at me. Instead of a dark golden, they softened and became lighter, almost amber. They're beautiful and literally took my breath away. I searched inside my body, trying to find out how to breathe again, because I seemed to have forgotten the beating of my heart was the only thing I could hear in this fantasy I've entered. His eyes were almost hypnotizing. I wanted nothing more but to grab his face and lay my lips upon his with all my power. I blushed just imagining it. I knew I shouldn't think like this. I couldn't let him have this effect on me. Mate or not, he was still an enemy. But I really couldn't help it. Just staring at him, I've lost my brain, my common sense, and ability to breathe. I honestly didn't know how long I'd been captured by his alluring gaze. My dissipated brain refused to reproach reality. It could have been 1 minute, maybe 10. I didn't know. I lost track of everything that wasn't Blade. Suddenly, he cleared his throat, and in a head-pounding blink, I was back to reality, just like that. He smiled hesitatingly at me and walked away. I felt my cheeks turning a scarlet red. Emerald? Emmy? What? I turned around and saw Jason still seated in the car. He looked at me suspiciously. What was that about? You guys have been staring at each other for like a minute. Oh, I don't know. I wasn't looking at him. Right. You should probably thank him. He took care of you the most when you fainted. I nodded, still not fully recovered from my chamber of thoughts, and grabbed my backpack. I will. I shut the door and walked away, well acquainted with the bewildered expression on Jason's face. I bustled to class, my eyes blind, seeing nothing but golden. Soft, light golden. Almost amber. My head came in contact with somebody's, and I almost fell back if they hadn't grabbed my shoulders. I looked up and rolled my eyes when I saw John laughing out loud. I just saved your life. I shrugged his arms off and retorted, You almost killed me first. Overdramatic isn't me this morning. Yes, physically too, I warned. He held his hands up in surrender. What's wrong? Nothing, I replied as we headed down the hallway. Just didn't sleep well. Oh, are you sure? Because maybe you're still in daze from staring at Blade for a full minute. I blushed and whipped my head to look at him. What are you talking about? Don't even bother lying. Lisa and I saw the whole thing. You guys couldn't stop staring at each other. Lisa went crazy. She said you guys were having a moment. He made quotation marks in the air. I rolled my eyes. I'm never going to hear the end of it. Maybe I should just fake sickness, go home. That still wouldn't save you. So what is going on with you and him? Nothing. It's just awkward because he saved me from the rouge and all, and I saved his pack from being moved somewhere else. And he saved your life again by taking you to the hospital when you fainted. He didn't save my life. It wasn't life-threatening. You're just too stubborn to admit that you like him. But I don't. I snapped as we entered our class. End of discussion. He chuckled and muttered, Why are you getting so mad? But when he saw the murderous look on my face, he backed off. Lunch approached imperceptibly, and I found each class really hard to focus in. I kept squirming in my seat, restless for the whole period, just prying myself off of thoughts about him. I sat in the cafeteria, munching on my turkey sandwich and sipping on my lemonade, awaiting the alarming arrival of Lisa. She arrived 2 minutes later and squealed out loud when she saw me. Hey, I muttered, and pretend like everything was casual. What's up? Don't you even try that, Emerald. Don't you even try, because I saw everything. What? I took a bite out of my sandwich. Are you seeing things? John hopped up from behind her and placed his hands on her eyes. Guess who? She pried his fingers off and snapped. This is so not the time. Emerald, I'm not stupid. What's going on? John took a seat beside me. I don't know. I was just sitting here, eating my food like a normal person, and then your girlfriend just popped up out of nowhere and started obsessing over something that never even happened. Why are you getting so mad then if nothing had happened? I let out a sigh over just how much her and John were alike. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't even know Blade. Aha! She screamed. I never said Blade. Why would you assume I was talking about Blade? Oh, right, because you do know what I'm talking about. My eyes widened, and I wondered how I'd let her trick me so easily. I need to pee. She grabbed my shoulders and shook me. I don't think so. You guys had a moment. Shh, I hissed, looking around to see who had heard. My heart dropped to my knees when I noticed an amused-seeming Blade looking in our direction. He let out a chuckle when he saw my embarrassed face and looked away. Stop, Lisa. You're embarrassing me. Okay, sorry. But you really like him, don't you? I know how you get when you like someone. It's never been this extreme. I mean, you guys were staring at each other for a full minute. I heard your brother calling out your name all the way across the parking lot, and you didn't. I don't like him. He's an enemy, remember? Also, I don't even know him. All right, fine, but I'm here when you want to talk. I nodded. Thank you. The rest of the day passed quickly, and I managed to successfully avoid Blade all through Out Science. Jared and Jasmine were all lovey as usual during the drama, but it didn't seem to affect me as strongly as it used to. By the time the clock ticked 3 exactly, I was debilitated. I snapped my locker shut, and it wasn't until I reached the parking lot when I realized I had no ride. Jason had driven me here. My car was at home. I pulled out my phone and texted him. He replied a couple of seconds later, saying he headed back to his apartment with Amanda. I sighed and remembered that his apartment was half an hour away. I'll find a ride, I texted back. I searched for Lisa and John, but they were already gone. All I had was cash and no change, so I couldn't take the bus. I probably missed it too. This wasn't my day. Regretfully, I began my hour-long walk back home. About 20 minutes into the walk, my legs began to ache. The sky darkened, and I knew what was going to happen before it even did. I had watched too many movies and read too many books to not be able to tell what was going to happen next. It's going to rain, and maybe if fate really hasn't had enough with me, it will also begin to thunder. I cried out loud when the first raindrop touched my face, and before I knew it, it was pouring thousands. The sky began to thunder loudly, roaring out like an animal and making me jump. My hair and clothes were soaked in under a minute. A shiny black car pulled up beside me, and my heart dropped. Is this the part where the girl gets kidnapped by sparkly vampires or something? But the person inside was no vampire. He was a werewolf. He smiled at me, as if to show off his pearly whites, and said, "Need a ride?" I sighed and wondered if I had any other choice. I ignored the majority of me that did want to go into Blade's car and pretended like I didn't want to. Do I have another choice? He laughed. Not really. I got into the car and tried not to swoon over how attractive it was and how much it reminded me of his fur color in wolf form. Thanks, I said, breaking the awkward silence. No problem. What were you doing walking in the rain alone? That seemed really movie-ish. My brother was supposed to pick me up, but he forgot, I said, laughing at his comment. Oh, was that the guy you were with this morning? Yeah, I muttered hesitatingly. I never really got to properly thank you for what you did at the PAC meeting, since you fainted and all. Yeah, I blushed. Sorry about that. I like it when you blush, he seemed to have blurted without realizing it. He quickly muttered, sorry, I laughed. Thanks. He looked at me for a moment before laughing as well. Sorry, I thought I had thought it, not said it out loud. It's fine. Thanks again for saving my pack. I really don't know what we would have done without you. Well, you did save my life and take me to the hospital when I fainted, so thanks for that. Anytime, I'm used to catching damsels in distress. Clearly, I giggled. Did I just giggle? Was I flirting? I couldn't help it. I don't realize my words until they leave my lips. You don't believe me? No, I do because you totally look like you spend 24/7 chasing damsels that are in need of rescuing. Of course. What did you think these babies were for? He flexed both arms while steering the wheel with his knee. Hands on the wheel, I screamed, laughing as the car swerved accidentally to the right. Sorry, sir, Blade shouted to the old man that was swearing behind us. Oops, he muttered and took a turn. You're crazy. Hey, that old man shouldn't have reacted so angrily. The blame goes on him. How many tickets do you get in a month? 0, actually, because luckily the police officers are always damsels in need of a bit of this. He quickly flexed one arm before placing it back on the wheel. I laughed out loud and clutched my stomach, realizing how foreign the sound was. I hadn't laughed like this in so long. It felt so easy to talk to him. like a big weight has been blown off my chest. "Take that turn there. My house is the fourth one to the left," I said as we neared my street. I tried to mask my disappointment when he parked the car. "Thank you for driving me here. I really hope you weren't busy." "Nah, my damsels can wait." I laughed. "Good. See ya tomorrow?" I muttered. "Yeah, see ya." I exited the car and quickly headed to my door, trying to avoid the rain. He stayed and watched as I unlocked the door. My hands felt empty, and then I realized I forgot my bag. "Wait," I shouted as his car began to move. He stopped rapidly, causing the car to make a loud screech. I ran up the window and opened the door. I forgot my bag. He laughed. "It's in the back seat." I got on my knees on the passenger seat and reached back to get the bag. I heard him take an intake of breath, and I realized how close I was to him. I pulled back, my bag in my hands, and I found myself trapped by his intoxicating scent. Our eyes met, and like it always happened, we remained frozen, just staring. I knew that I made up my mind just then. Before I lost my brain, I forced it to tell me what I wanted most from Blade: a kiss. I leaned in as he did the same. His nose touched mine, and we remained teasing each other, our eyes glued together, testing out our resistance. I dropped my bag without taking my eyes off of him. My movements were robotic, like I wasn't controlling my body at all. I stopped breathing, and all I could see, smell, and sense was Blade. His nose touched mine once more, and he rested his forehead against mine, breathing softly. He smirked when I gained an impatient look. I rolled my eyes. "Just kiss me." The second our lips touched, I felt an indescribable wave of pleasure that shot throughout my whole body, electrocuting every blood cell that it touched. I would have gasped at the enduring force if his lips hadn't captured my voice. I was sure I had never felt anything this pleasing. Yet as filling as it was, it also left me desperate for more. I couldn't seem to get enough, and just knowing that I would eventually have to pull back to breathe sent my brain in denial. Maybe this once I wouldn't have to breathe. I dropped my bag and climbed into his lap, never breaking the kiss. All my thoughts were thrown out the window, and my common sense didn't exist. What was my name again? I didn't know. All I knew was the outline of Blade's lips. His smell, his eyes, his touch. It was like a poem to me. A poem that I knew by heart, mind, and soul. Our lips played games together. Games that I never even thought I knew. My arms went around his neck, and he gripped my waist. My fingers tangled in his thick brown hair, and it only made the kiss more passionate. My mind refused to believe that this was as close as we can physically possibly get. I needed to be closer. He pulled back to breathe for half a second, and his lips were back on mine. My back rested on the steering wheel as he worked his magic. We surveyed each other's resistance and needs, our moist bodies now laced with sweat, and we pulled back, breathing hard, and rested our forehead against each other. "You've got talent," he choked out. I smirked. "Then let's not let it go to waste." Soon, I forgot about needing to breathe and focused on moving my lips in sync with his. A loud beep startled us and caused us both to jump up. We looked around frantically, searching for the originator that interrupted us. I soon realized it was the steering wheel that I was resting on. "It was just the steering wheel," I muttered, regaining my breath. He looked at me as if just waking up. Sorry, I don't know what came over me." He was apologizing for giving me the best kiss I've ever experienced in my life. I would have laughed, but all my energy was drained out. No need to apologize. I'm serious. I don't even, like you or anything. I don't want you to get the wrong idea. That was a big mistake. It won't be happening again. It was amazing how one sentence can literally break a person's heart. One or two misused words that you didn't want to hear had more power than anything else. It wasn't fair, really, that we were built with strong bones if we ate right, healthy red blood, if you made sure to exercise, but no matter what you do, you can't physically make your heart stronger. It would always be the most fragile thing in your body and the thing most capable of emotional pain. I gazed into Blade's regretful golden eyes and saw that he meant what he had said. It was a mistake to him, something that he did with all girls he probably drove home. Had I forgotten so easily that he was the biggest player in our school? He knew we were mates and still slept with other girls. I pictured the girl on the balcony and thought of how depressed I had been. Pathetic. I lost my voice somewhere within the chaos of my hurt. Without a word, I got off of Blade's lap, picked up the bag that I had dropped, and exited the car. I walked to my door without looking back at him. Rejection pumped in my veins, and this was worse. Much, much worse than when I witnessed Jared mating with someone else. Someone that wasn't me. They say what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. But what happens when it does kill you? Sleep was beyond expectation. I rolled around and fidgeted as if it would knock me unconscious, but I didn't get so lucky. All I saw was golden. Dark and light golden. Soft golden. Almost amber. I felt his lips still on mine. My whole body tingled with anticipation. I couldn't help but realize how pathetic I was being. While he was out, probably making out with every girl he could get his hands on, I was lying on my bed, crying about it. It hurt even more to know that I meant nothing more to him than a girl he can just kiss. Does the word mate mean nothing to him? I glanced at the time. 11:21. I had been trying to sleep for 2 hours now. I had to drag myself to school the next day. It was almost impossible to keep my eyes open. I threw my phone into my bag and caught sight of Blade's shirt on my floor. I picked it up and put it in the bag also. I'd find somewhere to throw it out. I reached school within 20 minutes, taking longer than I normally would have. I caught sight of Lisa and Jack hanging by the parking lot and tried not to let my eyes accidentally drift to where Blade's pack was standing. "Hey," Lisa chirped. "Hey," I answered. "You look like shit," John commented. "Thanks," I snapped. "Everything all right?" Lisa asked, a concerned look crossing her features. "Yeah, just not enough sleep." "Good morning," Mark and Steve approached, grinning brightly. "What happened to you?" questioned Steve. "You look like shit," added Mark. I sighed, and just when I was about to reply, John snapped at them. "Dude, seriously?" "Sorry," they muttered sheepishly. I rolled my eyes. "It's fine." "So did you hear?" "Hear what?" I asked. Lisa glanced at me uncertainly. "Nothing. Drop it, guys." "Why? It's hilarious," Steve boomed. "What?" I found myself becoming more curious. "It's stupid and a rumor. We don't even know if it's true." "It's totally true. Everybody knows about it. There's pictures." "What?" I practically shouted. "You know Tracy Johnson?" Immediately, a picture of the girl on Blade's balcony popped into my head and my shoulders stiffened. "Yeah," I muttered. "Well, last night, Blade Roussel was driving and stopped by her house. He called her and told her to come down. They drove to some parking lot near the new food shop and had it. They ended up falling asleep in the car. Some kids from our school were walking by the car and recognized it. When they looked inside, there was Blade and Tracy sleeping with clothes all over the car." Steve clutched his stomach, laughing. "And they took pictures." My heart dropped to the pit of my stomach, and my wolf was in denial immediately. This couldn't be true. "Show me," I snapped. Lisa looked as if she was ready to object. Mark took out his iPhone and flashed a picture of a sleeping Blade and Tracy curled up together in his car. I glanced at the time it was taken. 11:30 p.m. Where I was trying to get him out of my mind, he clearly had no trouble getting me out of his. Mark and Steve walked away, still booming with laughter. Lisa looked at me. "You okay?" "Why wouldn't I be?" I asked, my voice trembling. "I don't even know him. It's funny, though, the picture. He's such a player." The first 2 periods went by agonizingly slow. My knees shook beneath me every time I tried to walk. I slept twice during math, and when Mr. Black caught me the second time, he slapped his meter stick in front of my face. "Do we need to meet up after class, Miss Carson?" "No, Mr. Black." "Then try to stay awake and sleep at your own time." I didn't see Blade at all during lunch. Lisa kept shooting me weird looks as if expecting me to break down any moment. "Hey!" John shouted as he came up from behind. He rolled a can of lemonade towards me and a Coke towards Lisa. "Thanks," I smiled and opened the lemonade. He shared a kiss with Lisa before answering me. "No problem." "What day is it again?" I asked him. "Day 2. I sighed. "Great, I have science first." I walked as slowly as I could to science, dreading the moment when I'd have to see Blade. I haven't seen him all day. Maybe he won't even be there. But I had no such luck as I entered and saw a tired-looking Blade seated on his chair. His eyes immediately fell on mine until he was congratulated by some guy for scoring with Tracy Johnson in a car. I looked away and sat down. I felt his eyes directed towards mine again, and I couldn't help but look at him. His eyes were guilty. He knew I knew. I rolled my eyes and looked away, pretending like I didn't care. I tried to sustain the scarlet of my cheeks when I remembered his lips last night. About 10 minutes into the period, Mr. Jeff called out for people to go get some racks of test tubes from the first floor. "I need 2 people," he said. I raised my hand, eager to be outside of a room that had Blade in it. "Okay, Emerald. Who else? Come on. Stop being so lazy." Much to my displeasure, Blade raised his hand. "Okay, you two, go to the first floor and get 2 boxes of test tubes from room 23. We both nodded and headed for the door. I tried to walk faster than him as an attempt to avoid him, but that was almost impossible with how fast he walked. "Emerald," he spoke up, but I ignored him and walked even faster. "Emerald, come on, let me talk," I replied with silence. "You're going the wrong way. The elevators are to the right hallway." I blushed angrily and headed the other way. "If you're trying to outwalk me, it won't work. You're like 5 feet tall." 5 feet, 6 inches, actually, I snapped and kept walking. Finally, a response. We turned a corner and headed for the elevator. "I'm sorry about last night." "What part of last night?" I asked. "When I told you I didn't like you, I didn't mean it like that." "Really? Because you've been sending me mixed messages for weeks. Why did you kiss me then?" He shrugged. "Got caught up in the moment?" We walked into the empty elevator and pressed the number 1 button. "That's what they all say. It's the truth." I turned to face him. "How could you kiss me and then go sleep with some slut?" "That's none of your business. I just wanted to apologize for kissing you, but you seemed to love it." "Of course I loved it. What kind of person in their right mind wouldn't have loved it?" He chuckled sarcastically. "I'm so flattered." "Why did you kiss me? Give me a real answer." "I already told you. I got caught up in the moment." I finally realized what he was doing. He was trying to come up with as many excuses as possible just so he won't have to admit we're mates. I almost forgot that he didn't know that I knew. The elevator opened and I stepped out. "I'm not stupid, Blade. I know the truth." He ran behind me, a panicked look crossing his features. "What do you mean?" "What do you think I mean?" I headed into room 23. "I don't know. That's why I'm asking you." I opened my bag and threw his shirt at him. He caught it with both hands and looked at me shocked. "Where did you find this?" "By the cliff, where we usually meet at night." "I don't know what you mean," he said. "Don't pull that crap with me." I picked up 2 boxes of test tubes. He sighed. "How did you find out?" "I followed you and saw you shift." "Then you understand everything, even why I kissed you." I nodded. "Yes, I do, but I don't understand how you're able to sleep with other people." I stormed out of the room and towards the elevators again. "I only slept with Tracy to get you out of my mind." "Hope it worked," I muttered. He gripped my arm, sending the boxes falling to the ground. We were chest to chest now, so I felt his minty breath on my face when he said, "Well, it didn't." I almost lost my voice again, but I knew I couldn't let him make me so weak. I took a deep breath and muttered, "The first or second time?" "Both times," he snapped. "And I didn't even sleep with Tracy the first time. I tried, but you kept popping up in my mind like a freaking addiction. Last night, I was disgusted with myself, but I tried to forget you. I had to forget you, but I couldn't. I knew you were an enemy, so it was wrong. I couldn't be a traitor to my pack like my father was to yours." I picked up the boxes from the ground, hoping the test tubes weren't broken, and began to walk again. "So you're just going to ignore me now? I'm going to do what you wanted me to do. I'm going to get out of your life." "You don't get it. Even if you tried, it won't work." I didn't answer. Even if you weren't an enemy, we still couldn't be together. My mom died when I was 8. I don't even know what she looks like. My dad forced me to become alpha a couple of years later and left. When I turned 18 and shifted alone, almost dying in process, I knew I couldn't rely on people anymore, especially my mate who didn't even bother to show up. I stopped walking and shut my eyes. I didn't know. Of course you didn't. You never bothered to consider for a second that maybe Jared isn't your mate and somewhere out there is your real mate on the verge of dying because of you. What are you saying? That I wasted all my time on someone who ended up not even being my mate? I already know that. "You think you have it so bad?" He laughed sarcastically. "I heard the doctor talking to you. He said that soon we will both not be able to shift and that we will both be on the verge of dying. Well, I'd rather be that than be stupid enough to rely on you. With that, he grabbed one of the boxes of test tubes and headed to science, using the stairs while I used the elevators. The house had been empty a lot recently. The hollow corners and echoing hallways gave me no welcome, and I couldn't help but compare it to before all the sudden trouble. The house hadn't been this cold and shallow for years. I urged for the old times when I was happy, Jason was happy, even Mom and Dad were happy, and Blade was nobody to me. Nobody other than the player, alpha of the enemy pack, made me feel nervous when I was near him. Only because he was an enemy. I tried to ignore the sadness pumping in my veins, but I couldn't. I've convinced myself I've gone numb, but that's not true. I could still feel the rejection cruising through my body. I felt guilty. Made up images of him shifting in the woods alone. I could only compare to how desperate I was. I had been so hopeless, begging for a hero, and he just appeared and saved me. He was there for me, even when I wasn't there for him. The loud knocking of the door jolted me up, and I ran to the door. Lisa stood on the other side, clutching 2 big containers of Ben & Jerry ice cream, a big bag of cheddar popcorn, and 2 Chick Flicks. "Hey," she smiled. "Surprise!" "Hey," I let her in. "What's up? I thought you needed a girls' night." I laughed. "Yes, I do." She grabbed a bag from behind her. Nice pajamas. I looked down at my SpongeBob and Patrick pajamas. "Put this on." I looked inside the bag. There were 2 pairs of slippers, one of them a giant Patrick star that you stick your feet in, and the other the same, but of SpongeBob. I picked SpongeBob. I put it on over my socks. She grabbed the Patrick star one. I got them because we are like Patrick and SpongeBob. I laughed. "Thanks, they're so cute." She put the snacks on the table and pulled out 2 massive ice cream scoopers. I laughed harder. "You're crazy." "I know." We both flopped on the leather couch and got comfy, digging into the ice cream and popcorn, watching the beginning of one of the movies she brought. Beastly. We groaned in sync when a shirtless Alex Pettyfer showed on the screen, doing push-ups, sit-ups, and other exercises. "You're the best, Lisa," I muttered. She nodded. "I know. He's so gorgeous. I want him." "Dibs." "You have a boyfriend," I screeched. "So? John will understand." Throughout the whole movie, Lisa and I exchanged comments on how good-looking Alex Pettyfer was, and how attractive he still was in beast form. When the movie ended, so did our ice cream jugs and chips. I threw my pillow at Lisa. I totally needed that. She threw the pillow back at me. "You just needed a good reality check from Mr. Yummy Alex Pettyfer." I laughed and caught it. "And Mr. Ben and Jerry." "So," she crisscrossed on the sofa, "what's really going on?" I paused for a minute before signing. "Where do you want me to begin?" "The night you found out that Jared isn't your mate. I still don't know what happened. So as you know, me and Jared were out to dinner. We danced and all that, and then we noticed that it was almost 12, so we called for the waitress and it turned out to be Jasmine." I figured as much. That whore. "Lisa, it's not like she can help it." She rolled her eyes. "Admit it, you hate her." I sighed. "No, I don't." "Emerald, it's okay to hate someone." "Then I hate her guts," I muttered really fast. Anyway, she touched his hands. They found out they were mates. I couldn't stay, so I ran. "Did he follow you?" "That pre." "Anyway, so I went home," I said, deciding to skip the embarrassing truth when I ran into the forest and mourned for hours. A couple of days later, maybe a week, I was pulled into a closet and it was a rogue. Blade heard me screaming. "And he saved you," Lisa swooned. "Yeah. And a couple of things happened after that. It became awkward between us. Then, of course, I shifted. Alone, of course. I still don't know how you did it." "Yeah, what you don't know is that I was actually rescued by my mate." "Oh my God." She jumped up and screamed. "You have a mate. Who is it?" "I didn't know. He just saved me and left." "What happened after?" "I went home and I didn't want to tell them my mate left me, so I told them I didn't have one." "You're the worst best friend," she shook her head. "I know, but this is what happened after. Me and my mate began to have secret meetings, but both in wolf form, so I never really found out who he was. About a week ago, me and Blade were science partners, and what? And I accidentally blew up our project." She clutched her stomach, laughing. "Classic!" "So anyway," I spoke over her laughter, We went to clean up and we almost kissed. What? She screeched. Ow, I held my ear. Well, we didn't, and it got even more awkward. You know the rest. I saved their pack. I fainted and all that. So that's why you fainted? Because you were so stressed? Well, the doctor said it's from stress to you guys. Wait a minute. If you have a mate, then why haven't you gone crazy yet? What do you mean? I thought when you have a mate and you can't be with them, you get violent and emotional. Yeah, I forgot to tell you. I fought with Jason about 3 times and beat up Amanda. You beat up Amanda? Yeah, Jason hated me. I take what I said back. You're the best friend ever. I hate that whore. Anyway, the reason I fainted was because I can't be with my mate, and if I can't be with him for a long time, then I can't sniff anymore. Do you know who it is yet? Yeah, I found out. Well, she didn't look excited anymore. She had a serious look on her face. I have a feeling I already know. Blade, she gave me a sad look, and you can't be with an enemy. I nodded, yup. She wrapped her arms around me. I didn't know you had to do this hard with your parents fighting, Jason hating you, Jared ditching you, Amanda being the selfish brat she is, and now this. I felt a tear slide from the corner of my eye. I don't know what to do. Blade kissed me, and I can't help but want him. When did he kiss you? 2 days ago. He drove me home, and we kissed. Then he told me he doesn't even like me. Does he know you know your mates? Not when we kissed. We had a fight at school, and he told me that he almost died because of me. He shifted, and I wasn't there for him. He said that he'd rather never shift again than rely on me. That jerk, how would you have known? Don't you dare blame yourself. But I do blame myself. I didn't take a second to consider that maybe Jared wasn't my mate. Do you realize that if Blade wasn't alpha and wasn't so strong, he would have died? All because of me? This is really serious. What would you do? I feel so torn. Give him time, he's probably really hurt. It all makes sense now. When he hit Jared, it was because he was jealous. Thanks for listening. Please don't tell anybody. Of course not, she embraced me again. We ended up falling asleep on the couch after watching the second chick flick Lisa had brought, The Vow. Blade's Pav. What's going on tonight? Marshall came out of my kitchen holding a plate of pancakes and a syrup bottle. Dude, I snapped, grabbing the bottle. He rolled his eyes and sat down. Seriously, what's going on tonight? I'm tired. That Ben guy is coming over in about 3 minutes, said Evan. Did you forget it's Thursday? From the other pack? Yeah. He grabbed a pancake from his plate and bit into it. It's like 1 a.m. Why are you eating breakfast at night? He shrugged. It's good. Who the hell invited him? I roared, my blood immediately boiling. All I could think off was that he was the guy that took Emerald out on a date. He comes every Thursday, said Evan. You okay, boss? We don't need him anymore. It's low, having an inside person to tell us all the secrets of a pack that haven't done anything to us. Did you forget about the punishment? Did you forget that I put the alpha's son in the hospital? And did you forget that a member of their pack saved our butts? They all shifted their gaze and stood silent. Exactly, I snapped. Fire him and get rid of him. Then leave. I'm off to bed. I stormed into my room and collapsed on the bed from tiredness. All I could think about was Emerald. Her eyes, how her body felt in my hands, her hair. It went on and on. My fingers went up to touch my quivering lips. They began to tingle when I pictured the kiss. My body began to heat just thinking about it. I've never wanted anything as much as I wanted Emerald. My whole life, I've never felt so needy of something, let alone someone. My guilt only increased as I thought of her more. I remembered the way I had shouted at her. She didn't deserve that. There was no way she could have known. I clutched my head in my hands, and I only became angrier. I heard the guys telling Ben to leave, and I heard him cursing out loud. I dug my head into the sheets as an attempt to block out all noise. What was this girl doing to me? I felt myself growing weaker every day without her. It was like a type of cancer to be away from her, like it was serious enough to kill me or destroy me forever. I could barely lift myself or even breathe. I knew that soon I wouldn't be able to shift. I couldn't be alpha then. But I also can't be with Emerald. I pulled at my hair. I didn't know what to do. Emerald's Pav. I woke up in the morning only to find Lisa already gone. I got up slowly and pushed the popcorn bowl off of my stomach. I heard my phone ringing. I glanced at the screen. It was a reminder from Lisa that today was a half day at school. With a sigh, I got up and went to change. The ride to school was long and boring as usual. Traffic was tight, and the sound of people blowing their horns sent me in an angry mood. I reached school about 15 minutes later and saw John standing in my locker. "Where is Lisa?" "She's with some teacher," he answered. "Are you okay? You got bags and your face looks blue." I nodded. "It's fine, just tired." I began to head to class when he grabbed my arm. "Emerald, it's not fine. You look dead. What's going on?" "Nothing, just bad dreams." I shrugged off his fingers and gasped as the bruise. He hadn't even grabbed me that hard. I remember the doctor telling me I'd be weak. I didn't think my skin would become this sensitive. I tried to hide my arm, but John saw. "Whoa," he muttered. "Did I do that?" "No." I turned to go to glass. He didn't grab me again. Instead, he stood in front of me, blocking my path. "It wasn't there before I grabbed you? What the hell, Emerald? Your skin was never this sensitive? Is there something going on that I don't know about?" "Please, John, stop." My voice began to tremble, and my eyes watered. "I'll tell you when I'm ready." He nodded and let me walk away. "Thanks for ditching me," I muttered to Lisa after school by the lockers. She laughed. "I had to go meet John." "Whatever," I yawned. "So, how are you?" "What do you mean?" "I mean, are you tired?" John told me what happened. He was so confused. "You didn't tell him, did you?" "No. Don't worry. So are you okay?" I rolled my eyes. "Don't worry about me." "Yeah, 'cause it's not like you're gonna die or anything." She snapped sarcastically. "Shh! You have to figure out a way to be with Blade," she whispered. "It's the only thing that will help you." "Jared's Pav. I need to go check on Emerald. I haven't seen her since she was in the hospital," I said to Jasmine as I planted a kiss on her cheek. "I'm sure she's fine. Let's go eat breakfast." She looked at me with puppy eyes. I smiled. "I'll meet you there." She sighed. "Fine, see ya." She walked away, and I paused to watch her go. I headed to Emerald's locker. I blamed myself for her being in the hospital. The doctor said it was because of stress. I'm the one who's causing her most stress right now. I was about to turn the corner when I heard Lisa's loud voice. "Yeah, 'cause it's not like you're gonna die or anything," she said almost in a sarcastic tone. Suspense began to flood my body, and I leaned forward a bit and pressed my ear closer. "Shh!" snapped Emerald. "You have to figure out a way to be with Blade," she whispered. "It's the only thing that will help you." "What?" I felt confused. "Blade? As in Blade Rusal? The enemy?" "No, I don't. He's an enemy, remember? But he's your mate. Without your mate, you won't be able to shift. I can't let you do that to yourself." My eyes widened, and I thought of how much so many things made sense. So that's why Blade attacked me. I tried to push away the disgust. Emerald can't possibly be with him. He's an enemy. He can't be trusted. If they even think about being together, this can cause war. I stormed away from the lockers and headed to my car. Blade's house was only a couple of miles away. It didn't take long to reach it. Jared's Pav. I stormed out of my car, feeling the anger as it pulsed throughout my whole body. I had no explanation for the madness that cruised my soul. All I wanted to do was grab onto Blade Rusal's throat and threaten him. I heard noises in his backyard. I walked around the back and caught sight of him working out. "What the hell?" he began, but I didn't give him time to talk. I felt my fist connect with the side of his jaw, sending him flying back. He clutched his bleeding face. "Are you insane? What the hell was that for?" I stormed over to where he was lying on the ground. "So you're Emerald's mate, huh? What business is it to you? You left her like dirt on the end of your shoes." "Don't," I growled, lifting him by the top of his shirt. "Don't act like you even give a shot about her, because you don't. How you're feeling right now is how she felt when you dumped her. Expect 10 times worse because she was alone. You have your own fucking mate. You have no right to tell me how she felt because I know. You're nothing but some player. You're a damn enemy. But like a father, like son, huh? Willing to be a traitor to your own pack?" "I would never." He stood up and pushed me away. "Then stay away from Emerald." "Or what?" he challenged. I brought my fist up to punch him, but he grabbed it with his hands and twisted my arm. "Or what?" he repeated. I shrugged him off. "Or I'll kill you?" "Is that a threat?" "Consider it a promise." I brought my other fist up and connected it with his nose. Blade's paw. I would have fought back for my pride, dignity, and respect, but I didn't have the power. My bones felt limp, like jelly. I could barely lift up a hand to block a punch. My power was drained out of me. It was happening, the separation between me and my wolf, all because of not being able to be with my damn mate. So I let Jared beat the crap out of me, deciding that I want him to because I deserved it. I heard him yelling, screaming swear words at me, but when Emerald's name escaped between the flesh of his lips, I felt a strange anger that electrified inside of me. My arm went up to block out another punch and threw him off of me. How can you stand there, asking me not to hurt her when you've caused her the most pain? Jared stopped. His brown eyes pierced into my golden ones. She doesn't deserve more pain. You being with her will only complicate things. Are you sure? Because I think you're not ready to let her go. I have a mate. Then why aren't you with her? Why are you here, fighting me for a girl that's not yours? Because. Sweat began to pour down his face as he repeated angrily. Because. Because what? I snapped, holding on to his arm. He pushed me away. Stay the fuck away from her. He turned around and headed back to his car. I stood there for a moment or two, sweat pouring down my face, feeling the impacts of all those punches from Jared. My weakness draped over me like bed sheets, and without control, my legs collapsed beneath me. Emerald's paw. I sat on my favorite leather couch in the living room, watching some stupid show called Toddlers and Tiaras. This had to be the most boring Saturday ever. I shouted at the screen and flung a raw, half-bitten broccoli at it when I saw a 4-year-old getting a spray tan. I heard the door being knocked and shouted, "Come in," then muttered lowly to myself, "Join my eventful Saturday." Jason walked in, and when I saw Amanda trailing behind him, I groaned and dug my face into the pillow. Great, my weekend just got worse. Jason shot me a look when I looked up and hissed, "Be nice." Amanda flopped down on the couch beside me. "I love Toddlers and Tiaras." I fake laughed over enthusiastically. "Me too." "Great, you two have something in common. I gotta go pick up some things, Amanda. I'll be back in an hour or so." "Okay, see ya, honey," she planted a kiss on his lips. Whoa. I stood up. "An hour? Alone? With her?" "Stop, Emerald. Did you forget what we talked about?" "No, I remember. But being alone with her for an hour is not worth your love." "Wow, Em, seriously, that hurts." I sigh. "Fine, 1 hour, Jason. I mean it." 1 hour, he promised and headed for the door. "Maybe more," he shouted before running away. "But wipe," I yelled and headed back to the couch. "So," Amanda began, "do you have popcorn?" "Yes," I answered and stared at the screen. I saw her watching me patiently with the corner of my eye. "What?" She sighs and stands up. "Where is it?" "Third cupboard." I giggled to myself when she disappeared into the kitchen. Jared's paw. The next day, Saturday, I got into my car, not knowing where to go. I drove around town mindlessly, hardly concerned with the fact that I was supposed to meet Jasmine at her house 20 minutes ago. Blade's words circled around my head. It can't be right, though. I had a mate. My mind flashbacks to when Emerald told me she shifted with no mate. Was my shock covering the relief I felt? Was I relieved? Is it selfish? Of course it is. I had the right to wish for her to be alone, just because I couldn't let her go. I looked up to where I was driving now. I was pulling into Emerald Street. Without a brain, I stopped at her drive-thru and exited my car, remembering to grab the velvet box under the seat. I knocked on her door and waited for an answer. Amanda answered a few minutes later. Surprised, I muttered, "Hi. Amanda, is Em around?" "Hey, Jared," she answered. "Long time no see." "Yeah, Emmy is inside." I stepped in and saw Emerald seated on her favorite leather couch. It was the exact same as the other two around it, but she always claimed it was built differently, somehow more comfortable. I used to sit on each couch and notice no difference. "What are you doing here?" she muttered when she saw me. "I just wanted to see how you're doing. I haven't seen you since the hospital." "Oh," she stood up and headed to the stairs. "I'm good." "Are you sure? You have bags under your eyes. You look dead." "Nope, I'm fine. Just not enough street." But I knew her too well to believe her. Whenever she would pop the end of her words, it meant she was lying. I remembered what Lisa had said to her. Without her mate, she won't be able to shift again. She'll be almost dead. It was clearly the beginning. "Emmy, I know you're lying." "What's that?" she asked when she saw the box in my hand. "Is that?" "Yeah, it is." It was the birthday present she got me the day I took her out to that restaurant. The night I found out Jasmine was my mate. I couldn't follow her because I was on the verge of shifting. I needed to be with my mate. But I managed to snatch the present she got me before Jasmine dragged me to the garden out the back. "Where did you get it?" she asked, her voice breaking. I could tell she was on the verge of tears. "You forgot it." "Did you open it?" "Yeah, the day after I shifted." She sat on the staircase. I opened the box slowly. Music began to play right when the lid was off, our favorite instrumental. She always said it reminded her of Paris. I had promised myself that someday I'd take her there. The first flower I'd ever given to her was there, a plastic white tulip, because she told me it was her favorite. I gave it to her when I was 7. I searched in every store for hours looking for white tulips. Finally, the lady told me they don't have them in town, so I bought her a plastic one. I remembered also, she hated roses because she was allergic. I took the flower out and laughed to myself. Now I know the only place within 2 hours that sold white tulips, and I used to drive there before every date to buy her a bouquet of them. She giggled also and blushed. I remembered how much I loved those scarlet cheeks of hers. I took out the first bracelet I made her, a friendship bracelet that said "Best Friends Forever," with forever spelled wrong. A picture frame of me and her chasing a couple of ducks when we were 8. She was on the ground, her yellow dress stained with mud, holding out a black feather which she had ripped from a poor duck. I was in the middle of falling forward, my arms stretched, trying to catch a duck. I laughed harder and gave it to her. She put it down and muttered, "That's so embarrassing." I pushed past all the confetti inside and found the coupon book I had made her for her 10th birthday. I flipped through it. 1 free foot massage, 1 free toy, 1 free hug, 1 free cheese stick. She laughed. "We used to love those." "I know, we used to shred it so it looks like a person or something." I took out the book we made when we decided we should be authors. It was called The Scary House. I flipped through the first couple of pages and gave it to her. She laughed and put it down. Finally, I pulled out the plastic 25-cent ring I had gotten her when we were little. It was from those little machines at Walmart, and I asked her to marry me in front of everyone. She had cried and claimed she had no more clean white dresses. I told her I'd lend her my mom's nightgown because it was white. Emerald buried her face in her hands. "Did you come here to embarrass me?" I laughed. "No, I came to say it was the best present you've ever given me." "Even better than the musical frog I gave you when I was 10? I laughed. "Yup, even better. I think my mom still has that frog in the basement somewhere." My phone suddenly began to ring, and I picked it up. It was Jasmine. "Yes, babe," I answered. "Where are you? You were supposed to meet me here an hour ago." "I'm sorry. I lost track of time. I'll be right there." "You better," she screeched and hung up. "I gotta." "Yeah, I know," she smiled uncomfortably. I picked up all the things quickly and put them in the box. "Get some sleep, Emerald." She rolled her eyes. I know. I exited the house and headed to Jasmine's house, Emerald's POV. I remained seated on the stairs for the longest time, wondering what the real reason was for Jared's sudden visit. Surely he didn't drive all the way here to show me what I had gotten him for his birthday. I heard a popping sound and sat up with a start. Amanda exited the kitchen holding a bag of popcorn. She gave me a knowing look. "What?" I snapped. "That must suck," she said. "I feel so bad for you." "Yeah, right, you're probably laughing in joy." "Ah," she gave me a fake sad look. "Don't worry, Emmy. You'll find someone to love you." I decided to go up to my room before I punched her face in. Monday rolled around too slowly, and I found myself dragging my body to school. The bags under my eyes were now purple, and the bones on my arms were becoming visible. I had about 3 bruises around my body from accidentally falling down or knocking into something. I was heading to math class when I bumped into somebody. "Sore," I began, but I looked up to see a bruised, tired-looking Blade. "What happened to you?" we both asked at the same time. "I asked first," I said quickly. "It was at the same time Emerald. What happened to you?" "Nothing, just tired. You need to see a doctor." "Nope, I'm fine. You're lying." "Why do you care?" I snapped. "I don't." "What happened to your face?" I remembered the doctor saying we will both become on the verge of dying, but he looked like he was in a fight. Ask your friend Jared. What? I snapped. He pushed past me and headed to class. I was angry, that was for sure. But I wasn't crushed. No. Crushed was when lunch rolled around and I looked for a blade for further explanation, and I heard an ambulance and wondered what happened. Probably a teacher, I had thought. But then I saw Blade's pack members standing around the stretcher as Blade's faint body laid in it. It's his turn now. I don't think I was thinking when I ran. I didn't think of the consequences of my actions. I just ran, and when I was out of breath, I didn't stop. I reached my car and jumped in, shoving the key in the hole and bringing the engine to life. The car roared and sprung forward, my feet pressing on the gas pedal with as much force as possible, ignorant to the obvious cameras hung by the traffic signs. I reached the usually 15 minutes ride to the hospital in less than 10 minutes and parked the car carelessly to the side. My feet did all the thinking for me. With every step, I grew closer and closer until I slammed into the service area. Blade Russell, I choked out breathlessly. Family visitors on. I'm his sister, I interrupted. She raised her eyebrows at me. Second floor, room 28, follow the yellow tiles too. But I was already gone. I reached the elevator and shoved my body in before the doors closed. I ignored the people inside and pushed on the number 2 button, shaking anxiously as the doors closed. When they reopened again, I sprung forward and ran around, searching for room 28, but I became more confused when the hallways became slimmer and stranger. I looked at the sign beside the elevators that read the basement and cried out loud in frustration. I ran towards the stairs and flung open the door to floor 2, coming face to face with room 28. I went to turn the knob, but the door opened and the same doctor that talked to me last time stepped out. Emerald, right? He began and closed the door. I paused halfway on my tippy toes, attempting to steal a quick glance at the blade inside and sigh. Can you move, please? I gotta. I began to snap, but he stepped forward, pushing me back with him. Emerald, relax. He grabbed my shaking hands. He'll be fine. Nothing serious. It's the same thing that happened to you last time. Nothing serious except the fact that his wolf is separating from him. I snapped. This is all my fault. It's not your fault only, it's both your faults. I finally managed to get back my bruised hand and looked at him. This is not the time to confront me about this. He needs me. He does need you, but you need to know this more. If you two don't find a way to be together, you'll both be fainting all the time for your whole life. It'll be hell. But the packs. Find a way, Emerald. I know I don't know you much, but from what I've seen, you only look at the obvious. You don't look at the possibility of life that might just possibly save your life. Like what? I yelled. Like become a traitor to my own damn pack and form some type of secret relationship with him? That's one idea, he said. No, it's not. I can't just betray my pack. Would you rather you become a blob of flesh? I became silenced. My eyes trailed down to my stained shoes. I gotta go see him. Go see him, but don't let him suffer because you can't handle breaking a few rules. You think I don't suffer. He was already gone, leaving the air of tension and regret slither with unsaid words of misery. I entered Blade's room, not as anxious as before, uncertain with the way I'd greet him now. I stood back with intimidation when I saw his bed circled with the members of his pack. What the? Marshall began. What the hell is she doing here? Someone snapped. Sorry, I muttered through my tear-stained lips. Wrong room. As I walked away, I heard their drifting voices through the closing gap mutter about how messed up I looked. I sat in the waiting area for who knows how long, watching the door that never opened. They all stayed there, and the phone calls I'd missed remind me every so often of the time. That it's only been an hour or so. That I still sat in the same waiting area, in the same slippery chairs, and I wasn't seated on a cloud of depression. I'd drift away, my vision blurring, my ears ringing with noises I don't want to hear. Sometimes I made out words that startled me. I thought of what I'd do after this. Would I keep on going, pretending like we aren't mates? I had to find a way, somehow, to fool our wolves. But how do you fool something that became part of your conscience? I woke up 3 hours later to the sound of heavy rain splashing down on the pavement. I caught myself before I slipped down fully from the plastic hospital chair and opened my blurred eyes to see the window beside me opened. I closed it, shivering from the cold winter breeze, and checked the time. 4:30. School must have ended an hour ago. I got up and stretched, walking around to Blade's room. I opened the door a bit and risked the chances of his pack members still being there, but there was no one. I walked in, distracting myself with the sound of my shoes, and stood awkwardly beside him. I wanted to hold his hand. Should I? Nobody was around, and so I did. My fingers circled around his own. They tangled themselves and rubbed together with his, enjoying the limited pleasure. He woke up about 2 minutes later. His eyes bore into my own, and we spoke no words. We drifted in the silence and let out gazes communicate. He broke the silence 10 minutes later to say, "Come here." I let myself go just this once and lay next to him. We held our weak, bruised bodies together and fell asleep, tangled in each other's arms. The loud sound of beeps jolted me awake. I fell off the bed and landed on the hard ground. I moaned in pain and stood up. Memories flooded my brain and my eyes drifted to where Blade was still asleep. I searched for the sound. It came from a small alarm clock. I pressed the off button and fell on the chair beside the bed, almost slipping down in process. Stupid rubber chairs. The sound of my failure must have woken Blade up because he lay on the bed, a noticeable smirk on his tired but handsome face. "What?" I snapped, holding on to the arms of the chairs. He shrugged. "Nothing." We sat in silence until he broke it with the same words as yesterday. "Come here." I stood up and walked to where he was. He sat up and pulled me down on his lap. He began to play with my hair and I shivered at the comfort. "You're an idiot." I felt his chest vibrate as he laughed. "Why?" I shrugged. "I need someone to be mad at. I'll sacrifice myself. You don't have a choice." We stayed silent for a moment. "What now?" he spoke. "I don't know." "What do we do next?" "I don't know." "Do you think it will get better?" "I don't know." "You're helpful." "I know." I smirked slightly towards him. "That's the only thing you know?" "I don't know." We drifted in silence until I muttered with a shaky voice, "I don't want to lose my wolf and be some half-dead, half-alive thing. I don't want to be a traitor either, though." I glared at him before he finished. He chuckled. "I understand. I don't know what to do." His hands fell from my hair and held me tightly and close. Suddenly, we were jolted up by a screaming nurse. "You're not supposed to be here. Who let you in? Are you family? No visitors until 10 o'clock. Sorry. I got up and shrugged my sweater on. "It's fine," Blade said. "I want her here." No, you need rest. No visitors allowed." "All right, I'm leaving," I snapped just to shut her up. "I'm leaving too," said Blade, standing up. No, you're still not well." "I'm fine," he said surprisingly politely. "Your friend is picking you up in 3 hours. His name was Marshall." "It's fine, I'll drive him," I offered. She hesitated. "Let me check you first." "Okay," he said and sat on the bed again. She turned and scowled at him. "Did you turn off the machine?" He pointed at me. "She did when she fell off the bed." "Wah, Blade." "No, I didn't," I snapped and scowled at him. "You can't I didn't close it." Okay, just do my checkup, please," said Blade. She plugged some wires onto his chest and opened the machine. After a couple of seconds, she turned the machine off. "Okay, you are good to go." Blade hopped off the bed and smiled at the nurse. "Thank you." "No problem, make sure to rest." Blade nodded and headed towards the door. I followed behind quickly, not wanting to be alone with the nurse that wanted to kill me. We headed outside to where my car had been parked since yesterday and unlocked it. My phone rang as I sat on the driver's seat, and I took it out to see Jason's name. I disconnected it and saw that I had missed 10 text messages and 7 calls. I shut the phone and pulled out of the parking lot. Blade and I sat in silence for the whole ride, listening to depressing Adele music. Finally, I pulled by his house. "Does it get lonely?" I asked, living alone. "I got used to it." I nodded. "We'll find a way to fix everything." He nodded, "As long as it doesn't make me a traitor like my father was." He exited the car and headed to his door. I pulled out of his driveway and headed home to where Mom, Dad, and Jason will be ready to bite my head off. I was right. They all stood by the window when I reached home. The door was flung open before I even knocked on it. Mom stood there with crossed arms and an angry look on her face. Inside now, she said. I would have said something sarcastic or fun, but decided against it. Jason and Dad sat on the couch, and to my disbelief, Amanda was there. Great. The person I hate the most was about to witness me getting yelled at by my parents. Where were you? Mom began, obviously attempting to contain her anger. Blah, I began, but remembered I couldn't tell them. A friend of mine fainted and went to the hospital. So you stayed with whomever this was for a whole day without calling or anything? Do you realize how worried we were? We called the police, Emerald, but they said you're 18, so it didn't count. I'm sore. No, you're not. Your behavior is unacceptable. You had some sort of sleepover at a hospital with some sick friend we don't even know about. And I know you say sorry now, but I believe with every inch of my body, you'd repeat it with no hesitation. I would, for Blade. I knew I would. Do you realize that your father has been searching for you ever since 6 o'clock yesterday, and you show up now, like you didn't give us all the biggest panic of our life? We thought arouses had kidnapped you. We were ready to call the enemy pack and ask them about it. That's how desperate we were. I thought about what would have happened if they did. Then they'd find out Blade was in the hospital and I was probably with him. I sighed. I'm sorry. I don't know what else to say. Go upstairs. You're grounded. 2 weeks. I nodded and obeyed. As I was heading to my room, I leaned against the wall and listened to them talk. There's something going on with her. Did you see all those bruises? Her eyes have purple bags underneath and her bones are showing. I'm scared. Maybe she's doing drugs now. You guys should go to a family therapist. What do you think is wrong with her? It can't all be because of Jared. Her skin is as pale as a ghost. I don't know, but whatever it is, it looks like it's killing her. I ran into my room and dialed Lisa's number. She answered before the first ring. You horrible, ungrateful, worst best friend you. Liz, do you know how worried, how panicked, and how scared I was? Me and John spent all last night looking for you. Where the hell were you? I just got crap from my mom. I don't need it from you. I was with Blade. Oh, Blade, huh? He fainted at school and I went after him. I couldn't go in his room, so I waited and went after a couple of hours. I ended up falling asleep. Oh, she muttered. That changes things. I'm so sorry. Are you okay? Yeah, I don't think he is, though. I don't know what to do. You'll figure it out. Just don't give me a scare again, okay? And when situations like this occur, text me or something, please. It only takes like 2 seconds. We talked for about 20 more minutes before we hung up. She had to go because lunch ended at school and she had to go back to class. I spend the rest of my Tuesdays studying because I wasn't at school. I took a shower, did some chores to make it up to Mom, and slept for about 2 hours. By 8 o'clock, the sun was down and it was pitch black outside. Jason and Amanda were gone, and Mom and Dad decided to go to sleep early. I waited about 30 minutes just to make sure they were asleep before sneaking out. As if it was planned, I met Blade at the cliff. It was the first time we ran together in wolf form, knowing exactly who the other person was. For me, I thought, because he always knew that I was his mate. We ran and ran until our worries disappeared and everything we ever stressed out about was gone. Blade's POV. I was sick of it. Sick of lying to myself, forcing me to pretend I had no feelings for Emerald. I tried pretending in the hospital when I saw her, planning on acting as if I was confused on why she was there, but instead I had weakly given in to the feeling that wrapped itself around my body in an unavoidable manner. This was the same feeling I had today when I felt that sudden pull towards the forest. The feeling of her wolf near me just instantly stirred my separating wolf alive. We didn't even know each other that well. I couldn't help but run off into the woods, letting my wolf take over my thoughts and do all the thinking for me. Emerald and I ran for hours, losing track of time, but ended up back at the cliff. We each shifted behind a tree and I loaned her one of my shirts to wear. My wolf growled in lust when I took her body in, wearing my shirt. It made my heart skip traumatically, and I wanted nothing more than to bury my lips on her sweet, soft skin and caress her like I had done in the car. I was so stupid to tell her I didn't want her, and I wanted nothing more than to take it all back. We sat side by side, leaning on the biggest boulder, unsure how to contact each other. Were we friends? I didn't know, but I was sure she was thinking the same thing. A sudden fear hit me with a startling force. Was I developing feelings for this girl? Would I grow to love her? I wouldn't. I can't. I've promised myself I'd never love again, not after the most painful type of betrayal. Family betrayal. Though I was glued to where I was, planted by the nature of mates. I looked Emerald in the eyes, the moon reflecting her stunning emeralds. I can't seem to stay away from you. I decided to truthfully tell her. She chuckled. Ditto, she answered. Shyly, though, I couldn't see her blush due to the fact it was dark. I wasn't going to show up tonight. I didn't like losing my common sense when I was near you, but at the same time, I loved it. That's kind of what mates do, she said. From her voice, I couldn't make out if she was being sarcastic or not. I don't like it, I frowned. She weakly smiled. But at the same time, you can't get enough. I blew out a huge breath of air. Exactly. We stayed silent for a moment, just listening to the hooting of owls and staring off into the distance. Tell me something, she muttered, breaking the silence and resting her head on my shoulders, yawning. Like what? I was surprised all of a sudden. I focused on remembering to breathe and silently prayed in my head that my voice wasn't shaky as I spoke. She shrugged. A secret, something you've never told anyone before. My first reaction was to refuse, push her away and close up my walls like it, but I found myself wanting to tell her about my past. Emerald's POV. I was curious for some reason. I wanted to just talk to him like we were talking now. I didn't want this side of Blade to disappear. I didn't want him to suddenly wake up the next morning and be the usual jerk, off like every other day. It felt nice pretending the world was perfect and we could be together with the pack involved. I wanted to hear his voice stir me awake all night. Well, he began like he didn't know where to start. When I was little, my mom ran away because after my dad his own pack, he became completely crazy. I stayed silent and frozen, not wanting him to change his mind out of the blues and lock me out of his walls again. He had some of his men go after her. I remember, because I was 8 and underneath his office table. I was stupid and thought we were still playing hide and seek. It turns out that he forgot about me after 10 minutes. I watched as Blade tightened his mouth. He told his men to not kill her, but to make her life a living hell. A month or 2 later, she died, and they didn't kill her. She killed herself because she couldn't stand it anymore. I tried not to gasp, but a small sound still managed to escape my parted lips. He pushed me away, but I held on to him, refusing to let him shove me into the coldness. I held onto his shoulders and enveloped my arms around him tightly. Tell me more, I whispered in his ear. I felt him swallow a gulp. The worst thing is, I never knew what they did to her that drove her into suicide. She had always been strong if she resisted my father for so long. She had to be. I try not to imagine it, but sometimes I wish they could have just killed her instead of torturing her for so long. Sometimes I feel like my dad. I sighed and pulled my arms loosely from around him. How can you possibly feel like your dad if you're this sweet? He chuckled sarcastically. Sweet? I kissed you, then told you I don't want you, and to add on, I slept with some other girl the next morning. You're nothing like your dad, Blade. Everyone makes mistakes. That doesn't make them monsters, I explained. The thing is, after that I was too afraid to hate him, and when he was killed by a rogue, I didn't cry. It was after he died, when I was 12, when I finally admitted I hated him. I was always too afraid to ever think it. He's gone now, and your mom is probably in someplace better, I told him. I miss her, he said. I can't even remember her face. You don't have to remember her face to know that she's happy now. How do you know that she's in someplace better? He asked. I retrieved my arms from around him and looked him square in the eyes. Because she gave birth to you, which makes her the best mother ever. He stared back, his golden eyes confused and shocked. I'd never guess you would say anything like that. I never thought I'd ever stop hurting. It will stop, trust me. Chubby, my pet hamster, died when I was 3, and I cried for weeks, but now I'm over it, I said jokingly. He laughed and pressed his forehead against mine. Thank you, he whispered. I feel much better, I smiled up at him. Good. He kept his eyes gazing into mine and mine into his. What do we do about us? He asked like he didn't know where to go from here. I truthfully didn't know the answer to that. I wish every day could be like this. I haven't felt this healthy in weeks, I stated. Yeah, my wolf is reconnecting with me. Mine as well, I answered back instantly. What if someday someone found us like this? He asked this time, his breath heating up my face. I pursed my lips. Then I guess they would tell. We'll think of something. In the meantime, we keep meeting up like this to keep our wolves connected. As much as I couldn't wait to see him again, I agreed, deal. The next day, I drove to school like usual, tired from the lack of sleep, but other than that, I was happy and the smile on my face never left. Well, that is until the car behind me kept coming too close to my rear. Get off my butt! I yelled, glancing through my rearview mirror at the man behind me, though he just smirked and turned to the next street. I hate people, I yelled to myself, frustrated. As usual, Lisa and John were kissing as I arrived at school. Hey, they yelled simultaneously when they heard my car and broke apart. I exited my car and shut the door. Hey guys. Whoa, you look much better, John commented. I laughed. Yeah, well, I finally got some sleep. Lisa eyed me up and down knowingly like she knew I had more to spill. John nodded his head and instantly turned into mother mode. What the hell happened to you last night? Lisa and I spent hours looking for you. Yeah, one of my cousins went to the hospital and I went with them. What the hell, so you couldn't call us? He asked. I'm sorry, I whined. And if it makes you feel any better, I'm grounded for 3 weeks. Good, he snapped. You deserve it. Imagine if John gave birth to me. Wait, that's just wrong. Cut her some slack, Lisa said, jumping in. She really, really loves her cousin, she said, batting her eyelashes at me. She was so going to get it. Thanks, Lisa. Shut up, please. John grimaced and looked between Lisa and I. Girls are so creepy. But next time you give me a scare like that, I'll lock you up with Lisa's dad in a golf shop. His arms wrapped around me as we embraced in a big hug. From the corner of my eye, I could see Blade staring in our direction with an annoyed look. I giggled lightly and pulled away from John, who gave me a kiss on my forehead, which therefore caused Blade to scowl even more. As we all walked away, Lisa hit John in the arm. My dad isn't that bad. John covered his arm in defense. Well, you've obviously never been golfing with him on Sundays. Blade and I ignored each other the whole day, frightened that someone from one of our packs might become suspicious and start to ask questions. During the second period, I got called down to the office. Ooh, someone said from the back of the classroom, you're in trouble. I looked up to see Mark and rolled my eyes. Really mature. I headed to the office, but I was getting nervous as I took a step closer. Why would they need me? I thought to myself. I haven't done anything. Unless the glass beakers that Blade and I were asked to get all broke. Then they should have called Blade out too. When I reached the office, Ms. McMillan told me that there was someone waiting for me outside. I headed outdoors and caught sight of Jason's car. Hey, I greeted when he exited his car. What's up? I asked curiously. Is there something that you'd like to tell me? He began. Panic bubbled inside my body as I thought of everything that I could have possibly done wrong. Sneaking out when I was grounded, meeting with an enemy, spending a night in the hospital with an enemy, kissing an enemy, meeting with him secretly every night, lying about everything else. If none of these were bad enough, then I don't know what was. Nope. Why? I asked, trying to sound as casual as possible. Emerald, I'm going to ask you a question, and I want you to be honest with me. Okay, I muttered while drawing out the word. Where were you really? Last night? I asked a little too quickly. At home, sleeping. No, he shook his head. No, the night before that. The hospital. I already told you this, remember? I got grounded. Who were you with? He cut in. What are you? A detective? I taunted with my arms crossed. Answer me, Emerald, he demanded. I opened my mouth to spill out more lies. I was with a friend. She got sick. What was her name? Lauren, I spluttered. I've never heard of this friend named Lauren, he said. We recently became friends. If you're so recent, then why did you stay the whole night with her? Because, when I had nothing else to say, I turned the questions on him. What do you want, Jason? He stared at me hard. I went to the hospital this morning, and they said there was nobody there the time you were in except for an old man, some toddler, and Blade Russell. So what? I shrugged. So there was nobody there by the name of Lauren, so who were you really with? I doubt it's the toddler or the old man, he mocked. What the hell are you suggesting? I raged. I hopped in my car right after the last period, unable to remain at school any longer. The resurfacing tension of Jason's words haunted my every thought and kept me from paying the least bit of attention. Even Mr. Jeff's roaring voice didn't break me out of the phase. I kept seeing Jason's disappointment and couldn't help picturing how furious he'd be if he found out the whole truth. How would he react if he knew Blade and I kissed? How would he react if he knew we'd been meeting secretly? I tried to shake the thoughts away, but they just kept coming back as if attracted by an invisible magnetic force. He really had no right to be too angry at me, though. I couldn't help that I've been destined to be with Blade. If I could, I'd change it. I'd change it all. Jared would be my mate, and Mom and Dad would be happy. Jason wouldn't hate me so much all the time, and just for the sake of happiness, I'd learn to maybe possibly not hate Amanda so much. But I couldn't change anything. Hell, I can't even control my feelings, let alone change life. I let my head rest on the steering while, despite the risk, and drove using my knee to stir. When I reached home, my stomach began to twist. An unsettling feeling drooped over me, and I walked slowly inside. Mom was there, watching the blank TV screen while biting nervously at her nails. She jumped up when she saw me. Emerald, I didn't see you. Mom, are you okay? No, Emerald, I'm not. Sit down, please. Nervous, I obeyed and took a seat. She placed her hands on top of mine, and I cringed when I saw that she had bitten her nails until the skin. They were a blotchy pink color, some of it oozing red with blood. We need to talk, she said. Her green eyes bore directly into my identical ones. About what? I think you already know. I stayed silent. Where were you last night? Home. Where else? I stuttered. Her face turned a bright red with anger. Don't, she yelled, then fought to control her anger. Just don't lie to me anymore. What's going on, Emerald? Talk to me. Nothing. She shut her eyes and stood up. She paced around the room. First, you go into this depression phase after Jared, and you don't talk to anybody. Then you shift with no mate and start disappearing at night. Don't think we haven't been noticing. You slowly start to go back into depression right after we thought it was over, and you start to look all pale and sick. We find out you've been attacked by a rouge and you didn't even tell us. We had to find out at the meeting with the enemy pack. I couldn't. Stop talking. It's my turn. You faint right after, and the doctor says it's from stress. You come home with bruises and you're so damn pale, and not once have you bothered to explain. It's complica. And you rebel even more. You sneak out at night. You spend a whole night at a hospital with some mysterious friend that we don't even know, and you can't bother to call or text. And right after I ground you, you sneak out again. And suddenly you're not so pale anymore, and you don't have bruises or anything. What is going on, Emerald? Tears began to pool out of the corner of my eyes, and I realized I wanted to tell her. So badly. I wanted to be her little girl again and cry into her shoulder whenever some mean girl would pick on me or steal my lunch, because nothing is as comforting as the embrace of a mother. I want to tell you, Mom, I really do. She dropped in front of me. Then tell me. You know, whatever it is, I'll only help you. But I can't help if I don't know what's going on. It's not something I can help, Mom. I can't control it, and it can ruin everything. Her face twisted into horror and sadness. Is it drugs? Alcohol? I shook my head. No, Mom, it's not. She stared at me. Emerald, I'm your mother. I nursed you. I fed you. I've been there for every little thing that happened in your life. I was there when you took your first breath of the real world. Whatever it is, you can tell me. Your dad has been going crazy out of his mind trying to figure out what's going on. Her last sentence was filled with so much desperation, it killed me even more. Just tell me. But I couldn't, and for the first time, I realized just how much this was tearing me apart, because it wasn't only affecting me, but everyone around me too. I stood up, unable to stand this sadness anymore, because if I tell them, their horror would only increase even more. So I decided on lying. It would keep them from wondering for a while, and it isn't as bad as the truth. Alcohol, I muttered through salty lips. I've been addicted since Jared broke up with me. As I sprinted upstairs despite my wobbly knees, I heard her whisper, "We'll get you the help you need, sweetie." I shut my eyes and landed face first into the pillow. I tried to focus on my homework, but I couldn't. Not with the sound of Mom going through every yellow page book, searching for the best therapists widely. I grabbed my backpack and headed downstairs. I knew she'd be too focused to notice my absence, but I left a note anyway on the fridge saying where I'd be and headed to my car. I drove blindly for what seemed to be about half an hour before pulling up at the cafe Dad had taken me to. I grabbed my bag and made my way inside. I sat at the furthest table, beside some teenage girl. After ordering a coffee, I opened up my science homework and tried to study for the next test. My mind kept swirling with images of Mom's damaged fingernails and her sad green eyes, Jason's disappointment, and how I just lied to my mother to cover up the worst truth. I sipped on my slightly burned coffee and tugged on a loose strand from my hair. "Rough day?" said a voice from beside me. Startled, I turned to see the teenage girl. I nodded. "Yup." She nodded also. "Same here." "What brought you here then?" She shrugged, tugging her blonde hair behind her ear and revealing a bit more of her beautiful face. "It's the only peaceful place I could think of with burned but good coffee." "I don't know what you're drinking, but this coffee sucks," she laughed. "You're right, I'm Diana. Emerald. Like the eyes." "Yup. So Emerald, what brought you here?" "It's the only white place I could think of." "Rough parents?" "I wish. Well, I'm here for my ex-boyfriend. I drove 2 hours to get here, just to have him reject me." "Why?" I said it and wondered it. She was too pretty to be turned down. Her big gray eyes could win any guy over. "Well, we were dating when I found I found a guy I really loved." "Your mate? So you're a werewolf?" "Yup. Which pack?" "Silver Reflections." "Oh. Anyways, I found my mate, and after a while, I realized that maybe I don't have to be with my mate. We were two different people, and sure, our bodies needed each other, but only because of our wolves. If my wolf did separate from me, then I wouldn't want my mate anymore. So I'm here to tell my ex that, but he said it wouldn't work, and he's already found his mate." "Wow," I muttered. "That must be hard to take in." She nodded. It was. When I asked him where was she, he said that it's complicated, so I don't want to give up. "Don't. You're the first person I've met who's even thought about cheating destiny." She smiled. "I won't give up. So what about you?" I shrugged. "My mate is my enemy." She smiled sadly. "Fate is so twisted." "It is. And I had a fight with my mom because she's been worried about me. I lied and said I was addicted to alcohol so she'd get off my back. Now she's searching through every phone book looking for therapists." "No offense, but your life sucks." "I know." We talked for 2 more hours before I had to leave. We wished each other good luck and headed our separate ways. When I reached my house, I saw that Dad's car was inside. They were both seated on the couch. "I read your note, honey," said Mom. "How was the studying?" Good." She smiled. "Good. Dinner is on the table." I nodded and picked up a plate. I went to sleep at 10, and right before I shut my phone, I got a text from Jared. I suddenly was hit with the sudden memory of what Blade told me 2 or 3 days ago. I asked him about his bruised face, and he said to ask Jared. I read his text. "We need to talk." Angrily, I replied, "Yes, we do. Meet me at the cherry blossom tree by the back field tomorrow at lunch." "Okay," I wrote and fell asleep. Next day at school, Lisa and John were arguing. "Guys, what's going on? You never fight," I asked. "There's this girl who keeps calling and texting him, and he won't even tell me who she is," Lisa began, but was cut off by John's angry voice. "Because I don't even know her." "You must know her enough for her to send you that text message." Lisa turned to me. "Do you know what she told him?" She was like, "I love that thong that you got me. It matches your eyes." "I never got anybody a thong. That girl probably has the wrong number. She said she loves your blonde hair and blue eyes. You have blonde hair and blue eyes. So do about 5 trillion other guys. Then why does she have your number?" "I don't know. Go ask her." "Tell me where she lives." Lisa smashed her hands angrily on the hood of his car. "I don't know where," John screamed. "Lair!" I sighed as they continued at it. I knew John would never cheat on Lisa, though. That girl must have the wrong number. First and second period passed by slowly, and I made my way to the place I'd told Jared I'd meet him. I sat alone, legs crisscrossed by the cherry blossom tree where we used to eat lunch together. Why did he choose to meet here? Why this place of all places? There are too many memories here. I used to sit between his legs, and we'd lean on the tree trunk. He used to play with my hair as I ate my lunch and sipped on my favorite drink, lemonade. Jared finally came about 10 minutes later, his hand held by none other than Jasmine. They approached slowly, and I scowled. Thought this would be private, I muttered. It is. Jasmine is going to go. She just wanted to make sure I wouldn't steal you away. Don't worry. I don't want him. Jasmine rolled her eyes. Whatever. She captured Jared's face between both her hands and kissed him long and hard on the lips. I felt a jolt inside of me, but ignored it and looked anywhere but them. When she was done, she smiled at him seductively and purred. See ya later. He smiled, revealing his deep dimples. See ya. I coughed and waited for him to avert his attention back to me. I tried hard to ignore the hurt that still conceded my being. I guess knowing that she's his mate will always affect me. So, I muttered, forgetting completely why I was mad at him. We need to talk. I nodded and looked everywhere but his chocolate eyes. I heard you and Lisa talking the other day. Blade Russell, is he your mate? My head shot up so fast I was sure I'd broke something. What? When? Where? So he is. No. What? When did you hear this? His fist hit the tree above me. Damn it, Emerald. You're like a magnetic for danger. You get attacked by Rouge and your mate is our biggest enemy. All in a span of a month or two. I can't help it. I can't freaking help that my mate is an enemy. Why can't anyone understand? You told me you didn't have a mate. You lied. What was I supposed to say? Hey, Jared, what's up? Oh, by the freaking way, my mate is our biggest enemy. That would have helped. Really? Because when you found out, you rushed and beat the crap out of him. How do you know? He snapped, his face angry and red. I asked him about his bruises. He said to ask you. So you talked to him? No shit. He's my mate. I threw my hands up in the air. You plan on being with him? If I don't want to lose my wolf, then yeah. You can't love him, Em. What about me? I remained silent. What the hell did that mean? He left me like dirt. Don't I deserve to do the same to him? He sighed and sat down. His arms came around my waist and sat me between his legs like we used to. I'm sorry for freaking out. I nodded and rested my head on his shoulder. I let myself relax and enjoy this moment while I've got it. He's the only one I felt comfortable enough with right now to rest myself upon. I wanted nothing more than to flash back to when life was perfect. I missed you, I whispered all of the sudden, despite us fighting just a second ago. He kissed the side of my head. I missed you too. Sometimes I wish we can just go back to being us. He stayed silent, and I wondered if he felt the same. Finally, he answered. Me too. I know it's wrong now that I have a mate, but life was just so much easier before. I guess fate couldn't let us be happy any longer. I'm happy, Em. I really am. I love Jasmine. It's hard because I love you too. You love me, but you're in love with Jasmine. He signed, I don't know anything anymore. I don't know what to do, Jared. Mom thinks I'm addicted to alcohol because I told her so she would stop asking about what's going on. Jason hates me because he thinks I'm going to betray the pack, and I don't want to love Blade, but I keep feeling things for him. You know what, Em? I'm not going to yell at you like I was doing a second ago, but you have to follow your heart. Don't let other people influence your actions. If you want to be with Blade, then so be it. Either way, both decisions are so hard. That's life, but time will tell, Em. Don't hurt yourself over this. I nodded and rested my eyes. Can we be friends now? I want you in my life from now on, please. I felt him smiling against the back of my head. I love you. I love you too. The drive back home was surprisingly calming after school, despite yet another argument from Lisa and John. I kept thinking of the way Jared had held me as we agreed to be nothing more than friends from now on. Something inside of me gnawed at my stomach, though. Something that kept getting stronger and stronger. Blade. Where was he? I didn't see him at school. Should we meet up today? Go for a run. After all, it is for our wolves, not ourselves. The other soul in me laughed. Just for our wolves. Yeah, right? I loved being around him, and I had to learn to admit it. His calming presence and golden eyes let me down a trail of light whenever I saw them. I couldn't help but wonder if he felt the same. It was sad knowing that our relationship only exists because of our connection. There's no love in it. No, knowledge in each other. It wasn't like Lisa and John, despite their current rough patch. Their love for each other was greater than their love for themselves. Blade and I's relationship consisted of nothing more than a bunch of uncontrollable stirrings. I didn't know him enough to love him, and I'm pretty sure I didn't like him before I found out we were mates. He was always known as the son of the traitor, the player, and the party guy with no life. I never thought I'd grow to like his personality. But that's it. He was merely another messed up soul who lets it out in anger and sleeping around. I don't think I could grow to love him because I'm not the one who has feelings for him. My wolf does, and it frustrated me. If it weren't for our wolves, none of this would have happened, and Jared and I would have been able to be together. There I go again, with my thoughts of Jared. I needed a tattoo or something to always remind me that we can't be together. We both had mates. I arrived home 10 minutes later, and I immediately wished I hadn't. There sat Mom on my favorite black leather couch, legs crossed together as if awaiting my return. "Hello, Emerald," she greeted as I dropped my bag. A weird greeting, too formal as if for a stranger. Little did I concern myself with the slow transformation of her knowledge of me. To her, it felt like we're strangers now. "Hey, Mom," I replied brightly as an attempt to brighten up the room. She studied my face as I grew closer. "Don't change your cloths," she said slowly. "You have an appointment in 15 minutes. Confused, I asked, "With who?" "It's an alcoholic help clinic in downtown. It's got really good reviews, so I booked you in." "You didn't even ask me," I snapped, suddenly nervous with newborn panic. I shouldn't have lied, but I did, and now I'm paying for it. As much as people tell you and remind you that lying gets you nowhere, people still do it. "You need help, Emerald," she stood up. This disgusting addiction has to be stopped. "But Mom, it's not even that serious." "It's serious enough that you're sneaking out to drink." 5 minutes later, I found myself in the passenger seat of my mom's minivan. She talked and talked as we drove to this place, and she didn't once stop to give herself a break. "Jason's birthday is soon, and you know that special cake that he likes?" I thought of buying him and making him his favorite lamb stew with some mashed potato and gravy on the side. Maybe some corn. He likes corn, but he likes cooked broccoli too. That's good, because you never really liked broccoli, only when it's raw, and that's strange but healthy. At least I got one kid that likes it cooked, because I like it cooked. Raw tastes bad. I hope Amanda likes lamb stew. Jason told me she also likes salads, so I'll make a really big salad, maybe with some dipping sauce. Should I make garlic bread also? Nah, that's too much work. When we reached the clinic, she parked the car and exited. I let out a sigh, but did the same. We made our way inside and towards the office. "Hi, how can I help you?" said the over-chirpy, too much makeup-wearing women that sat behind the desk. "We have an appointment here for 3:30, my mom smiled. "Yes, for Emerald, right?" "Yup." My mom proudly placed her hands on my shoulders. "You're her mother, correct?" "Yes. You can't be with her. This is strictly help without any parents around." "But," my mom began to protest. "I'm sorry, those are the rules. Teens feels pressured when their parents are around." "But I need my mom with me," I said. "I wouldn't feel pressured at all." "I don't make the rules." My heart dropped to the pit of my stomach. Despite the fight my mom and I had had, I needed her here with me. Who knows what type of things I wouldn't be handle here without her. "You need this, my mom said. "I'll pick you up at 5. 5? I snapped. "See ya, honey." She planted a kiss on my forehead and left. I sighed and turned back to the woman. "Where do I go?" She smiled, seeming satisfied. "Next door to the right." "Whore," I muttered under my breath and left. I hated the room as soon as I entered. The walls were dull and gray, and in the middle was a circle of chairs with about 4 or 5 people already seated. "Hello," stood up a guy about 25 years old. "You must me. Emerald." "Like the eyes?" he joked. "Yup." "Hi, Emerald. I'm Tony." He shook my moist hands. "You seem nervous." "I've never been to one of these." "Well, you'll love it." I sat in the circle of chairs and waited for all the other people to show up. Most were in their 20s, and only a couple were my age. Finally, Tony stood up. "All right, now that everybody is here, let's begin with introducing ourselves. I'll begin. My name is Tony." "Hi, Tony," everybody chorused. "I am 25 years old, and I am a recovered alcoholic." "Next." I'm Mark. Hi, Mark. I'm 24 years old and I am an alcoholic, said a deep-voiced guy with messy blonde hair and stained cloths. The circle continued until it reached me. I swallowed. Hi, I am Emerald. Hi, Emerald. I'm 18 years old and, I'm an alcoholic. Tony nodded and moves on to the next person. After everyone's name and age was said, Tony began to explain the tough challenges and patches you face that can make you an alcoholic. By the end of his speech, I knew I'd never want to become one. At break time, I went to the snack bar and nibbled on some cheese. A man I recognized as Steve in his late 20s approached the table. He looked around and then reached into the inner pocket of his jacket and pulled out a can of beer. He chugged it quickly and threw it in the garbage. He looked at me. What the hell are you looking at? You know, the whole point of this is to get people to stop drinking. Look, I'm only doing this for my fiancé. I don't give a crap about this at all. And you know what, honey? I bet you don't either. With that, he strutted away, swaying on his 2 feet and humming. Confused, I only wished harder to go home. Mom picked me up at 5, as she promised, and smothered me with questions. I figured the only way to avoid going to another one of these meetings was if I told her it helped, and that's exactly what I did. She seemed pleased, and I hoped she'd forget the whole thing soon. When we got home, I waited at 1 o'clock before sneaking out. I made sure to stuff my bed with pillows, making it seem I'm sleeping, and grabbed a prop wig similar to my hair color and set it under with a few strands loose for sight. I hopped out the window and shifted, heading straight for the cliff, where I know he'll be. My insides felt refreshed just thinking about him. I reached the cliff 3 minutes later and let out a mental sigh when I caught sight of his beautiful wolf standing proudly and fearlessly at the edge of the cliff. When he sensed my arrival, he turned around. Just like that, the stress we've been carrying just floated away. It was as if his simple presence sent hormones of relaxation into my body. We ran and ran that night, and we got tired. We laid beside each other, leaning on the biggest boulder there is. We both shifted behind a tree, and I borrowed one of his shirts again. I looked at his eyes. They were reflecting the moon's bright color. My stomach began to tie in knots, and I reminded myself that it was my wolf, not me. My mom thinks I'm an alcoholic, I blurted out. He glanced at me. Why? She cried and begged me to tell her what's wrong, so I lied to get her off my back. What happened? She made me an appointment with some alcoholic help clinic today, and I went. How did it go? I shut my eyes. It was weird. I didn't know alcohol can affect people's life like it does. Does your mom still think you're addicted? I hope not. I don't know what to tell the guys. They see that I'm getting weak. They are still wondering why I fainted. I don't even have a lie figured out. You know that meeting like this in private will only keep our wolves going for a little while, right? Sooner or later, they will want more. They will want something we can't give them, and meeting like this wouldn't help anymore. I know. They'd want a mate. I blushed and looked away. Are you ready to lose your wolf forever and your health and energy? No, and I don't think I'll ever be. I used to hear stories about people who couldn't be with their mate. I thought they weren't real, though. They all said they'd rather be dead than some half-alive thing. I would too. What's a life for a werewolf with no wolf? Our wolves are like organs for humans. If one organ is gone, you can't function properly. Expect our wolf if just one big organ. Without, we are just a body with barely any blood in it. I sighed and rested my head on his shoulder. I wish I can have what Lisa and John have. Love and easy love. We don't have that. Why did destiny or whoever does this put us two together? I used to hate you. His head jerked in my direction. Why? Well, I didn't hate you. I just heard so many bad things that I just disliked you. He nodded. I know my reputation. Player, sleeps around, no parents, messed up, and that's exactly how I was. Was? Yes. We have no feelings for each other, Blade. It's our wolves that are attracted to each other. If you think about it, without our wolves, I wouldn't even be here. He stared at me. What the hell are you trying to say? I shrugged. Nothing. It's just, we don't love each other, and I don't think we can. Our humans aren't in love. Love like what? Lisa and John? Jared and Jasmine? I gulped and licked my dry lips nervously. Or maybe you and Jared? We don't. Really? Because I saw you guys at lunch today, you sitting on his lap, forgetting that you have a mate while he kisses your head and plays with your hair. We were just talking. Did you know he fought me while my wolf was separating? I was too weak to do anything. He was just in shock. You say that we have no feelings for each other. It's just our wolves. What if I told you that I used to sleep around with a lot of girls, and after I found out you were my mate, I only slept with one, and I hated myself for it? I'm still disgusted. I can't even find a girl interesting anymore. Anytime I see a decent-looking girl, I compare her to you mentally and automatically, and suddenly she's ugly and you're the queen of my mind. Blade, when I saw you with Jared, it wasn't just my wolf that felt the jealousy, anger, and hurt. He stood up. It was my human too. He checked his watch. I gotta go. I didn't stop him. I watched as he disappeared into the forest and heard the growling sound of him shifting. Afterwards, I picked up the sloppy blob of confusion that I called myself and headed home. The drive to school took about 10 minutes this morning, and I reached school just in time to witness another fight breaking out between Lisa and John. I rolled my eyes and parked my car. "Are you guys still at this?" I asked as soon as I exited the car. "Do you know what she said now? She said that she can't wait to meet him today." "I'll be with you, and you'll see that I'm not lying," John yelled. "Come on, Lisa. John would never cheat on you," I said. "How am I supposed to believe him when she said his name? She wrote John." "There are thousands of Johns," he screamed. "With the same phone number, hair color, and eye color?" John let out a sigh. "I honestly don't know how to explain that." Suddenly, laughter erupted from the side. Mark and Steve step out, clutching their stomachs. Steve held a new phone in his hand. I sighed, suddenly realizing what's been going on. John's face turned red with anger. "Have you guys been? Did you guys?" Lisa stuttered her words. Steve and Mark both nodded, incapable of words. Lisa turned to John, her eyes wide and sad. John ignored her and turned to the boys. "Oh-ho!" muttered Steve. "You guys better run," I advised. Mark and Steve stumbled over each other trying to get away, but John was already on their tail, trying to grab onto their shirts. Lisa turned towards me. "Do you think he's mad?" "Hell yeah," I muttered. "I mean, at me for not trusting him?" I shrugged. "Maybe for a little while." She sighed. "Let's get to class." My eyes glanced all over the place, searching for two golden suns, and when I finally caught sight of them, they looked angry. Blade was leaned up against a locker, speaking angrily on his phone. Lisa noticed the worried look on my face and followed my eyes. "What happened?" I shrugged. "I don't know." Lunch arrived slowly after my 2 morning periods, and I found myself seated at one of the lunch tables, searching eagerly for Blade. Lisa shoved my shoulder. "Oh," I snapped, rubbing it. "I've been talking for 2 minutes and you probably haven't heard a thing." "Sorry," I muttered and bit my sandwich. "What's wrong?" "I don't know. Blade was mad at me the other night." "I don't know why, though." "What did you say?" "Just that it was sad that we don't have love, just connections between our wolves." "What did he say?" "He asked if I meant love like Jared and I, and he said he saw us talking." "Everybody saw that? By the cherry blossom tree?" "Yeah, and he thinks I like Jared. He said when he saw us together, he felt angry, not just his wolf, but his human too, and then he just left." She shook her head. "He's growing feelings for you, Emmy, and I can tell that you are too." "I can't though, Lisa. I don't want to." "You can't help it." I sighed for the millionth time today. Lisa sat up. "How about we go to a party together? Friday at about 8, everybody's going to be there." "Whose party is it?" "Some guy named Marshall. It's his birthday." "Like enemy pack Marshall? Are we even allowed?" "On parties, everyone is allowed, even enemies. Remember you used to go to Blade's parties even when you didn't know you were mates? With Jared." Yeah, but I was always nervous. And nothing bad happens, right?" I sighed. "Fine." John suddenly pops out of nowhere and throws me a can of lemonade after handing Lisa a Coke. "Did you convince her to go to the party?" Lisa nods, proudly. "Yup, I did." After lunch, I found myself running late. The bell rang 2 minutes ago, and I was now running to class. I almost slipped when I heard a roaring voice coming from the lockers nearby. I stepped around to see Blade on the phone. "Not anymore," he was yelling. "That was over a long time ago." I approached him slowly and wondered if he was still mad at me. I've never seen his angry, though. It was sort of intimidating. I blushed when I noticed I also liked it. The angry look suited him, made him even more masculine and attractive. "Leave now!" he yelled all of the sudden and almost crushed the phone. I felt shivers of excitement traveling up my body. He pressed the end button and shoved the phone into his pocket. When he saw me, he ignored me and walked away. Just like that, I felt the pain inside of me swell up and multiply. The sadness that overwhelmed me was almost choking me. It grasped a hold of my lungs and caught my breath. Disappointment pulsed through my veins, and I wondered if Lisa was right. If I was developing feelings for him. Real feelings, not just within my wolf, but my human also. I held back my tears like a big girl should and headed to class. At home, I was annoyed to see that Jason's car was pulled up in our driveway, which meant Amanda was here also. I sighed and remembered that it was Jason's birthday this weekend, and they were getting half a week off of school, so they were staying at our house. Which meant more time with Amanda. Inside, they were all seated in the living room, and to my anger, Amanda and Jason were curled up on my favorite black couch. Jason glanced at me nervously, looking all guilty, but I just rolled my eyes. I was in no mood or shape for a pity party right now. What are they doing here? I complained to Mom. "Be nice," she snapped. "Hi, Amanda yelled out. "Long time no see." "It's been a week," I muttered to myself. "Hi, Amanda. You don't know how glad I am to see your face right after a tiring day at school with no warning whatsoever that you'll be here," I greeted. She laughed. "No need for the sarcasm, silly. Is someone having a bad day?" "Yeah, and you're making it worse." "Do you need a hug?" "Do you?" Not from me, though. Maybe from someone like the Hulk, for example. "I'd love that. He seems like a hugger." She knew exactly how to push my buttons. Just like always, she knows exactly what I meant and pretends she doesn't just to seem innocent and to awaken newborn anger inside of me. "Oh, Amanda, you piss me off just like the sister I never wanted. Emerald," Mom screamed from the kitchen. I rolled my eyes and stomps upstairs. After completing my homework and going through the agonizing task of eating dinner with an extra chirpy Amanda and Jason, who looked everywhere but me, I ran upstairs and took a shower. Then, I watched TV for 2 hours until everybody was either sleeping or in their rooms before stuffing my blankets with pillows and placing a wig under with a few loose strands like last time. I opened my window and jumped into the air, transforming into my wolf in process. I barely felt my wolf now. I knew I was losing her. With the pressure of her mate being mad at her and not being able to be with her, she's began the separation. I needed to see Blade now and discuss what we will do next. Our wolves won't survive for long if we're just meeting with each other. They want more, and maybe that's exactly what we can't give them. It hurt to admit it, but when is the truth ever easy to face? I reached the cliff about 5 minutes later, and to my shock, he wasn't there. Why wasn't he there? He should have felt the pull as soon as I shifted. Is he that upset that he won't even meet me for our wolves' benefits? My wolf refused to admit it, though. The feeling of anticipation she had received when she knew she was going to meet him was too strong still to believe that he's not here. I searched all around the cliff, howling and making sounds of depression. About 20 minutes later, I knew he was nowhere around the cliff. I fell to my knees in disappointment. Rain began to flutter down. I looked up towards the moon and remembered how his eyes glistened when he had told me how he felt about me. I got up and grabbed an extra shirt that he hid under a boulder. I held it in my mouth and ran as hard as I could until I reached a large wooden house, Blade's house. I quickly shifted behind some tree and put on his shirt. My eyes searched for a way in, and when I caught sight of an open door, I ran in. The door led to the living room. I stared at it, amazed at how much thought and creativity was put into it. The walls were all a stainless white, and his couches were long and bright red. His carpet was furry and black. I wanted nothing more but to run my fingers through it. The plasma screen TV hung high up on the wall, taking up almost half of the space. Whoever Blade's father was, he must have been rich. I never seen him, but I've heard many stories about when he betrayed us. I realized that if it wasn't for that little fact, Blade's pack would be our friends, maybe even partners. And we could be together. I ran past the living room, past the jaw-dropping kitchen and dining room, and upstairs. I called his name as I went, but he never answered. Finally, I reached a blue-colored door and rested my ears upon it. I heard shuffling. I twisted the knob and entered. My eyes widened and my breathing stopped. Dressed in red lingerie stood Diana from the coffee shop, showing off all her glory. But Blade was nowhere to be seen. "Emerald, right?" she asked, looking shocked. She picked up her long jacket from the floor. What are you doing here? What are you?" "I'm here to win back my love, the guy I told you about." "Blade. He's your ex." She nodded. "Yeah, how do you know him?" He's my Emerald." Blade stepped out from the bathroom, clutching a shirt in his hands. "What are you doing here?" My heart froze. It didn't beat fast as I would have guessed it would in a situation like this. Instead, it froze and didn't beat. I knew I couldn't run away, though. I couldn't let the tears flow down my face like I wanted them to, and I couldn't be that little weak girl that I was when I found out Jared wasn't my mate, because how did that end up for me? And so I took a deep breath and forced my heart to come alive again. I already felt my wolf dissolving into nothingness, and I wasn't about to let that happen to my heart, too. I put my right hand on my hip and let my right leg bend. My eyes trailed over to where Diana was. Have fun with my dirty leftovers. With that, I strut out of the room, not crying or running away, making sure. I didn't drop any pieces from my heart on the way. I heard footsteps behind me, and that's when I shifted and exited the house. But Blade was an alpha. He was fast and he caught up to me still in human form. "I'm sorry," he muttered, "but it's not how it looks like." I ignored him and ran back home, feeling betrayal pumping in my veins like blood. It wasn't until my head hit the pillow that I let the bursting tube of tears explode and stream down my face like rivers. My heart began to pound loudly, recovering from its temporary shock. I tried to feel my wolf, but she wasn't there. The other soul inside of me has finally had enough. I felt my feelings dissolving into a small puddle and eventually becoming nothing but a shine on my heart. My thoughts became nothing but a blurry mess. Who would have ever guessed that a random person you meet in some coffee shop would turn out to be a part of the agony in my life? She had told me he refused her, and he had told her he had a mate. Did he change his mind? Was he finally sick of what I couldn't give him? I wouldn't blame him, but I also wouldn't blame myself. And so I blamed reality, and I cried even harder, because if reality had been a living, breathing soul, I'd be able to get even. But reality wasn't a soul, and revenge was out of the question. Next day at school, I tried to avoid Blade as much as possible, and when he tried to catch my eyes for a couple of seconds in the morning, I turned away, pretending I hadn't seen and talked to Lisa and John. During first period, the teacher was late. John turned towards me. "Do I get to know what's going on now?" "What do you mean?" I muttered. He shrugged. "Lisa has been looking out for you nonstop, and you always seem so distracted. Something tells me that Lisa knows what's going on with you." "There's nothing going on, John. Me and Lisa are just being girls." "Really? Then why did I see your car outside of the alcohol help center?" Of course, I thought to myself, my mom needed to pick something up for work. "Really? She dropped you off, Em, and picked you up a couple of hours later." "What? Did you stay there the whole time and watch us?" "You know my dad's work is near there. I saw from the window." "What are you saying, John? You know this is not the time and place for a fight." "I'm not fighting," he snapped. "I just feel like it's a bit unfair that I knew you years before Lisa did, and she gets to know everything, and I don't. You know I care about you too." "Thank you, John. I care about you too. We're best friends. But it's a girl thing." "Look, I've heard about so many girl things. Did you forget who my girlfriend is?" "I've heard it all. Literally, periods, PMS, unsuccessful diets, fantasies, top best leg shavers, best lipstick brand, everything. It's not that type of girl things. You wouldn't understand. Besides, it's not that big of a deal." "You're pregnant, aren't you?" "Ah!" I groaned out loud. "No. You know what, Em? There's a reason that we're best friends. We didn't just happen, Em. We trusted each other." "What happened?" Justin, the teacher, walked in and began to apologize for her absence. Saved by the teacher, I thought, and turned away. I signed when I realized I just added another problem to my plate. During lunch, I was seated beside a talkative Lisa who was rambling on and on about the party tonight. Against my will, my eyes darted to where Blade was seated, and to my shock, he was staring right at me. I quickly looked away. I sighed. Why was I mad again? Was it really because he supposedly cheated on me? Does it even count as cheating? We're not in a relationship. In fact, I told him myself there were no real feelings in this relationship. I had no right to be so angry. He can sleep with other people, that's his business, as long as my wolf doesn't find out. I only needed him to remain in contact with my wolf. It wasn't as if I actually felt things for him, right? No, it couldn't be. But why was I so stunned and so hurt? I knew those feelings defiantly weren't from my wolf. As soon as I saw Blade, she dissolved. I was only able to bring her back when I ran away and shifted. My head began to hurt. I remembered the shock perfectly, but I knew I couldn't lose myself again as I had with Jared. Boys suck, and there was nobody who knew more about that than me. I went back to listening to Lisa's ramble. I smiled and nodded. Blade's pav. I watched as people got up and left the cafeteria, never taking my eyes off of Emerald. I messed up and I knew it, but she wouldn't let me explain. It wasn't fair that my past relationships, before I even knew she exited, come back to haunt me at times like this. My wolf had been so hurt by the cold shoulder she'd been giving me, that's it's dissolved away. My attention was averted back to her when I caught sight of her exiting the cafeteria. I immediately got up and prepared myself to run after her when Marshall grabbed my arm. "Where are you going, man?" "I gotta pee," I muttered quickly and ran. I caught up to her quickly in the halls and followed her until we reached somewhere where there were no people. I made sure to remain quiet, and I thought I'd been doing a good job until she spoke with her back still to me. "Are we back to this?" she asked, her voice calm and confused. "To what?" I asked, attempting to keep my voice as assured as hers. "Walking around the halls with you following me around like a creep? I just wanted to apologize." "For what?" she asked, surprising me again. "For last night." "What happened again last night?" She finally turned. Shocked, my mouth widened as if to speak, but the words came out stuttered. "When you saw me and Diana, in my room." "Oh yeah," she said, as if finally remembering. I wondered if she actually did remember, but was acting as if she doesn't, just to annoy me. If so, then well played. I tried to hide my smirk. It wasn't what it looked like. "You don't have to explain yourself, Blade. It's fine. I realize that since I'm the one who said we have no feelings for each other, I have no right to be hurt or jealous." "You were jealous?" I wanted to ask, but instead I said, "What?" "But we didn't. I mean, me and Diana, she was just an ex." "I know. She has a mate, but felt as if that shouldn't keep her away from you. So she came here trying to win back your love." "How did you know all that?" I muttered, stunned. She shrugged. "We met before. I just didn't know she was talking about you." I know you care even though you're pretending not to. I know you do. You're my mate. But nothing happened last night, I swear." "You expect me to believe you?" "Yes," I answered without hesitation. "Blade, think about it. You walk into my room, you see me dressed in red lingerie." I swallowed at the image. "And some shirtless guy comes out of my bathroom. What would you think?" I frowned at the new-formed image and understood where she was coming from. "Would you believe me if I told you nothing happened? He was just visiting?" "No," I thought. "Would you listen to my explanation?" "No," I thought, because I'd be too busy attacking the guy's face. "I see where you're coming from, and I understand, but..." Suddenly, M's arm was grabbed by some guy I recognized as Mark from rugby season. My wolf growled, taking this guy as a threat. I forced myself to calm down. It wasn't as if he'd hurt M in front of me. "What are you doing talking to him?" he mumbled as an attempt at whisper. Nothing. We weren't talking." "Let's go," he said and walked away, dragging her after him. My fists clutched together, and I relaxed my wolf before it went after that guy. Despite my anger, I was hurt. Hurt that Emerald had this effect on me, and hurt because I could never be able to talk to her in front of everyone and kiss her and show her off like I would love to do. I wrapped my arms around my head, finally accepting that I was growing real human feelings for her. At home, I told Mom I'd be going to a party at 7. Immediately, she refused. "Absolutely not." she snapped. A party is the last thing you need right now. Mom, please. I'd been so locked up lately ever since you grounded me. I've learned my lesson. Please, Mom. That's not why I won't let you go, Emerald. There's too much pressure. For what? I snapped. Drinking. There will be alcohol, no doubt, Em. I know these parties. Oh, I forgot about my alcohol addiction. I haven't drank ever since you took me to that clinic thing. They even said if a child feels too locked up, it will pressure them to drink. You can even smell my breath when I come back. She sighed. Will Jared be there? Yes, and Lisa and John? And when will you be back? 1? I asked hopefully. 12, she ordered. If I smell even a bit of alcohol on you, you're going back to that clinic. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I kissed her cheek and ran upstairs to change. I got dressed in a plain white dress that went up to my mid-thigh and paired it with a pair of black heels. As for my hair, I quickly curled it and kept my makeup light and natural. I drove to the party after another 10 minutes of swearing to Mom that I'll be okay. When I reached my car, Jason was there. I'd assumed he'd ignore me, as he had been doing for the last day he'd been here, but instead he muttered, "Do you need me to give you a ride?" "No," I answered and got into the car. Without a back glance, I drove away. I reached the party 20 minutes later after getting lost 2 times. About 20 cars were already parked at the mansion along with a couple of motorcycles. I headed inside and was blinded by the rainbow lights and deafened by the booming music. People danced on the dance floor, grinding and kissing wildly. I searched for Lisa and John and spotted them in the middle of the dance floor. Suddenly, fingers wrapped around my hand and spun me around. "What are you doing here?" snapped Jared. "What do you mean? I can't be here," I snapped back. "No, without me. I'm not a child." "I know, but you have to be careful, Em. I used to go to these parties all the time, Jared, because we were still together. Now people know we aren't together, and they're not afraid to try things." "Like what? Why do you care anyway? Remember, we decided to be friends." "I know, but that doesn't mean I care any less for you." "Stop shutting with my feelings, Jared." I yanked my hand out of his grasp. He signed. "I'm sorry, Em. Just stay close. Don't drink anything, even water, and don't do anything stood." I rolled my eyes. "Yes, Dad," and walked away. I later on joined Lisa and John on the dance floor. We sang out loud and danced to our favorite songs until our voices were sore. "Can you blow my whistle, baby? Whistle, baby. Let me know. Girl, I'm going to show you how you do it and you start real close." We kept on going for about 4 more songs before I got thirsty and went to get a drink. I caught sight of Jared, who glared at me and mouthed, "Don't drink anything." I nodded, ignorant to his warning, and poured myself some lemonade. It tasted a bit weird, and it burned my throat, but I didn't put it down. I drank it until it was empty and headed back to the dance floor. I danced and sang even louder than before, this time completely losing myself. I went back to the tables and poured myself another drink. Jared approached after I was done. "Did you drink anything?" he snapped. "Nope." I shook my head. He sighed, "You always pop your words when you lie." "Nope. I never." My eyesight became a bit blurry and I heard our song playing. "Remember this, Jared? Our song?" He smiled. "Yeah, I do." I dragged him to the dance floor, legs slightly wobbly, and we slow danced. "I miss this," I sighed and rested my head on his shoulders. I lost myself in the feeling of being in his arms again. A flashback to the restaurant popped into my head and I remembered the cloud we claimed as ours. Will anything be better than the feeling of being home? Suddenly, he pushed me away. "I gotta get back to Jasmine." I nodded, my eyes tearing up. "Oh, okay. Looks like somebody isn't happy we danced together. Don't drink anything, Em." "Whatever." I snapped and walked away. I looked up, wondering what he meant, and caught sight of an angry Blade standing on the stairsteps watching me. I poured myself a lemonade and smiled sarcastically as I chugged it in front of him. My vision became even more blurry, and I felt my legs getting even wobblier. I ran up to the washroom, pushing past people, and kicked the door open. I locked it quickly and puked into the toilet bowl. Tears poured out of my eyes, and I mentally screamed at myself for getting sick off of lemonade. I leaned against the wall and heard 2 girls chatting. Spiked the grape juice in the lemonade, Marshall dared him to do it as a senior prank. My eyes widened. Well, that explains it. That also explained why Jared didn't want me to drink anything so much. How did he know, though? I sighed and picked myself up. It wasn't even 12, and I was already drunk off of freaking spiked lemonade. I decided to head home. I stumbled down the stairs and fell at the second last step, only to be caught by none other than Blade. His golden eyes stood out in the blurry mess. Strangely, they were the only thing that wasn't blurry. And so I let him carry me into my car and drive me home.